energy and intensity, but we never see it. When we see the sun, we see the outside layer, right? And the outer glory, the outer combo, it becomes a kind of special angel, a unique cherub. A special angel is an atzalach, is an emanation of flowing out of God, right? Bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub in the middle. Now, we don't know much about this group, right? This is a very strange group of rabbis there in Ashkenaz, Germany, and we're still doing research about it. But it seems like they've been introduced to the idea of Neoplatonism. And we'll talk about Neoplatonism next time, right? We'll talk about it. Now, what's happening is that in this group, with this idea of Hazalah, emanation, the separate Yetzirah gets fused to it. So the idea is, what can't be one thing, right? It's 10. Maybe there are 10 things standing between the infinite, utter transcendent God and us. And maybe between those things, there are 10 things. Because say it's there are 10 separate Elamah. The ladder has 10 rungs. Maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. And that idea of the ladder having 10 rungs is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text in history, the Sefer Bahir. This is from the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text of the Sefer Bahir. This is the first printed version. So here on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim are texts in which the Bible is used as a stepping stone, or diving board, better, right? To riff, right? Like, looks like jazz, right? Right? One of the things that, go to jazz show, right? Coltrane might start up, right? And then Monk might pick up, right? The drums. And then someone else is going to pick up, right? And then they're going to riff. They're going to riff, they're going to riff. Variation of theme, right? If you want to think about what Midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and going with it, right? Commenting on it. Legends. Weird stuff. Street ideas, right? Right? It's improvisation on this idea, right? So, what we get in the Sefer Bahir is a work of Jewish jazz, Midrash, very popular in the Middle Ages, right? But this Jewish Midrash, is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is because it's ascribed to a first century Jewish scholar, Nehunya ben Elkanah. Now, Nehunya ben Elkanah didn't write this, but it's ascribed to him to kind of give it a little gravitas. Further, what's also really important about this is it's very clear whoever wrote this is doing some really, really interesting logical, philosophical. They're riffing on this material, on this Bible. Never seen. This book become the foundation for the Kabbalah as we know it. Now, these midrashim inside of there are 200 of these inside of the Sefer Bahir. They are not united in any stretch of the imagination. The story goes right that the writer must have written them all down, and then the story is they threw them into the air, and every time they landed, that's how they got it together. The ending seemed random. It seemed contiguous, and they got titter off in seemingly random commentary. A couple things that are very crucially important about Sefer Bahir. The first thing that's really crucially important is Sefer Bahir combines Sefer Yetzirah and the Union Cherub Circle. The Sefer Bahir says there are emanations of God, right? There's again, they heard concept of all milk, right? Or like it's like a wedding. someone's pouring champagne over like one glass on two glasses and two glasses on four glasses. By pouring the champagne, the bottle never got in. It's God pouring God's self out, but because God is infinite, God never becomes empty, and the world becomes full. Right? That's what emanations are. So sacred by two really important things in this respect. It combines the 10 separate of the sacred Torah with the idea of emanations. It says, yes, God emanated in 10 forms, distinct forms. There are 10 distinct emanations, and it discusses them at length. Now, Kabbalah, as you probably know, everyone knows it. If there is nothing else that makes Kabbalah, it's that. There are 10 emanations. They relate to each other. They are various aspects of God. God's mercy, God's judgment, God's glory, God's victory, God's beauty. Right? That's a core component of Kabbalah. We can start getting to that stuff next time. Right? So that's the one thing, very important thing. It combines those two ideas. Introduce God as the Shekhinah. Right? Now, the idea of the Shekhinah goes all the way back to the Talmud. Right? But never does God have an imminent form. It's just that the word Shekhinah is feminine grammar-wise. But in here, the Shekhinah as a lady. So God's presence in the world is feminized. Again, nothing else about you know that the is the feminine presence of God in the world. He in the center right here is that she's almost always described as she kills from a far away land. And the text that not maybe a little bit more think that the singer by here made talk more about those later if folks are interested in those Gnostic ideas. And now, as she appears in the sacred mind, powerfulness, separate or often, and that roots and things are kind of a schools of thought. Kabbalah by here. Now, humanity, evil thought of privation, right? It says that evil is the term we use for the ancient Gnostic. You had in the same all along. But not get into things, as you might know, a lot of hearing is the world. The world draws. And that draw. It's always been here. Always like all the proto Kabbalah. Now, what I want to reinforce is that separated from the second. On that beginning, Kabbalah was Islam was weird. Well, finally, I just want to point to some ecology. White's the best argument for the early history if you really want to get into the weeds of how they caveat, but he's a Lurianic Kabbalist and an interpretation. The text that again, a host don't want to France earliest that Kabbalah developed, and then after that we turned to most monumental text all of this was the sacred so far. I got kids added to the sacred after the time after next, but next time we'll be dealing with the development, philosophical, mystical Kabbalah, the early stages at all. We'll turn to Kabbalah next time. I explore the garden of Judaism and Kabbalah. Again, focus upon accessible, free, and topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, where we explore the arcane in history and religion. So what you're doing is how about this? Look at all the space that I went for. I didn't like plan for this story. I killed myself. Oh, yeah. She tried to attack me. I was like, don't ever tell me about your dreams ever again. Never. Yeah, you look right now and you just say, you should have killed me.
Hello? Oh, sorry about that. I don't recall exactly. That's okay, if possible. Can you make the title just have my Minute Rabbi Roth show? People search for it. That's usually the easiest way to find me. I've had a good week. I did a podcast yesterday. It went really well. Most certainly. Did a podcast yesterday. It was really great. And today, since approaching the 79th anniversary of Roswell, I'd like to do a deep dive if that works for you and your audience. Okay, absolutely. Certainly. I'm not, I'm not exactly sure when it's going to get published, so um, you know how that is. Take your time. Certainly, while you did that, I'm going to use the restroom, and we'll be all ready. If you don't like it, let's give it just a second and let's see if we get it. All right, so we're using StreamYard, and we just want to change the layout to a black background, right? Okay, just one moment. No, not here. Do you see in click settings, and then can you read me what you're seeing? Layout. Let's go to layout, and now we'll see. You try the okay, uncheck them, and we can try one at a time. See which one is called. So, um, okay, so that one. Okay, that's what you for, and then one it. Yep, absolutely. So, in layout, do you think to change the background? Okay, just a moment. So in layout, the right panel, um, what layout are we in right now? Okay, um, do you see anything to do with brand, BRAND, or background? That's just you. Okay. Um, uh, iPad, right? Okay, let me just need for the iPad. Um, okay, so it seems like you can do this with if you. Okay, so you have or are you using Safari? Oh yes, is it Strap or StreamYard Safari? Very well could be. Or Assets, yeah, either one of those. Um, well, I think you have to change go back to the group layout so that we can see under the um, settings, and then under layout. Is that okay? There you go. But it is still that background. Let me see where the word brand is. Okay, open stream. Your StreamYard video. Look side panel. You main arrow or more. You should see again paintbrush slash palette icon. Anything like a paintbrush palette icon. You found it? Yeah, that's okay. And then back. Okay, choose black. Do you see backgrounds? So you're right. That's okay. No worries. Right. Uh, so you saw Brand 4, right? Okay, that's all right. Um, probably easier way to do this, perhaps. I'm not sure. Browser. Okay. Okay. Have you ever or good to know? Okay, in Studio. Um, okay. So let's just try these steps. Got StreamYard Studio open, correct? Which is where we could mean like a little icon. It could mean that thing back, but usually that back would be brown. Okay, so you've got one. No. When you tap the screen once, do you see any controls? Okay, that's usually something that's going to go across the top of the bottom. Just a question. When you need to show that you are, see brand or do you see the word more? Okay. Um, that's okay. Apparently it's their brand, but if we can't find that, let me just ask, where is brand? Okay. 31. So we're media assets. See that? Okay, find back. Okay. And what happens when you click on background? Okay. That's the spot where it is, though. So we do know that. There, yay! Well, it's black to me. You did it. No, group layout is what you wanted. That's right. Turn your camera on, and it has a black background, just what like you wanted. Exactly. Oh, oh, what lines are you seeing? Oh yeah, now I get it. Okay, I get it now. It is better. Okay, so let's just go back. I was gonna say if you want, you can go back and just choose the black back. Okay, the lines don't bother, don't bother you. I'm well, thank God. Absolutely, the CERN shut down. The recent heat waves, perhaps some on space weather, perhaps some other topics, and then we're going to have a deep dive on Roswell because, as you may know, and the audience may know, we are celebrating the 79th anniversary of the Roswell incident this week. And then we have the Sesquicentennial Day of the United States. So it's a with that, would you like to get into CERN? Well, there are other particle accelerators that are still conducting experiments throughout the world. Certainly, Fermilab, Stanford Research Institute in the United States. But for CERN, this is one of the regular things that they do. They do shut down every once in a while, and the planned shutdown is going to be for 3 years. For those who don't know, CERN is the particle accelerator located in Europe in Geneva, Switzerland, along the France-Switzerland border, and at major research facilities, including the Large Hadron Collider. And from this summer six until approximately 2020 will be shut down and needs to be shut down. Has it discovered something dangerous? Uh, is it stopping its operations to do some kind of clandestine work? Governments force it to shut down, or did they open some type of portal? Generally, this is a planned shutdown, making it public. So I don't know if anything necessarily nefarious to it. Uh, what they're saying is that they are doing future upgrades to Hadron Collider. Uh, and for those who don't know, Collider began operations in 2008. It initially had some failure. A faulty electrical connection did cause some times of shutdown, and as previously stated, this is a planned one. Um, Many people have some fears of CERN, and maybe there are some things that are nefarious. Maybe it's a portal, or it could create to an alt dimension, may create a black hole. These are certainly things. But really, it doesn't set any various. Now, the technical reasons why they are stagnant maintenance, cooling circle upgrades, technical standpoint, perhaps safety reasons as well, ensuring that can maintain controlled environments. There may be some radiation safety concerns and equipment monitoring, and then of course improvements, allowing for higher better detectors and new experiments. So um, that's what we got going this summer, and spread about CERN. So that's a basic breakdown of what we've got. What are your thoughts on it, Missy? I always found this to be an interesting title that it has. It's the world's largest machine, conducting magnets, advanced cooling systems, vacuum systems, part detectors, complex computer networks, and with it being machine, it certainly is very complex. The first shutdown that they did was really technical failure. They did another one for later in electrical system preparation for increased performance, and then this allegedly is connected with high luminosity LHC. And scientists want more particle collisions, more data, and better measurement. And all this gives them an opportunity at greater chance of discovering mixed. And really, 3 year shutdown does not mean every activity at CERN. Some major shutdowns, the accelerator may stop working or operating, but engineers are still working on the equipment. Scientists analyzing the existing data. Experiments are continuing. These may continue operating. Shutdown does not mean that the machine is necessarily offline, and it's not that a shutdown means the machine is offline. Pardon me, but the organization's not obviously disappearing. Um, and really don't give a lot of information regarding it on their website. They're saying that 29 will be back. Certainly, there controversies regarding CERN and symbiology, um, and the exact reasons they're given during this upgrade. Conducting better computing systems. Experiments create enormous amounts of data, and the computing upgrades help analyze, discover, and increase the future performance. The goal is higher, more rare events. So that's what we've got going, and certainly we've got the accelerators around the world that will continue to go up data, able to analyze that. But for the time, is going to be offline. And then another, I think, good question we don't necessarily is when's the next shutdown due after this one? For how long is shutdown good for? So to speak, is it going to be good for a decade, 2 decades, another couple years? What is it? And I think the maybe perhaps they didn't even know. Shutdown of the Large Hadron Collider really undergoes upgrades. The machine does require maintenance, and this is all going to them able to perhaps detect dark matter, experiment with unknown particles. Certainly. Clever in that. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think again, these are tools that can be used for anything. It depends on whose hands they're in. The data centers, let's really the projects that are created around the world, specifically to be able to store more data, to be able to analyze data faster. Certainly has AI reasons, quick, faster, better, and all of those needs. Now, the connection part um, and the port telescope what I find to be interesting is, to my knowledge, HARP now the Alaska at Fairbanks, I believe, and uh, certainly a University of Alaska um, uh, university. Um, then we have Puerto Rico, which I the Arecibo Laboratory has been taken over by Atlantic University, but check that um, these are now being run um, at a university level. So HARP is University of Alaska Fairbanks, took over from the 2015, and then it's University of Central Florida. Pardon me. Now runs that uh, with partners with the National Science Foundation, and um, to me, these are always really we don't find out that much about. There have been I've heard that the um, teles- telescope could be used to see into outer space. But also, I've heard that it's basically the world's biggest ear, and it was used perhaps for clandestine reasons. National Security Agency maybe could use it to listen in on people. And then HART, I've heard leads with the ionosphere, and it's a large has a large antenna transmitter to be able to study the ionosphere, and that you can actually use to manipulate the ionosphere to manipulate weather, which we're going to quakes like guitar strings or piano wire, and whether that's true or not, that was always a rumor that goes around. And another question that arises is now that HARP is being maintained by the University of Alaska Fairbanks, the Arecibo telescope is being maintained by the University of Central Florida. There are these perhaps in places that we don't really know about because they're public. Uh, where what's going on, where are scopes, public. These are all I feel that we don't really know the answers to. And observatory for being able to look into to observe space, planets, and atmosphere. Is everything on Hubble? Is it on the Webb telescope? But these have been to take over. You had also mentioned from a geography standpoint. Yeah, so they're separated by the Bering Strait, which is about 51 miles. Um, and one of those dangerous places for sailors. It is what was one the way that thousands of years ago, which is no longer available. There have been inquiries to perhaps build a tunnel underneath the or in the Earth's crust to be able to connect North America to specific. And people think this might be good for relations between the United States and Russia. Um, from that point, that's what of or and Russia generally, I think part as seek from all international organizations possible, and that was meant to have something more specific. We could certainly go into it. I do on a podcast where that was meant as well. So first, we can go through what's been Greenland. What we'll find on Greenland are weather monitoring stations. They are run by the Danish Meteorological Institute (DMI), and they're used to track Arctic storms, ice, and climate data. The the research equipment that is used is sheet and climate research instruments. There are atmosphere. I believe they have what was once Thule Air Base. Now it's Pidifuk. It's used for missile. Uh, yeah, use this missile tracking and radar surveillance, not necessarily weather. Um, there hasn't been confirmed weather control, ionosphere heating array, and there's no system for changing weather on demand. Is that because it has remote and the Arctic atmospheric region. We talk a little bit of weather modification as well. Uh, in terms of that, and a disk that found earlier this year, I did see, hi Arthur. At least so this under the ice, perhaps it was a buried alien craft or a mothership under the glaciers, or that there's some type of secret militarization activity. You know, we see this on social media and a lot of clicks from at least what's been verified information, um, what the credible sources do say. I'm not saying that this is necessarily not credible, but it's been verified. Anomalies are ice formations or nuts shapes traced back to World War nations like 10th century, but no alien objects in Greenland. What we will find in Greenland is eight ice sheet radar mapping project, climate stations, military radar bases for surveillance UFOs or UAP. Uh, Sometimes these are interpreted, and I think that they're interesting. They're exciting for people to think that maybe there's some kind of there recently, or it was from thousands of years, and people can get to it finally due to saves the reason maybe someone dug there. Uh, but it's one of those things, and missing in the industry long enough, and on until we get it on camera and we'll test it. Difficult to be able to prove, and it's to get that kind of evidence, but we're all excited. But at the point, I have anything that story is what was posted on social media. Do you have anything more on that? Right. You're talking about the hurricane that had such a significant impact places like Asheville. Yes, absolutely. And that was bizarre. Normally, the hurricane effects don't go as far inland as they did. And it was okay. So we talked a little bit about El Nino, and for those who waves, whether they are occurring, whether they're being manipulated, certain form of unlike sudden disasters, heat waves can slowly develop and so natural climate pattern connected to the warming ocean temperatures, specifically in the Pacific Ocean. It is part of the larger El Nino Southern Oscillation cycle. El Nino influences global weather patterns by changing atmospheric circulation. The main argument is that El Nino can contribute to heat wave by weather patterns and releasing into the atmosphere. However, moderate heat extremes are often, and perhaps by there's the idea of human or human climate change. Then there's just the idea that we're on a planet that has always had. So I do want to say there's a difference between we may be saying we may perhaps just be in a period of global warming naturally, very little human effect. The understanding we think we know what a heat wave is, but a heat wave temperatures that last days are longer. There's nothing necessarily nefarious to that, and the definition depends on the normal climate of the region. And temperatures are considered extreme in one location. Uh, temperatures that are considered extreme in one location generally high. There's our high pressure systems that often create high pressure, reducing clouds and rainfall. More sunlight to the surface, increased temperature, and dry soil vegetation reduce cooling through evaporation. Heat dome. This is a strong area of high pressure that traps hot air, human health, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, increased deaths during extreme events. Certainly can cause issues with agriculture, crop damage, reduced food production, the environment, wildfires, as you mentioned earlier, Missy, wildlife stress, expansion, and certainly infrastructure, increased electricity demand. Now, the Pacific Ocean is, of course, the largest ocean. The Pacific Ocean stores heat, and changes in the ocean temperature influence the atmosphere. And of course, being the largest body of water on Earth, it's where the is in the eastern persist in a normal pattern. While Nino develops is when the trade winds weaken, warm weather moves east, seas become unusually in the center. Warmer ocean releases heat moisture to the atmosphere. Usually, this occurs every few years or so. Some events are weak, while others become very strong, and each event affects different regions. Nino and heat waves. Nino has an effect on global temperatures. The warm Pacific waters transfer heat into the atmosphere. Strong El Nino events can contribute to record warm years. Global average temperatures can temporarily increase during El Nino. So, in atmospheric circumstances, El Nino alters wind patterns, streams can shift, Storm tracks and rainfall patterns change, and some areas become hotter and drier. Then, of course, we have regional heat impacts. Some regions experience more sunshine. These conditions doesn't necessarily affect air in the same way. Some regions may become hotter, some may receive more rain. Some areas may experience cooler conditions. The impact depends on geography and seasonal timing. In terms of El Nino uh, and major heat events that we've seen in the past, El Nino, and this is really prevalent time that started outside of those very interested in weather and meteorology about El Nino. So the 97-98 strong El Nino contributed to unusual temperature patterns. Another very powerful 2015 2016, and this occurred during a period of rising. And then some of the recent extreme heat events that we've seen may be related to these. And so from that seems to be naturally occurring to some. We're going to get into weather modification and and that commonly held belief amongst a lot of people. Even in the past, the discussion of weather modification was not as mainstream. I know just in the last decade, it went from something that either couldn't be done or wouldn't be done or not done to something that, like in Dubai, they have rain stations uh, that occur at least once a week that provide the necessary irrigation. They have a creates, and this is considered a type of a type of weather modification. Isn't necessarily brand new. This has been around for time. So with that, let's get into the history of it, some of the deep understanding of what it is. So weather modification refers to deliberate attempts by humans to to change weather conditions designed to increase rainfall can only under specific conditions, or so we're told. But as we know that with any kind of are groundbreaking or state of the art, certain effects much better than others. So there is important interest due to droughts and shortages, agricultural challenges, climate variability, extreme weather, aviation and transportation safety. Governments and research weather can reduce risks and improve resource management. The central questions that exist: how much control do humans realistically have over weather? Which technologies are scientifically supported? And what are the ethical and political concerns? There were early attempts to influence the weather. Certainly, ancient systems to bring rain or prevent disaster. Early practices were desired to influence natural systems. Beginning in the 20th century, the created opportunity in microscopic water droplets and ice particles that sometimes can be influenced. In the 1940s, we see the beginning of the cloud seeding uh, development and research. Research discovered that introducing certain particles into clouds could encourage the discovery of material and dry ice led grams. Several countries developed weather modification, hail suppression research, and militations into atmospheric effects. Scientific principles behind weather modification, basically how weather forms, are due to temperature differences, atmospheric pressure patterns, ocean and land interactions. Clouds form when water vapor condenses around tiny particles called condensation nuclei. Human influence on atmospheric processes occurs with weather modification by changing small-scale physical processes. Humans generally cannot create major storms or redirect major weather systems, though this has been hypothesized as something that either might be possible or something that needs more research. There are some limits of weather control. Weather systems are extremely complex. Results are often uncertain because of the natural variability is high. Atmospheric conditions change rapidly, and effects may be difficult to measure. So we discussed this a little bit ago, but the cloud seeding technology. So for those who don't know, seeding is the most widely used modification technique. It involves adding particles to generally the materials used are silver iodide. It mimics the structure of ice. It's used mainly in cold clouds where ice formation is possible. It can cool cloud areas and encourage ionization. There are salt particles that are used in some warm cloud experiments. It helps water droplets combine and grow. The method of delivery is usually through aircraft releasing seeding material into clouds, and ground-based generators released into rising currents. Potential benefits are the increased snow on mountain ranges, increased snowfall in mountain regions, improved water supplies, reduced drought impacts, and support for agriculture. Some challenges are in cloud conditions, difficult to vary by location and climate, visibility verification. So there is technology available at rotation, and scientists have explored methods to reduce fog in specific areas. The techniques are heating surfaces, dispersing, encouraging encouraging fog droplets to evaporate. The limitation is under certain conditions expensive for large-scale use. There's a purpose. Hail can destroy crops, vehicles, buildings. Some is by cloud attempts to increase the number of smaller ice. The theory is more ice particles may reduce the size of hail. There's scientific debate that studies suggest benefits. Others argue the result is challenging because storms naturally vary. Absolutely. Well, the accepted science is that many of the things that are quote unquote chemtrails are actually contrary. But for people who remember what the sky used to look like, many times they're not these we see um, when we see these purported contrails. Uh, Most certainly, for anyone who is interested, aids that are a weather referencing may perhaps be classified. I know there have been whistleblowers, pilots, and such. Really, what's going on for sure. An excellent question. We're just researchers. We're scientists here, all of us. The chat, you, Missy, I ask these types of questions. I feel it's very prudent. Certainly, and we have solar storms that occur and the sphere. If you don't mind, cover that in the next section. Is that all right? The idea of what we're seeing with hail suppression techniques, others are it's difficult to verify, and measuring the success is challenging because the storms naturally vary. There's storm and hurricane modification research, and this one is, I think, extreme and clear about the hurricanes that affected people far, far inland that isn't that we see, and the not millions but dollars in damage that these cause, and the deaths that they cause in Florida and the Gulf states and up the eastern seaboard, how season can really affect them, and so this is certainly a historical instigated whether hurricanes could be. Research has increased during the 20th century and into the 21st century. Past experiments show that some have explored changing hurricane structures. Results showed that large storms are difficult to influence. Why hurricanes are difficult to modify generally is because they have and small interventions are overwhelmed by atmospheric forces. The understanding is that uh, necessarily stop or control hurricanes, but it is being researched. Certainly, engineering and weather modification and climate engineering, we should state, is that examples are rain enhancement, fog reduction. Climate engineering attempts to influence glacier modification and carbon dioxide removal. The connection between the fields is that both attempts to influence Earth systems both raise questions about unintended consequences. And then military and government interests. Uh, some governments have studied weather as a strategic interest, included agriculture. Some historical programs contributed to speculation. Modification has sometimes been linked to claims about large-scale weather control. The scientific reality, at least is what's stated, current evidence supports limited modification abilities. There's no demonstrated technological capable uh, technology capable of controlling. In some areas, the idea is typically perhaps could be affected. Now, there are certainly environmental and ethical concerns with weather modification. The rainfall, responsibility and regulation. Weather affects multiple communities. International cooperation may be needed for large-scale activities. There's public debate and popular beliefs about weather control. Some people believe governments or this is these ideas are they are misunderstandings that occur regarding weather modifications being complex as it is, and a limited public understanding can create some of this confusion. And really, scientific thing that we do is very important. Understanding what technology can and cannot do helps evaluate claims. Modern applications, we have water management, drought and cloud seeding. It's used used as a possible uh, uh, used as a possible to water strategies. Certainly with agriculture, from improved precipitate reliability, especially programs target increased snowfall and disaster risk reduction, hail suppression and reduction aim to reduce economic losses. Now, the future of weather modification here on Earth, and then we're going to get into space, is improved weather models. Better forecasting may improve intelligence and atmospheric research. AI may help predict cloud behavior, analyze weather patterns, experiments, advance future research makes for better areas, improved terrain, and continued limitation. It remains a chaotic system, complete control. Now, one thing that I found interesting from a practical standpoint, when I was a kid, I think they would give the day just tomorrow's weather, then it moved to 3 days, then it was a week, then it became 2 weeks, and now in some models you can see a month. But with AI, I would think that meteorology and being able to weather, I haven't necessarily heard any systems or certainly national or international news that we have this new AI system that's going to be able to predict the weather much better than our meteorologists can. So with the adaptation radar, that we're going to be able to go down to your local area, exactly what's going on the map, and all of those things. But really, with the advent of AI and activities, I haven't heard of them of extreme benefit. And we hear all the negatives about AI, but I think AI predict the weather. Well, really, what AI does, perhaps better than your local meteorologist. In terms of AI, I mean, it is really a tool that it's the only job that you can have where you're 50% right and be able to keep your job the next day. And I, I just think that AI, if we're going to use it for good, perhaps really specific knowledge of the weather is going to be may be of benefit into what AI would need to track isn't always on Earth. There is space weather effect on us. Oh, thank you. One of these days, Missy, we're gonna get you exactly what you needed and what you need to set up with it. So thank you. I appreciate the high praise. Uh, so moving, do you mind if we get into space weather now? I know we excellent. That's absolutely correct. Excellent. All right. So space weather, the storms, rain, temperature change. However, another type of weather exists beyond here, and that's space weather. Space weather describes changes in space caused by solar activity and the movement of energy and particles from the sun. So, some background information: the sun constantly releases energy Occasionally, the sun produces powerful events such as coronal mass ejections, also known as CMEs, power generation, and modern society depends heavily that can be disrupted by solar activity. So the idea of this is that space weather is powerful. It's a powerful of the sun that can create both beautiful phenomena such as auroras and serious challenges for technology, communication, and future human exploration of space. So, as a source of space weather, is a massive star made mostly of hydrogen and helium. Inside this energy travel planet, solar wind that occurs, the sun continuously releases particles of solar wind. Solar wind travels throughout the solar system, and Earth's magnetic field protects the planet from wind effects. The solar activity cycles that occur, the sun an approximately 11-year cycle of high activity, more sunspots appear, solar storms become more frequent, and solar increase. We have sunspots. Sunspots are cooler, darker areas of the surface. They are caused by intense magnetic activity and many major solar events begin near sunspots. The sun, they release radiation, X-rays, and ultraviolet energy. They can interfere with radio communication, certainly satellites and high-frequency signals. We have these coronal mass ejections, CMEs. These are enormous clouds of charged plasma that are launched from the sun. They contain magnetic fields and energy particles. The effects that they have on Earth when directed toward Earth, CMEs can cause geomagnetic and increased aurora activity. These occur when energetic particles from the sun accelerate toward Earth. They expose astronauts to increased radiation, and their importance is that they're becoming possible the Van Allen radiation belts that generally protect Earth from much of this radiation. Now, we do have some protection against space weather. Magnetic field. Earth is a the magnetic field. It's the magnetosphere. The magnetosphere blocks solar pulse. There's Earth's atmosphere. Well, and I should Allen radiation belt is generally uh, connect to the magnetosphere in Van Allen radiation belt, and this is really the blanket that protects the much of these solar particles. There's the Earth's atmosphere. The atmosphere absorbs much provides additional protection for life. Protection is overwhelmed. We have strong storms that destroy the magnetosphere, creates geomagnetic charged particles interact with Earth's atmosphere and produce auroras. So the auroras that we see, the northern lights, can spread far during strong storms. So the further south that you in the northern hemisphere, generally you are where Earth is experiencing a stronger storm, and the further north that you see them in the southern hemisphere gives credence to the Earth uh, experiencing a stronger storm. The effects of space weather on technology with satellites that support communication, testing, scientific research, navigation, and there are problems that are caused by space weather. Radiation can damage the electronics. Solar storms can shorten satellite lifespans on the ionosphere, which means GPS activity can decrease, and this affects many different industries, including aviation, agriculture, shipping, surveying others. It, it certainly affects radio communications and interrupt high frequency radio signals. Communication problems may affect aircraft, ships, emergency services, certainly can affect electrical power systems. Strong solar storms can create electrical currents in power lines. They damage transformers. An example, 1989, there was a Quebec power outage, and it historical space events. There was the Carrington event of 18. One of the strongest recorded solar history. This was observed by astronomer Richard Carrington. The effects were bright aurora. In 2003 storm, this was a series of powerful solar events. Satellite disruptions occurred, communication systems were affected, and this demonstrated modern technology's vulnerability. Space weather and human space exploration. Weather space major risks to astronauts. Space lacks Earth's atmospheric protection. Solar damage human cells. Strong solar increase radiation exposure. Only for people in the international system, space monitor solar activity there, and shielding reduces radiation risk. And of course, we have future missions. After stage would require better radiation apps. Mars missions, the travel time creates greater risks, and space weather forecasting will be essential. So we need technological development. They're currently researching their spacecraft shielding, improved warning system, and safer mission planning methods. We need the name certainly say, but please enlighten us. Well, that yeah, and I remember on Coast to Coast that book being discussed, and certainly uh, um, advertised as one of Norrie's, the books that he really enjoys. And well, you're raising an interesting point. We need to be able to predict and monitor space weather. And currently, space weather is observed with satellites, solar telescopes, and space observatories. We certainly have organizations that study national weather and space agencies, research institutions, international solar. But the challenge is that the sun is complex and unpredictable. So agencies that does study challenges that we have is that the sun is complex and unpredictable, and scientists can detect warning signs, but cannot to have accurate predictions that allow satellite operators to prepare, power companies to protect equipment, and astronauts to avoid danger. So the idea of the future of space weather research comes to mind that we focus on technology. Society relies more on satellites, digital, and their space activity. More space commercial space travel is expanding. Space weather planning will become more important. With given space weather helps scientists on the sun understand planetary environments. So as technology and space continue to expand, understanding space weather will become increasingly important. It's not only the source of Earth's energy, but it's also a powerful force capable of shaping the future of human civilization. Preparing for space allows humanity to protect technology, explore space, and better understand space weather. Yeah, that is thing. Uh, for those who are unaware, what we're talking about with CRISPR is gene editing. So CRISPR stands for clustered regularly interspaced short palindromes. I'm going to say interspaced short palindrome. What is this? We're talking about gene editing. Naturally occurring immune system found in bacteria remember viruses and defend against them in future attacks. CRISPR as gene editing technology been adapted into a powerful engineering tool. It works like molecular scissors to cut DNA. Is the CAS system, CRISPR-Cas9 system. Why CRISPR is cheaper and more accurate than previous gene editing tools. These include zinc finger nucleases and talons. Potential to trilogy. Gene editing tool through work by scientists including Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier, and they were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for this type of technology in 2020. Natural origins of CRISPR: bacterial immune system. Bacteria are viruses, and CRISPR acts as a genetic memory system. Nature of a bacterium. Bacteria capture small pieces. It stores that produce RNA guides, protein. These Cas proteins, they're CRISPR-associated proteins. They're Cas enzymes is famous. It cuts the evolutionary advantage is it provides adaptive immunity without a nervous system or antibodies. This is found in many microbial species. How CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing works, known as gRNA, the Cas9 enzyme and target DNA sequence. The step scientists design a guide RNA matching a target gene, the Cas9 protein. Complex enters the guide RNA locates matching DNA sequence. Cas9 cuts the DNA strands at their location. Cell repairs the DNA. There's there's NHE homologous and joining is a gene disruption, and then there's homology-directed repair (HDR), which is gene correction, or there's precision and limitations. It's highly targeted but not perfect, and there is a risk of off-target edits in organisms. This enables edited embryos, plants, animals, and humans. There are applications in medicine, genetic disease treatment, potential cures for sickle cell anemia, cystic fibrosis, Huntington's disease, editing defective genes in blood cells or stem cells. perhaps cancer therapy to be able to modify immune cells, T cells, to attack tumors, improve our T cell therapies, CAR T cell therapies. There's infectious diseases, research gene editing strategies, and targeting viral inside infected cells. Vegan regeneration research, editing stem cells for transplantation, and certainly limitations in medicine. Germline editing or heritable occurs well. The application in agriculture, certainly for crop improvement, to be able to create disease resistant and heat tolerance and higher yield varieties, nutritional enhancement, biotypes, for instance, vitamin enriched rice, pest resistance, use through genetic resistance, livestock engineering, distant animals, improved efficiency, and advantages over GMOs, small, precise edits without inserting foreign DNA. Reading. Certainly there are ethical concerns and controversies, which the movie that you referenced earlier perhaps brought these up. Human embryo, the potential to inherited diseases. There's the risk of designer disease, which some people even say currently exists. There's germline versus somatic editing. Somatic changes only the treated individual. Germline changes past to future generations, which is highly controversial. The concerns are off-topic research. Others ban human embryo editing entirely. There's a famous controversy in 2018. Human embryos were reported in China, sparking global debate. Certainly social inequality risks. The potential for genetic enhancement to widen inequality gaps. Uh, Access may be limited to wealthy populations. The future of CRISPR technology, the next generation CRISPR tools, editing, single-letter DNA changes without cutting, RNA editing, genetic modifications, turning genes on or off without changing the DNA. Medical future, potent cure for most single gene and gene therapy, new biological systems, and the most significant breakthroughs in modern biology. It transformed science from observation to modification. The technology holds enormous promise for the not just a scientific tool, but a potential turning point in human control over biology. Okay, I understand. All right. Ab- Absolutely. So we anniversary birthday of the United States and the ninth anniversary of Roswell within the opportunity for reports, certainly Cold War, and why New Mexico became strategically important. Then, of course, we're going to go into 47 incident. We are going to go through a timeline day by day. We're going to the bodies, which I think we all find to be really interesting story. Glenn Dennis, the petition claim, the child-sized bodies, the biological description, any kind of contradictions that exist, and government psychological considerations. We're going to get into the reverse engineering, which is really fascinating. So the alleged technology transfers, fiber optics of these claims. Government investigations, we're going to talk about United States Air Force reports, Government Accountability Office inquiries, missing records, FOIA releases, modern congressional interest, repeat investigations. We're going to aircraft, Soviet, the development of the folklore, perhaps hoaxes, and the historical assessment. What is well established, what remains descriptive evidence, lessons about secrecy, intelligence operations, and why Roswell remains culturally influential. So, as we said, we're going to start with the world before this. Uh, a an investigation examining the historical context surrounding the most famous alleged has become synonymous with mystery. For some, it represents humanity's first confirmed encounter with Rusi, and imperfect memories can evolve into enduring mythology. Between these positions lies a complicated historical record involving military secrecy, witness requirementary documentary evidence, later witness recollection, government explanations, speculative claims, and unsupported thus focuses on the world the Roswell incident emerged. Understanding that world is essential because Roswell did not occur in isolation. It happened during one of the most secret periods. 1940, World War II ended. The United States suddenly possessed nuclear weapons, the world's largest military, enormous intelligence, advanced aviation programs, and more. Relations between the United States and Soviet Union deteriorated almost immediately. Military planners feared surprise attacks, long-range bombers, espionage, stolen nuclear secrets, the entire military programs because the American Southwest became one of the most secretive regions on rises. Mexico. New Mexico possessed several advantages: population, excellent flight, Sam's Proof Laboratory, and Alamogordo Army Airfield. These installations did nuclear missile testing, radar research, high-altitude experiments. No civilian knew exactly what occurred there. So we have Roswell Army Airfield. Among these installations, Roswell Army Airfield was unusually important. 509th Bomb Group. This because of this mission, personnel received high security clearances. Intelligence officers hit the 500 by in the night to respond. America began looking toward the sky. During 1946, newspapers increasing strange aerial phenomena involved meteors, experimental aircraft, weather balloons, astronomical objects. Most were eventually explained, but some were not. We have Operation Paperclip. This is one of the often overlooked, and the United States recruited hundreds of persons. Some arrived with highly classified knowledge. Their projects expanded rapidly in New Mexico and elsewhere. Unusual aircraft science increased and accelerated. And one of the names brought up with this program is Werner von Braun. Uh, one of the but also the rocket program. As we continue, Senate war, new radar systems required unusual target reflectors, unusual materials, and many looked unfamiliar. Project extraordinary. Recovery teams frequently searched remote deserts. Secret nuclear detection. America's greatest fears was a secret Soviet atomic explosion. Scientists sought methods to detect nuclear effort, eventually produced highly classified balloon projects carrying sensitive acoustic instruments. The best known of these was later identified as Project Mogul, a top waves from distant nuclear depth. On June 24th, 1946, the saucer era begins. This includes private pilot Kenneth, who was born in Minnesota, Washington State. Heaving across the water. Saucer newspapers stories spread multiple. During the following weeks, newspapers published hundreds of reports. Witnesses included airline pilots, military. Descriptions varied considerably as to whether they were discs or crescents, spheres, cigars, lights. There was no single consistent object, but it's certainly variations entirely unknown occurring. Reports but had no definitive public explanation. Soviet psychological warfare, secret aircraft testing, public panic, misidentification, overwhelming reporting channels, and not every report was dismissed. Many were carefully cataloged. And we get to July 1947, 79 years ago in New Mexico. Against the backdrop, rancher William on a remote sheep ranch northwest from an ordinary military device, a classified train, or something else became the central question behind the Roswell story for decades. And I was watching a documentary on this last night, and an interview with a witness who said that during that storm craft can travel light years and of the dangers that they get when were these shut down. They have some type of radar that affects them, uh, occurrence that occurred. We don't have the answer to that, but we're again. Go ahead. Okay. Well, I mean, a scientific perspective, the lightness that light travels over the course of a year. It's another way that they could be doing it. So there are definitely portals that may be involved, wormholes that may. So much of what has been disclosed by Whistlewell that they aren't waiting 5 years to get to Earth. That they're able to manipulate physics to be able to, within an instantaneous amount of. I understand what you're saying. Well, we've got. Could you bet? Okay, so it looked smooth, rough. Okay, okay, yes. you felt? Okay, okay, small. Um, and was it heavy? Could you bend? Oh, okay, like okay. And was it weight perspective? Was it like aluminum? Was it like like aluminum? Okay, excellent. Wow, that's fascinating. You said that maybe there's a placebo, and I absolutely understand that. Feeling. Did you feel that? Yeah, excellent. And was it sharp, the piece that you had? Absolutely. And very interesting. Would you idea of where Joshua P. Warren? Do you know that? Oh, interesting. It, oh, okay. So very close to everything then. Was this metal unlike any other metal you've ever okay, okay. Very interesting. Um, um, unless we have okay, so um, all right. So 2009, Joshua Warren, and uh, there was another who had crashed. Okay, and well, if you heard the name, would you know it? Well, what we can maybe find there. Oh, certainly. Um, yeah. May have to do some more research on this one. Right. Much maybe person is we have a little more information on them. But our story, if you don't mind, is that okay? Excellent. So what we know is that in early July, but it's always important, especially in science. We definitely appreciate it. So by early July 1947, America was entering the Cold War. Nuclear secrecy was at an unprecedented rapidly. Public interest in flying saucers had surged only weeks earlier. New Mexico was home to some of the nation's most secret military installations. A rancher had found unusual debris in a remote pasture, setting in motion events that would become one of the most debated mysteries of the century. So now we have the ranch discovered, which happens in early July 1907. Our story with this remote sheep ranch northwest of Roswell in New Mexico. Many people say that it's near Corona, New Mexico. For anyone who wants an exact location or closer to it, Roswell is uh, is further away. It's not did not happen in Roswell. His name is Wilson. He was originally from Texas, but moved to New Mexico, and he reportedly discovered unusual debris scattered across his property after a storm. The key reported characteristics of the debris and used in military metallic foil-like material, very similar to what you just said, Missy. There were also wooden fibrous rods, rubber-like fragments, reflective tape-like strips scattered across or visible site. Important contemporaneous evidence confirmed only descriptions from witnesses and military summaries. Brazel's initial reaction delayed reporting it for days or weeks, and later brought it to local authorities. The delay is often interpreted in two competing ways. Interpretation A, which is a mundane explanation, he did not initially recognize. Interpretation B, which involves more mystery, he may have been cautious due to secrecy concerns. The historical record supports only that he reporting. His motive remains contacted local authority. Brazel contacted local law enforcement and then military personnel at Roswell. Was home to the elite 509th Bomb Group, the same for nuclear operation in World War II. Because of this, the personnel was treated this unusual recovered material seriously. The military response: Major Jesse Marcel became to the incident. Jesse Marcel served as an intelligence at Roswell Army Airfield. He was assigned to examine the. His reported impressions were that it was unfamiliar construction materials. It was extremely lightweight, inability to identify materials and transport to the base. The press release: the flying disc recovered. On July 8, 1947, the Roswell Army Airfield Public Information Office issued a statement. A flying disc had been recovered. The statement was released to the press. Immediate consequences were a national media attention, a rough headlines across the United States spread rapidly. Roswell became the center of global curiosity. For a brief period, official military of a non-terrestrial object. And there's this rapid reversal that a weather balloon exchange, weather balloon, press being displayed balloon donation. The Ramsey office photographs, or pardon me, the Ramsey office photographs. The Ramsey photographs became one of the most analyzed pieces of evidence. There's crumpled debris, military personnel presenting materials. The competing interpretations, the official interpretation, the debris is consistent with a weather balloon system. Alternative interpretation, note from the photographs alone. What was actually covered? We have competing evidence sets. This stage, three categories of evidence emerge: the documentation, a press release, the flying the weather explanation, a newspaper report, surviving material. Later, Jesse Marcel Jr. claims unusual metallic properties. Ranch witnesses recalled scattered debris. Military personnel described secrecy and force when concluded a was classified experiment origin. We have Project Mogul, which emerges to give some background context. Later investigations tied the incident to a classified program, Project Mogul. Purpose was to detect Soviet nuclear tests, altitude balloon trains, carry sensitive acoustic sensors to continue to remain highly classified. Because personnel in 1947 were aware of Mogul, misidentification is considered a key explanatory factor by official investigators. Why was confusion potentially plausible in experiments were played debris, balloon trains could soar over large areas, communication breakdown. Base public relations officers may not have had full technical briefings. The speed of the narrative shift, the rapid change from flying disc recovered to weather balloon is one of the most sensitive, not necessarily because it proves an extraordinary has been corrected press errors, especially during transform initial report of a disc to the correction of the balloon to public skepticism and rumor amplification. The cycle is crucial. Even if the underlying was mundane, the communication pattern itself created long-term ambiguity. So what is confirmed at this stage? The strict history analysis debris was recovered from a ranch, military personnel examined a flying disc, the statement on temporary evidence of extraterrestrial bodies, the crash site, and advanced propulsion technology. Claims about retrieval operations appear later in the historical timeline, and the I'll talk about them in a little bit. Why Roswell did not end in 1947. Most incidents disappear from public clarification. Roswell did not because the initial press release was dramatic. Contradiction occurred quickly. Cold War secrecy created suspicion. Later, witnesses expanded the story decades afterward. The next part that we'll talk about is the crash expanding narratives. Contemporaneous documentation of multiple crash locations. No military record from 1947 confirming additional retrieval zones. No engineering report indicating so. However, beginning in the late 1970s to the late 1990s, accounts begin to shift. multiple crash site narratives. The expansion of the main staff issued. State 60s in public attention. UFO Stage 3, 19. First inside military claims appeared. 4. 1990s to present. Full crash plus investigative question is, are the expanded crash claims independent evidence or reinterpretations of memories? The multiple site hypothesis. Some later accounts describe a primary debris biological entities. Claims typically include rapid military cordon operations, aerial reconnaissance, nighttime recovery, and specialized containment procedures. The critical issue: none of these elements appear in 1947 documentation. They later, in retrospective testimony, the logistics of a hypothetical retrieval operation to evaluate crash retrieval claims in operational feasibility. If a non-terrestrial crashed, a retrieval would require secure perimeter establishment, military cordons, communication blackout, restricted structure, heavy lift vehicles, and biological containment. If bodies exist, biohazard procedures, autopsy facilities, quarantine protocols. If in 1947, United States military extraterrestrial recovery doctrine. The claims of special retrieval. Two narratives describe unnamed elite units assigned to recovery. These claims often allow transport, air extraction, immediate. 1947, personnel officers confirmed such teams. No procurement records indicate recovery units for unknown craft. None have been declassified reporting such deployments. Thus, these accounts rest entirely on later testimony. The primary drift does occur. A key investigative issue is time gap distortion. Most crash retrieval stories originate 50 years after the event. During that period, reconstruction occurs, cultural UFO narratives expand, interviews reinforce each other, media are recognizing, but it introduces reliability. Chain of custody analysis, forensic investigation. Chain of custody refers to who collected evidence, how it was transported, where it was stored, who had access. For Roswell, the local law enforcement, then Roswell Army Airfield, then the Fort Worth Air Command revealed. The proposed expanded chain later claims state that there was air transport to multiple bases, scientific reverse engineering facilities, and long-term classified storage programs. A critical issue arises. The expanded transportation loan under covert airlift operations occurred and nighttime relocation of materials. To assess the plausibility, the no 1947 capability, the C-54 Skymaster transport aircraft had ability. Secure military airfields were available, and classic documentation of material shipments. No such records have been released. All of the strategic command culture, the 1940s, rapid technological development, and nuclear deterrence. This environment makes it plausible. Information could be restricted from personnel. However, it does not automatically imply exotic origin, only restricted access. Emergence of covering narratives. The idea of a structured crash retrieval program largely emerges from the key pattern is that UFO belief system expanded. As UFO belief systems expanded, Roswell was retrofitted into an origin event. This is a common phenomenon in historical myth formation. A later framework recognizes earlier ambiguous events, leading explanatory models. Model A is the balloon debris is misinterpreted, aligns with the 1994 U.S. Air Force report, consistent with explains light materials and scattering. U.S. technology plausible given Cold War secrecy and lacks supporting documents for 19 Roswell specificity. Uh, Later witness claimed secrecy and bodies, lacks contemporaneous evidence, and depends heavily on retrospective testimony. Bodies entered later. Although full analysis will go into another degree, press or military statement mentioned by entities and body stories emerged decades later. The temporal gap is one of the strongest analog dividing lines in the Roswell dataset. We have a psychological cognition plays a role in myth formation, memory construction fills gaps, ambiguous events become structured stories, cultural adaptations shape recall, repeated storytelling increases content accuracy. This is relevant in high-interest cases like Roswell. What can be stated with a strict evidentiary standpoint, which whilst the debris field existed, no recovery occurred. Materials were transported to Roswell. Explanation shifted to confirm multi-site crash reason. What isn't supported by early records, at least, was a structured crash retrieval team, multiple crash sites, uh, biological recovery operations, or advanced propulsion recovery programs. As we get here, we're going to get into the bodies, witness claims, the origins and contradictions. So the key turning point in the Roswell lore, announcements and the traction, there is no mention of biological entities in time. The idea of later and becomes central only decades after a major investigative divide. The 1947 evidence is debris incident. Later narratives are crash with occupants. The Barnett claim, which is a retrospective story. One of the body-related narratives name was in the decades later that allegedly they encountered a second crash site. They reportedly saw small humanoid bodies nearby. Military personnel allegedly secured the area. The critical issues, there's no contemporaneous 1947 documentation that supports this. The story surfaces later in UFO literature, and details vary between levels. Investigative Barnett's account is influential in UFO culture, but perhaps lacks early evidentiary support. There's the Mortician. Another major narrative involves funeral home director Glenn Dennis. His claims include he received usual calls from Roswell Army Airfield, inquiries about child sites caught, military presence at his workplace, and the recollection of a nurse telling him stay silent. Critical analysis, no military records confirm medical transfer requests, no 1947 documentation references bodies at Roswell hospitals. Accounts were first publicized decades later at UFO conferences. issue. The narrative relies heavily on memory reconstruction after long time gaps. I watched the documentary, as I said last night on this, though, and they had an interview with him, and it was fascinating for him to recount, but didn't want to go into anything very specific. Allegedly, moved New Mexico to Texas, the Southwest, to London, England, and her plane allegedly went down along with some other people. That he found this out was he was her, and one of the letters was returned to sender that the agency had was deceased, and so I've always found that to be quite interesting as well. We have the Marcel family interpretations. Jesse Marcel was central to the debris recovery. Later, his son Jesse Marcel Jr. contributed to the evolving narrative. His claims were Marcel Jr.'s claims were he saw debris described as unusual and highly engineered, interpreted materials as possibly non-terrestrial, suggested memory of exotic characteristics and recovered debris. Important distinction: Marcel Sr. was the debris handling officer. Marcel Jr. He's the one whose testimony that we have. And there was retrospectives of people who were either witnesses, first-hand witnesses, or perhaps witnesses of some things that were interesting. Randomly, someone would show up with a brand new truck. So he might have been paid off. There was an account of someone who had a account from, they were originally from England, but they had a bank account in Roswell that supposedly had a lot of money in it. Some witnesses weighed off was $10,000, which in 19, this is I've been able to witness from. You mean what interpreted on the crashed debris? Yeah. So as it um, I believe Mac Brazel said it resembled lips to the best of his knowledge. I've also heard other people who have had some type of certainly whether that is true or just look like that. That's to be determined. I've heard that it from other witness testimony, people who have had these types of encounters obviously see it for themselves, and I'm sure everybody else. That'd be wonderful. And recently, okay, all right. Well, um, so uh, yeah, it seems like it can somewhat dangerous. Um, as I'm sure, not sure, we can just do some quick on Empire State buildings. You all on this, but it does seem like um, this two people were seen top the Empire State Building with a banner and appearing when the power of love beats the love of power, peace. When the power of love beats the love of power, the world. You're standing at the top of the very famous building, of the famous building spire together. Climbed down to a platform where one appeared to get down on one knee and proposed marriage to the other. They then kissed. They were atop the 1,454-foot, 440 feet building for at least 10 minutes. The New York Police Department told the BBC, and generally I'm for anything peace related. I don't want people to get hurt or people to be put in danger, but quite interesting. I appreciate that information. All right. And do you have anything more to that, Missy? Did you hear me, Missy? Are you muted, Missy? Or Missy? Looks like you're muted. I could be wrong on my end, but you, there you, you're okay. You're okay. That's a tough one. Uh, no, one World Trade is that's right. It is certainly perhaps the most iconic. It's absolutely iconic. All right. Right. Well, thank you to the yeah. Well, thank you to the audience for that information to disclose here. Uh, if you don't mind, Missy, do you mind if I continue? Excellent. So we do have absence of bodies in the early military records. Critical investigations include a press release describing retraction, weather balloon, internal are casualty reports, medical emergency responses, morgue or autopsy documentation, routine procedure, none have been verified. Why bodies entered the story. The emergence of body narrative correlates with the growth of UFO culture in the 1970s through the 1990s, the publication of popular UFO books, television documentaries, and conferences and interviews. A key pattern is as mythology, narrative complexity increased. This includes crash sites expanding, craft descriptions becoming more detailed. Now, I do know as well the witnesses who I saw giving their documentation yesterday in the documentary that I watched. They and eventually moved to San Diego, and this was decades after 1947. They saw on tabloid magazines that said crash saucer disclosed in 1947, whatever, and they felt comfortable stay at that point. Stay if this is in the newspaper, it's in the uh, the tabloid magazines, and they were able to disclose to their spouse secret from their spouse for many years. Other people had conditions that we'll get into a little bit that happened in the family if they disclosed any of this information. Now, the descriptions of the alleged biological entity between us and the sources are sociological narratives. There's memory reconstruction, narrative convergence, cultural reinforcement, and certainly interview effect, where reported question can reshape recollections. We have the institutional secrecy versus uh, analytical tension exists. The known fact of the U.S. military in 1947 operating under extreme secrecy in nuclear and aerospace programs. And then there's an interpretation of extraterrestrial extraordinary material origin. It only indicates restricted information when I use those with anthropomorphic test dummies or misinterpretation of wreckage. Perhaps it's fictionalization or I can say that when they describe these things as being sized like four fingers, that the fingers on tips had like suction cups. They were the standard gray aliens that you're thinking. Large bulk head, thin body, with the four fingers. Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, and that's absolutely right. I think of something. Yeah, like the the hands of a gecko, but with four fingers, large eyes, uh, either no nose, small nose, no traditional ears that we would think of something extruding from the body. If anything, they were just maybe a hole or on each side of the head. Uh, that is generally what has been recounted from this. Again, some amount of time afterward that this was not crash. The next section we'll review is the official explanation under a microscope. By the end of the 1990s, nearly years after the Roswell incident, public interest had grown to the point that the United States Air Force undertook a formal historical review. Its 1994 report concluded that the debris recovered near Roswell was likely originated then classified as nuclear explosives. The explanation it raised additional questions. So we're going to go through just briefly what Project Mogul, why it was created, how could it detect the Union secretly, how could the United States detect if the Soviet Union secretly tested an atomic bomb. 1947, there were no reconnaissance, global seismic monitoring, and no worldwide surveillance. Scientists therefore explored an unconventional experiment. They would listen through the atmosphere. So, infrasound. Large explosions generate low sound waves below the range of normal human hearing. These waves can travel enormous distances through the upper atmosphere. Researchers believe that an atomic research believe that an atomic explosion in Asia might produce this concept became the foundation of Project Mogul. The team behind the project, scientists and military personnel, working on advanced atmospheric acoustics and balloon. The program combined acoustic construction, electronic, radar tracking. The project's scientific principle, a Mogul balloon train looked like. A Project Mogul launch was not a single weather balloon. Instead, it consisted of a long balloon train including neoprene balloons, radar reflectors, suspension cables, intrinsic sensors, batteries, radio transmitters. When fully assembled, the train could stretch hundreds of feet in length. If it broke apart, debris could scatter of a wide debris field. The radar reflector is one of the most recognizable components, consists of foil or thin wood, shiny foil, unusual tape. These descriptions broadly resemble the construction of radar reflectors used at the time. However, some witnesses later insisted the recovered material behaved differently than ordinary foil. The memory claims. Some later witnesses described debris that allegedly, if accurate, these properties would not match known Mogul material. However, several considerations are important. These descriptions were recorded decades after the event. No authenticated sample ever been produced. No laboratory has verified such manifest. The claims remain unverified. There is decorative here. Recurring point in the Roswell discussions involves into some accounts the take colorful resembling flowers, geometric designs, or later tellings transformed these into alien writing. Historical records indicate that a toy manufacturer seems as unusual. The mundane explanation is plausible, though not universally accepted. We have flight number 4. One of the most debated issues is whether the launch, often referred to as flight number 4, actually took place and could have produced the debris by Brazel. Researchers disagree on whether the flight was launched, how far it traveled, whether the records are complete, whether the Roswell area. Incomplete documentation has fueled continued debate. Why the military did not reveal Mogul? Critics often ask if it was just a balloon, why not simply say so? The answer lies in classification. United was developed, therefore, evenly simple balloon could not have been explained in 1947. This helps explain why military officials might have preferred the generic weather balloon description of the Mogul explanation. It explains several features such as lightweight debris, metallic foil, wooden rotted debris field, rapid military interest, and secrecy. It also aligns with the historical context of Cold War intelligence operations. However, there are weaknesses and certainly criticisms description that's raised. Some insist that debris had extraordinary physical properties inconsistent with balloon materials. Flying disc press release seems unusual if personnel recognize balloon debris. The missing records not only leaving uncertainties about specific launches, changing testimony. Some participants later claimed an extraterrestrial explanation, but are part of a historical debate. The 1990 report concluded that there was no evidence supported of recovery of alien spacecraft. Debris most likely originated from Project Mogul. Secrecy surrounding Mogul contributed to confusion, and later stories expanded beyond the documented facts. In 1987, there was a follow-up report and received claims about the bodies. The Air Force issued another report in 1997. It proposed of not 47. The Air Force argued that memories from different periods may have merged over time. From an investigative standpoint, Project Strongest documented conventional explanation currently available, a secrecy recovery. However, aspects of the Roswell story remain disputed because the documentation is incomplete. Witness testimony constructed with certainty. The uncertainty has allowed alternative theories to persist. The next witnesses their testimony, their memory, and their credibility. The Roswell incident is unusual because of testimony then on surviving physical. The debris was taken into 1947 and is no longer a independent examination. As a result, historians must weigh contemporary document interviews consistently witness was right or wrong, but to understand what each person claimed, those claims fit into the broader historical record. So the first person we're going to go into is Mac Brazel, William Mac Brazel. He's the civilian witness. A little bit of his background. He was born in 1899 and he died in June of 1963 in New Mexico. He was the ranch foreman who discovered the debris. What he said in 19, according to newspaper interviews, Brazel described like material debris over a wide area. He stated weather balloon debris in the interviews and may have been pressured by military authorities. Others note there is no documentary evidence proving he was threatened. Assessment is that his testimony is important because it is among the closest in time to the event. Statements are limited, and later nations often go beyond what he actually said in 1940. The next person we'll go into is Jesse Marcel. He's the second figure. He was born in 1913 in Helena, Montana, and he died in 1986 in Louisiana. He was an intelligence officer assigned to recover and evaluate the debris. In 1940, his role was to visit the ranch, collect the debris, transport it to the Roswell Army Airfield, material to higher headquarters. In later interviews beginning in the 70s, he stated that he believed the debris was not from a weather balloon. It had unusual properties displayed was not he originally recovered. These statements became foundational to the extraterrestrial interpretation. And he was clearly involved in narrations. He detailed his public recollections were made roughly 30 years after the event, introducing the possibility of memory changes over time. Then we have Jesse Marcel Jr., the child of Jesse Marcel Sr. He was born in 1943 and he 2013, both in Louisiana. So he was his father bringing debris home for the family. His description included thin metallic sheets, lightweight structural pieces, unusual. He later maintained that anything he encountered during his military and medical careers. They seemed sincere, but derived from childhood memories, and they were recalled decades later. They are valuable, but must be interpreted with caution. Then we have Glenn Dennis. Dennis's account became widely discussed because it recovered bodies. His principal claims were that personnel asked him about small things. He encountered a nurse who allegedly described unusual bodies, not to discuss what he had learned. The issues that occur, researchers have noted that this documentary is lacking. Some details changed over of interviews, and the alleged nurse has not been verified. His account is controversial. The military personnel, numerous former service members later claimed their involvement in security, transportation, perimeter control. The comments include unusual secrecy, restricted access, armed guards, not to discuss the event. The nature of the recovered material. There's a problem with secondhand testimony. Of course, many Roswell accounts are not firsthand. Instead, they involve statements served on the base said or my father later admitted. Historians classify generally as hearsay. It can suggest allegation, but generally carries less evidentiary weight than direct contemporaneous records. Then we have deathbed confessions, which are quite interesting. Some books and documentaries describe individuals who allegedly confessed near the end of their lives. Deathbed statements can be emotionally compelling, but they are not automatically more reliable. They still require independent corroboration, consistent on facts, and supporting evidence. Without such support, they remain anecdotal. One that I recently saw was there was a nurse in Florida who was working with a patient, and the patient one day was very active and aware when normally they were not. I believe the patient was suffering from cancer, and the patient asked the nurse if anybody was in the room on the other side of the curtain, the nurse to draw the curtains because of the infant. They wanted to tell the nurse, and the nurse did so, and the person stated that a um, they were on an archaeological team, some type of geology student of some sort, and they were brought to the location, and they were one of the first groups of people that was, and when they saw bodies, these small little childlike sized bodies, they were instructed to turn away and to never tell anybody what they saw, and if they did, they would be harmed. They were threatened, and the person said they never. The person who was recounting this said that the patient had never. Uh, the patient stated that they had never told anybody about this, but it was really important, and said to the nurse, "Don't ever, please don't ever tell anybody this because you could be in danger." And this uh, witness, their testimony was from maybe the early 1990s or late 1980s or so, and there are other people who have similar discussions. Perhaps there were more than just teams of Mac Brazel as a civilian and military. Maybe there was some type of scientific group that was brought there. Other people do corroborate this, but whether that's true, yeah, yeah. If they're lucid and they seem to be serious, it's definitely something to take seriously. Whether you can believe all of them, absolutely not. But like you're saying, what does the person have to lose? Uh, and yeah, so definitely important that we investigate these, and even some of the witnesses who witnessed the person who was allegedly a witness, the secondhand people, to get as much information from them as possible. Again, we're scientists. Science is important. It's what we do, and at the heart of being a scientist and science in general are asking questions. The who, what, where, when, why, how of everything, and amount of information from the verified channels. So, um, with this discussion, there are some areas of broad agreement. Despite these differences, many witnesses broadly agree on several points. Something was recovered from the ranch. The military responded quickly. Secrecy surrounded the recovery. The official explanation changed rapidly. Participants were instructed to limit discussion. These points are generally consistent with the historical area of significant disagreement, witnesses diverge on critical questions, uh, the nature of the debris. Was it balloon materials or advanced military equipment, some type of unknown technology of the bodies? Some later witnesses claimed they existed. Others involved in the recovery never mentioned them. The number of crash sites. Accounts range from one debris field to multiple recovery locations. Um, when handling of the evidence, in terms of the crash sites, at least uh, some of the documentaries that I've seen and the witness testimony, that the crash site may, or the craft may have hit the, the basic understanding that I have is that it was a very stormy night that either due to radar or some type of weapon or just a donation, but the craft was brought to Earth. It initially made an impact on the ground, and then another impact on a size of 1 or 2 foot. The ground of the perhaps the second field, the final crash or the final crash, I should just say, because I don't know exactly how many crash uh, debris fields there are, that the ground turned to like a glass-like surface, like the sand in the desert had melted, and it was very large, which I always found to be quite interesting. Some people describe routine transport. Others allege elaborate compartmentalized operation technology claims. So saying is correct, not engineered alien. So if before most Ra's recovery and later stories have the narrative dramatically, he can honestly influence dispute. He served after with researchers as well. Dr. Roswell provided an obscene in his ufology. Of course, contributed for optics from this comics that out the well. Their work is supported by laboratory notebooks, patent filings, engineering publications, and corporate records. These records show a clear progression from earlier transistor research. No documentary evidence links the inventions to Roswell materials. Fiber optics evolved through decades of research in glass purity, light transmission, telecommunications. We have important contributors to this. Same with lasers, and I'm giving both sides of the story. The Corso says that these were reverse engineered, and the mainstream you're here, uh, people talk about uh, inventions like lasers with their documented development following decades of theoretical work in quantum mechanics, stimulated emission, microwave amplification. The scientific lineage is continuous and reverse of the extraterrestrial amplification. Some exceptionally unusual materials, carbon composites. These can appear, however, were developed through documented metallurgical research in the 1960s. There's no verified evidence that necessarily connects extraterrestrial technology has been distributed to public, to private, and peer-reviewed aims. Cold projects could remit during wartime, and access to information was tightly controlled. The arguments against are reverse engineering across multiple industries would likely involve thousands of scientists and engineers. Maintaining perfect secrecy over decades would be increasingly difficult, and independent invention by researchers around the world would still occur. For those who support Corso, they argue that Corso held positions that gave him access to sensitive information. His military record lends credibility to his familiarity with classified programs, and some technologies advanced rapidly in the decades after Roswell. However, rapid technological progress alone does not establish the source of those advances. His critics, many say that there's a lack of physical evidence between the ends of his book, disagreements among collaborators, and conflict with well-established histories of technological development. The broader question of reverse engineering, it's important to distinguish between two separate questions. Does the U.S. government reverse engineer foreign technology? Yes, this is well documented and has occurred in modern military history. Has it reverse engineered recovered extraterrestrial technology from Roswell? At least not publicly available, has been able to conclude. That doesn't mean that there's not a clandestine world where this does occur. So the next section that we'll review some is the government investigations, declassified records, and the modern UAP era. For nearly 50 years after the events of July 1940, the U.S. government conducted no public comprehensive investigation of Roswell. That changed in the 1990s after persistent public interest and requests under the Freedom of Information Act. This part examines what will review what nations found, where record complete, and how Roswell fits into the broader modern discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomena. So, why Roswell was investigated decades later. During the 1970s and 1980s, books about Roswell became popular, television documentaries reached large audiences, former military personnel gave interviews, and members of Congress received requests from constituents for answers. These developments prompted renewed attention to the historical record. We have congressional interest. In the 1990s, questions raised by members of Congress led to requests for reviews of governmental records related to Roswell. The purpose was not to determine whether extraterrestrials had visited Earth, but rather to determine what happened in July of 1947, whether records existed, and whether previous explanations were accurate. The 1994 U.S. Air Force report that was published, the Roswell Report Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert, its principal conclusions were the recovered debris was most likely from Project Mogul. Mogul was classified in 1947. Personnel unfamiliar with the program could have misunderstood the debris. The weather balloon explanation protected national security. Of course, there's a 1997 follow-up report, a second continuing claims about alien bodies. It concluded that some witnesses may have unintentionally combined memories from different periods, including anthropomorphic test dummies used in the 1950s, aircraft accident investigations, routine military recovery operations, and medical training exercises. Critics noted an important issue. The dummy tests occurred several years after Roswell. The Air Force acknowledged this chronology but suggested that long-term memory can merge separate events. The declassified documents. Over time, numerous Cold War records have been declassified. These include documents including balloon research, atmospheric experiments, nuclear detection programs, intelligence operations. These records confirm that highly classified balloon projects, including Project Mogul, were real. However, no declassified document has been authenticated as describing the recovery of an extraterrestrial spacecraft or non-human biological remains at Roswell. We have missing records. One aspect that continues to attract attention is the absence of some historical records. Researchers have identified gaps involving routine administrative files, certain outgoing messages, destruction of some personnel records under standard records retention practices. Missing records are not unusual for mid-20th century government archives, particularly for documents considered temporary. However, their absence makes it more difficult to reconstruct events in detail and leaves room for speculation. We have the FBI in Roswell. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has released historical files mentioning flying discs. These files show that reports of unusual aerial objects were forwarded between agencies. The Bureau monitored public reports when relevant to national security. Many cases remained unexplained because of limited evidence. Importantly, the released files do not establish that the FBI confirmed an extraterrestrial crash at Roswell. Intelligence agencies and secrecy. Many discussions of Roswell include agencies such as the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency. It's worth noting that the CIA was created in September 1947, after the Roswell incident. The NSA was established in 1952. Therefore, neither agency directed the initial July 1947 response. Later involvement in classified aerospace or intelligence matters is a separate question, but many people have brought up the idea that, hey, if we had a crash in 1947, in July of 1947, and the government didn't know how to manage it, then it would be a great idea for the CIA to be created in September of 1947 to be able to perhaps lend a disinformation campaign and also to be able to address these topics in the future. The modern UAP era, beginning in the late 2010s, official interest shifted from UFOs to unidentified anomalous phenomena. Several developments contributed: the release of military cockpit videos, increased congressional oversight, establishment of formal reporting processes, creation of dedicated analytical offices within the U.S. Department of Defense. This renewed attention does not validate Roswell necessarily, but it demonstrates that governments continue to investigate unexplained aerial reports. We've had congressional hearings on UAP. Recent congressional hearings have explored topics such as military pilot observations, sensor data, reporting procedures, classification practices, of allegations from current and former officials. Some witnesses have claimed knowledge of alleged crash retrieval programs. Others have stated that they have not personally seen evidence confirming extraterrestrial technology. To date, no publicly released evidence from these hearings has conclusively established that that Roswell involved a recovered non-human craft. The standard of evidence historians and investigators generally distinguish among official reports, contemporaneous memoranda, photographs, technical records, physical evidence, meaning recovered materials, analyses, and laboratory analyses and authenticated artifacts, testimonial evidence, witness recollections, interviews, oral histories. Roswell relies heavily on testimonial evidence because no authenticated physical artifact has been made publicly available for independent science testing. What official investigations agree on, almost across official reviews, several points are consistent. Something was recovered from a ranch near Roswell. The military responded quickly. The initial public statement was inaccurate. Classified programs operating in New Mexico contributed to secrecy, and no official investigation has been concluded that the recovered object was extraterrestrial. What remains unresolved, despite decades of study, several questions remain open from a historical perspective. Why was the initial flying disc press release issued? Exactly which materials were recovered from the ranch? Are all relevant records still extant? Why do some witnesses maintain that the displayed debris differed from what they recovered? The next section that we'll get into are the competing theories of the extraterrestrial craft, the secret technology, and other types of formation. So this case has survived for nearly 80 years because it sits at the intersection of several powerful themes: military secrecy, technological anxiety, Cold War intelligence, human memory, and public fascination with life beyond Earth. Different researchers interpret the same evidence differently. The, so many of these theories that are going to be evaluated or are evaluated face different problems and how they compare with the available historical record. So we have theory one, which is an extraterrestrial spacecraft crashed. The most famous explanation is a non-human spacecraft crashed near Roswell in 1947, and the U.S. military recovered the craft and occupants. This theory became dominant after the 1970s to 1990s expansion of Roswell literature. We have evidence that supporters cite. Advocates of this extraterrestrial hypothesis point to the original flying disc announcement. The July 1947 press release stated that a flying disc had been recovered. Supporters argue the military briefly revealed the truth, then reversed the story. We have witness accounts. Supporters emphasize later testimony describing unusual debris, secrecy, alleged bodies, restricted areas. They argue multiple witnesses independently reported extraordinary events. We have an alleged technology transfer. Some researchers connect Roswell to integrated circuits, fiber optics, lasers, advanced materials. They interpret rapid technological progress after 1947 as potentially connected. Now, there are problems with the extraterrestrial theory from a historical evidence standpoint. There's a lack of physical evidence. We have some timeline issues. Many body claims appear decades after 1947. We have technological development records. Major technologies attributed to alien origins have documented human development histories. We have a second theory, which is presented, the Project Mogul balloon explanation. This is the official explanation. According to this theory, a classified high altitude was designed to monitor Soviet nuclear tests. We also have the idea of a secret U.S. experimental aircraft. Another possibility is that the object was a classified American project. The late 1940s saw rapid development of jet aircraft, rockets, advanced propulsion concepts, and high altitude systems. People who lend credence to this argument state that the military had many programs unknown to civilians, things with experimental aircraft, reconnaissance systems, and missile research. A crash involving classified equipment would explain rapid recovery, secrecy, and misleading public statements. There are problems with this theory, though. No confirmed aircraft project matches the Roswell descriptions. A major technological breakthrough would likely leave traces, engineering records, procurement documents, test reports. Unlike many real classified programs, no such documentation has surfaced. There's another theory, an experiment that the object could have been connected to captured German technology, foreign experimentation. This reflects genuine Cold War fears. Really, these different discussions historically happen for multiple reasons. We have incomplete information, rumors, later reinterpretation. There's a major role of the media. Media does not merely report mysteries. It shapes how they are remembered. Roswell gained in documentaries, interviews, each retelling added details. We have the cultural Roswell versus the historical Roswell. There really are two Roswells. The historical Roswell, a 1947 military recovery involving unusual debris, and then the cultural Roswell, a story involving alien spacecraft bodies, government secrecy, hidden technology, and then there are hybrid theories of this. Some researchers combine explanations. For instance, it was ordinary debris, but exaggerated later, secret military technology plus confusion, genuine unknown object but no confirmed aliens. These approaches acknowledge uncertainty. Um, Whatever people may think that it is, we go into it with open minds and open hearts, and we're just trying to get to the truth. The central. Go ahead. The movies, the television shows, absolutely. The entire city itself is a tourist destination now, and with the festivals and such, absolutely. There's a central historical question. The deepest question is not simply was it aliens? The deeper question is how do humans construct explanations when governments, witnesses, and evidence do not align? Roswell became famous because it represents a conflict between official secrecy, public curiosity, and uncertainty. And the final assessment that we'll do is what Roswell reveals about secrecy, evidence, and the human search for answers. Roswell, this incident endures because it is not merely a question about a strange object in the desert, it is a case study in military and secrecy, intelligence culture, technological change, witness memory, government communication, and the human desire to understand the unknown. Whether viewed as a crashed spacecraft an accident or a legend built around an ambiguous event, Roswell remains one of the most influential mysteries of the modern era. The timeline that we've reviewed, 1947, the rancher discovers, Mac Brazel discovers debris near Roswell. Military personnel recover the materials. The Roswell Army Airfield announces a flying disc recovery. The statement is quickly replaced with a weather balloon explanation. In the 1950s and 1960s, Roswell largely disappears from public attention. The Cold War continues. U.S. military aerospace programs expand. In the late 1970s, researchers begin interviewing former participants. The Roswell story returns to public attention. In the 80s and 90s, books and documentaries expand the narrative. New claims appear involving crash sites, bodies, secret programs. From 1994 to 1997, the Air Force publishes investigations explaining the event through classified balloon programs and addressing body claims. Of course, in 1997, we also have Philip J. Corso and published by William J. Burns in his book The Day After Roswell, which lends a lot of credence or information that got people more interested in this topic. And in the 2000s to the present time, Roswell becomes part of a broader UFO and UAP discussion. It was definitely a historically strong event. It was a real recovery that occurred. There was genuine debris discovery, and the military became involved. The event is involved in secrecy. This is not controversial. The late 1940s were filled with classified programs. The first explanation changed. This is not denied either. The public statement changed quickly. The contribution this contributed greatly to the suspicion. What remains uncertain, some questions cannot be fully resolved from available records. For instance, the exact composition of every recovered fragment, the precise communication chain inside the military, whether every relevant document survived, why some later witnesses described events differently. We have missing artifacts. The strongest possible evidence would be physical debris, laboratory testing, independent verification. A verified artifact could answer many questions, but publicly available Roswell material has never reached that standard. This remains the central limitation. I will say this: there are theories that the crashed debris was taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio, and was observed there, and then eventually made its home at Area S4, and that's more into the Bob Lazar story in the Nevada desert near the Nevada test site, near Area 51, about 15 miles south of Area 51. There are witnesses, whistleblowers, who have discussed that that's perhaps the more permanent home of the craft, if it does have one. Now, the question that exists: what happened to the bodies? The alleged bodies are the most extraordinary part of the Roswell narrative. They appear primarily in later testimony. They lack contemporary documentation. They lack publicly available physical evidence. The difference between someone later said bodies existed and bodies were documented and examined is enormous. We have the importance of the Cold War throughout all of this. Roswell occurred during one of the most secret periods in American history. The United States was developing nuclear weapon systems, missile technology, reconnaissance methods, and atmospheric monitoring. A strange object falling near military facilities would naturally receive uh, intense attention. We have the question: why the military explanation changed? A major question remains: why announce a flying disc? Possible explanations include misunderstanding, incomplete information, rushed public relations, confused confusion between personnel. Large organizations often produce inconsistent messages during rapidly developing events, but for all of the large organizations that I know, I've never heard one of them initially say that it's a flying disc and then eventually say that it is a weather balloon. That is quite a distant connection to be able to be made. But to lend credence to the mainstream, that's what people want you to believe. Why people continue to believe absolutely. White people continue to believe Roswell. Appeals because it combines several powerful ideas: mystery, something unusual happened; authority, the military was involved; technology, the event occurred during a technological revolution; existential questions: are we alone? Roswell and the question of extraterrestrial life. The existence of extraterrestrial life is a separate question. The universe contains billions of galaxies, enormous numbers of planets, environments where life might theoretically develop. Many scientists consider life elsewhere possible, but life may exist elsewhere is different from Roswell proves extraterrestrial visitation. The evidence standards are different. The broader UFO or UAP question: modern UAP investigations have shown some sightings remain unexplained. Military sensors can record unusual events, and data quality matters. However, unidentified does not necessarily mean extraterrestrial. A phenomenon can be explained because information is incomplete, sensors malfunction, objects are misidentified, and analysis is limited. Some lessons that we have from our intelligence history: Roswell teaches several broader lessons. Secrecy creates suspicion that when governments hide information for legitimate reasons, people naturally wonder what else may be hidden. Also, confusion grows over time. Some uncertainties can become large narratives. Witnesses matter, but evidence matters more. Human testimony is valuable, but extraordinary claims require multiple independent forms of evidence. We have the investigator's framework. A careful researcher separates confirmed the debris recovery, the military involvement, and the changing statements, the probable connection to classified activity, and the possible but unproven secret technology recovery, and then really unsupported by currently public evidence of the alien bodies, the extraterrestrial spacecraft, and the reverse engineered alien technology. However, that is supported by many witnesses who are just not necessarily, we can't necessarily verify their takes. So the final evaluation of these major claims, a craft from another world was crashed. That's unconfirmed. The military recovered something unusual. That is confirmed. The event involved classified technology. That's highly plausible. Bodies were recovered. That's based on later testimony and can't be necessarily verified. Alien technology created modern electronics. That one doesn't have much evidence. I shouldn't say that. That one does not have any verified evidence, but does have witness and hearsay, and quite major amounts of that. And if you just look to the development over the course of the 20th century, when we went from the Wright Flyer, early fixed wing aircraft, to within 70 years at least being able to travel faster than the speed of sound with the SR-71, and within now the last 126 years or so, phones and the internet and satellites, at least being able to go into low Earth orbit, there are many questions that exist and as to the advancement of technology. Most certainly. Most certainly. So our final conclusion, the Roswell incident is best understood as a collision of general military secrecy, a real but perhaps poorly explained recovery, Cold War anxiety, evolving witness testimony, and decades of speculation. But at the same time, the case remains historically fascinating because it demonstrates how secrecy and uncertainty can transform a local event into a global mystery. Roswell endures not because of what may have fallen from the sky, but because of what humans do when they look upward and ask, "Are we alone?" And with that, that's certainly a deep dive on the Roswell incident of July of 1947, and absolutely in seven, absolutely. Do you mind if I just say it's 79th anniversary, and where absolutely, and where people can connect with me is first in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for any kind of pastoral support, any type of issues you're going through. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. If you want to view all of my social media, it's available at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And of course, you can view my life live 24/7 on YouTube, as you've been able to do for more than 4 years as we approach our fifth year, and by typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by live. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you, Missy, for the opportunity to go into this deep dive and answer some of the questions of the audience. I want to thank the audience for bringing such important topics to light to the surface, and I look forward to doing this again sometime. No, you're good. That's okay. I understand. Yeah, you can tell I'm passionate about this stuff, getting down to the bottom of what's going on in our world. Oh, 100%. So Excellent. Wonderful. I'll look it over. And if there's anything, that's right. That's right. Excellent. And we won't put anything on paper now, but we'll be in touch via email and such. And when you'd like to have another guest, feel free to send me an email, or if I have something that occurs and I think it's prudent for the audience, I'll send you an email. And uh, if you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm always here for you. Oh, certainly. That I don't know, but I was researching that. But I found one that's free for you. So it is known as, and you can live stream on two different, uh, and you could absolutely, and then you can have just like you've got now, but not have everybody join, and maybe be something that may be of interest. So, in a month, that yeah, absolutely, I thought of you, and I use it every day. I use multiple of my accounts, and I just didn't think of, hey, that's what she should be using because I don't normally do interviews on it. I do for the opportunity. Okie doke. Oh, I did it though. I did it, folks. Folks, if you're watching this and you're like, in that black, oh yeah. Are you happy? Yeah. Would you have changed anything? It went really well. I'm really proud of it. Shout out to Roswell. I gotta take a freaking. Really? Who knows? What's that? happy. Happy. Yeah. Show again. Yeah. It's as big as the ball. Oh, what? Yeah. Would you change anything? No, I'm bothered. I'm happy with that. Yo, what up, Tony? Tony. Tony, what up, pimp? How am I? I'm amazing, Mudcast. And I got a response from the guy who has 250,000 people on it. And I didn't do that one just now, though. I just did a different podcast. But it's good to get a response to that one because I didn't know if he was going to respond to me. And redraft my proposal to him because he wants to talk more about UFOs. And so mine was more about history, but that's okay. I just did it for podcast. Do you know what Rod? Okay, so the circuit based from this crash. Also, lasers and night vision, different types of radar, perhaps things like Velcro, Scotch Guard. It's 79th anniversary right now, so for that, and it went well, thankfully.
That's nice. That's very, very. So like, are you telling me you are so close to it, like big podcast?
We're gonna try. I'm gonna redraft my proposal to this guy and say, hey, it's the perfect time to have me on this, and I hope so. I had somebody else who wants to schedule me on, I think, Tuesday, So that's good too. In the United States this week, usually people take off from work, so maybe they don't check their emails as much because it's the it's what's known as the sesquicentennial, basically the 250th anniversary.
Yeah.
So people are really excited about that.
I am really happy for you. Are you making moves? That's best.
I'm doing my best to, my man. Um, I ran into an issue though that um, I was sending out too many emails and I lost some of my Gmail accounts. Nothing too major though, but I just can't respond to these people yet. I think I have to wait 24 hours or something. So,
Yeah.
but that's okay. I created. Do you know what Proton Mail is?
No,
Okay,
no, absolutely not. No.
it's just another um, it's another platform that allows you to send emails. So I created 8 of those.
Mm-hmm.
I created 8 of those accounts within the last day, and do my best to. I'm gonna do my best to review that information with.
But right, but right, I am. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I am sorry.
That's okay.
But right, you are very hot right now.
I mean,
That's good.
yeah. Hopefully it continues, and you know, you never know what happens. Um, I really need to land this big one. That's the one I really need to land. So, God
Yeah.
willing, he will reconsider my proposal, and then he'll be like, "Okay, well, yeah, I'll have you on, and we'll do a podcast." Um, and if he doesn't want to do it, then that's not the end of the world. It's okay. I've got other podcasts on which I can schedule, or in which I can schedule.
But right, I can say I am. I'm too happy for you, and you you are. I think so close to do something very big. That I am very happy for you.
Thanks, Big Dog. Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Um, the podcast thing has been good. It is I think, a good way to let people know about what I do, who I am, and what I do, and um, the most important thing for me is that the discussion is archived for the future, so that people can watch it a long time from now. And if one of my accounts gets banned, it's no big deal because it's on their account.
Yeah, true.
A-
Right.
And it helps me because it's not like my content is always coming from my account, it's coming from other people's accounts. So that helps too because that introduces me to new audiences and stuff. So, how was your birthday, Big Dog?
Good. I did episode with the UFC.
Oh, you did? How did that go?
I think good. I have some technical issues, but I did.
Okay, what technical issues did you have?
Like the video, like we was talking, and the moment video was ended. So I just need to start new one.
Okay, so are you going to be able to get the video for it?
Yeah.
All right, and um, What'd you do for your birthday?
I just like to have dinner with my family in the restaurant.
Oh, cool. You went out to dinner?
Yeah.
What'd you eat?
Oh my God, I don't know how to say in English. So like you got me.
Okay, was it meat?
Yeah, meat. Yeah.
Okay, was it steak?
No, it was like wait, I need to
What kind of
search.
what kind of animal did it come
And
from?
I have no fucking idea. Like I'm gonna be competitive, and I put a new episode on my YouTube channel.
Oh, that's great. So you had a very productive day.
I I hope so.
You you had another revolution around the sun. That's important.
No, I am 22, and I think my train is wrong on, and yeah,
You think your train is long gone?
yeah,
What does that mean?
like I'm too late for everything.
Dude, you're in perfect position. You're young. You're one of the youngest Czech podcasters in the world.
That's it.
Have you had the opportunity to apply for any jobs recently?
I will going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I have interviews for the jobs.
No way. What kind of
Tomorrow
job? No way. What kind of job?
I have I have like in the shop with animals and this stuff.
A pet shop?
So that can be nice.
A pet
And I
shop
think tomorrow I have
where they sell animals?
yes,
Oh,
pet
cool.
shop and
You're a
like
pet shop boy.
anything for the animal. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do they sell animals there too?
What?
Do they sell animals there too?
Oh yes. Like hamster and this.
Oh, like hamsters. Okay, cool. Excellent.
I have
Are you good with
I have
are you good with animals?
sorry. Yeah, I have animals.
Okay, excellent.
I have two hamsters.
You have 2 hamsters?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. So you're really good with animals. What are your
Yeah.
what are your hamsters' names?
A Peppa and the Zenda.
Okay, what does that mean?
The name Peppa
Peppa?
and Zenda.
Okay, what does that mean though? Like what do those names mean?
Peppa is like the mini hamsters we have,
Peppa is like
and
the
Zenda.
Peppa's like the weenie hamsters you have?
No. We have already have two hamsters named Peppa, so we name it three. Third hamster Peppa.
And they're all named Peppa?
No, and the other one is Zenda,
Okay,
and
what does that mean in Czech?
nothing. It's just a name.
Okay, how did you get on Zin?
Zdenda, Zdinda.
Oh, just like it's spelled. Okay, just like it sounds. All right, so Stenda. How did you decide on that name?
Because this was after somebody died in my mom family, so we decided to name it.
Oh, okay, so it's named after somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Peppa?
Peppa is like we want to continue the name Peppa because last two hamsters was Peppa.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, well, that's great that you are a pet owner. Do you take good care of them?
They are not dead yet, so I think so.
That's true. Do you give them bedding and water and stuff to chew on?
No, no. Our hamsters and I think hamsters it's not good to bathing, no good into the water. So no, but here I will yes, I will give him food.
Water?
Yeah, okay. So yes, well, I was thinking you are bathing, like in the like the cleaning stuff. But yes, I will give water. Yeah,
Okay, cool. Excellent. So, are you excited for the job interview?
yeah, yeah. I am,
Do you think?
and I got new haircut
Oh, fancy,
yesterday.
fancy. Are you gonna go in dressed up?
Yes,
Good for you, man. I'm really happy for you.
I'm not winning that much. It's not like the big winning and this stuff.
Hey, big man.
I'm not wins.
Dude, that's a big win. If you get this job, it's a giant one.
Yeah, that's true. And another thing, I finally get like something installed with my knee. Finally, I get new information.
Okay, what's that?
I will gonna surgery.
Oh, you're gonna have knee surgery? Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Are you excited?
Yes.
Well, that's great. When's the surgery?
In like in 3 months
Okay.
because because in summer like they are not going to like do like the most operation.
In summer, they're not going to do the operation.
In the summertime, they are not doing that much operations.
Oh, I got you. Okay. All right. Well, that's great, man. And do you think you'll be able to walk better then?
I hope so.
That's the thought. Okay. And you uploaded one of your podcasts, and you did a podcast, and you got it. You did a whole lot, dude. You're winning.
I don't know about that, but I hope so.
I do. I know for a fact you're winning, my man.
Why? Why do you think I'm winning?
You spent another year above ground. That's always a win. You uploaded a podcast. That's a win. You recorded a podcast that you've been wanting to record for a long time. That's a win. Win, 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 win. And you've got a job interview tomorrow. Another win.
And Saturday, I am going to see that girl.
And I was just going to ask that. And Saturday, you're going to see that girl. Look at you. Remember you before? You're like, oh, it's too far. I can't do it. Blah, 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 blah. Shit together.
Yep.
Excellent. All right. What are you going to do with her?
I don't know. Maybe some cinema or some food because
Go
I get what?
go with food. Don't go with cinema on the first date.
Okay.
Cinema is second date.
Okay. So Yeah, and I get gifts for my people to my birthday. I get some money. I'm not that broke. I'm still broke, but I'm not that broke.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, excellent, my man. So you got a little cash. You're gonna go take a girl out this weekend. You got a job interview. You up podcast today. You recorded a podcast today. That sounds like a win, man. All wins. Win, 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 win. Good on you, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome, big man. That's phenomenal. Good job, Tony. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome, big man. So are you thrilled?
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay, well, that's something.
Because I will tell you why. Okay?
Tell me, Vi.
I will tell you why. Because like yes, you have right. This is good, but right in last this year, like everything was like 1 day is good and 3 days is bad. So I'm already prepared to bad things
Okay.
in my mind.
Well, you met me, and now it's 2 days good, no days bad.
Yeah, that's good.
There you go, big man. That's phenomenal. I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself.
How many people you say you are proud of them?
In the last week, zero, aside from you.
Okay. I will gonna believe you.
I'm recorded. I wouldn't say if there was somebody else, I would give them a shout out, and I would say I also said that I'm really proud of that person, but not in the last week.
So,
I don't tell that many people that I'm proud of them because I'm not that proud of most people. Uh, but I'm proud of you. You're doing really well, big dog.
mm,
So good on you, my man.
do you think Argentina and Capo Verde will win?
Argentina, not Capo
Yeah.
Verde. Yeah, dog.
We will see what happens because Capo Verde in a group stage have like 0-0 with Spain.
They're like 0-0 with Spain
Yeah,
right now.
with European champion.
Oh, it's a European champion.
Yeah, Spain.
Okay.
Can I tell you something?
Tell me anything you want, big dog.
Okay. I am really happy and I'm really like I'm really happy you 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 join me in my uh, sorry you you join me in for my journey and that's the best.
Absolutely. I'm
Proud to be on your journey, my man.
And yeah, and that is like good, totally good.
I agree with you. It is good.
And maybe one day we are gonna see each other in a real town,
God,
real life.
God willing, my man.
So yeah, I want to say thank you because I think you helped me so much in my podcasting and this shit. Yeah, thank you for it.
Oh, you're welcome, my man. It's my pleasure. I want to see you do well. A rising tide lifts all ships, right?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So, what are you doing now?
Right now I am sitting and talking with you. In 5 minutes I have call with someone. After that call, I will going to upload that episode on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Yeah, I will do some work
All right, big man.
because like you are not going to believe me, but when I finally like have like the day to my surgery and this shit, I was crying for tears happiness.
That's wonderful. I'm really
I
happy
know
for
this
you.
sounds weird, but yeah,
That doesn't sound weird.
I will never have another another two in my life. This is the one time only.
No, there could be time travel. There could be reverse
True.
aging. You never know.
So I said this on a Twitter tweet. I said like it's not what I bear. It's people who I met. It's people who is standing with me. That's the beautiful thing.
Word, dog.
It's not like what I'm building. It's that people I met. I make new friends and this shit. That is the beautiful thing about my journey.
Absolutely. We're on this journey with you or desired destination.
Yeah, and like I am really happy because I think the worst is to be alone. The worst curse can people have to be alone.
Yeah, being alone is not cool. Having
Yeah,
people around you, community is important.
yeah. And specifically in this world, in this area we live in, because everything is so fast, you have a mental problem and this shit. So to have somebody who is love you, who is like you, even if they are in America or other countries, is give you so much energy to keep going.
Good, my man. Well, you are loved, and just recognize that it's just a matter of time, my man. You got to keep grinding.
And that's the beauty thing about it, because like to have people. I will go and I will talk to you later.
Excellent. I'm proud of you. Good job, big man.
Thank you, and thank you for being here for me.
That's why I'm
I
here,
really
my man.
appreciate it.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Back.
Yes, sir.
Like
What's
the
good?
good person is not online yet. So,
Okay.
so like I think I think the film about me will be very interesting
Okay. Why do you think the film about you will be very interesting?
because my film was like lot of downside, lost money, lost so much money. I lost 1 point because I got it from people. Heartbreaking, but it's a good thing. Like my winning a podcast in my first ever trophy in football. It was the best day of my life, and this shit. So I think this is going to be like really interesting story.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, and you will be director.
Sounds like a plan, my friend.
Yeah,
All right. So, are you? Who are you talking to, if I may ask?
I I, I was talking to someone from Canada.
Are they
I
cool?
was talking.
Are they cool?
Very cool
Are they a boy or a girl?
girl.
Look at you.
But like she is more my sister. She's not like romantic. She's my sister.
Are you sure?
I am 100% sure.
Is she hot?
No,
Okay. That's that's as honest as you can get, folks. In the future, when I ask someone, are they hot? I want everybody to take notes on my man Tony, because he will just straight up tell you, no, this person is not hot, but they are like his sister. That's amazing. All right, so this person's not hot, but that's cool. Are they interesting?
very interesting.
All right, well
Very.
that's even better. All right, so they're very interesting. What do you talk about?
I think we were talking about a lot of stuff. I cannot discuss this here.
Like what?
like I don't know, like the 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 person is not here to, like, I don't know if I can, like we was talking about my life. She was helping me with my mind, mental health. Yeah, she is really good.
All right, that's tight.
Really.
Is she your age?
No, no, she is 35.
Oh, okay. Is she single?
Yes, yeah, she is.
All right. Do you think she likes you?
What?
Do you think she likes you?
Yeah, I think she likes me. Yeah, of course.
Why, of course. Like you're some kind of Mac Daddy pimp.
No, I'm not mad at him, but she likes me. I know it.
Okay.
I little brother.
Okay. And do you like her?
Like my sister. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, when's she supposed to come online?
I don't know. No, I don't know. No. She's very very hard to deal with sometimes.
Why is she hard
I'm
to
not
why is she hard to
going to
deal
lie,
why is she hard to deal with?
because 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 she is very, she is not open. She doesn't trust people. So I need to dig in. So yeah,
Okay.
sometimes yeah.
All right.
I think we should do okay. Okay, nothing. Mhm.
What are you saying?
Nothing. I mean, it's my birthday. I can have mental breakdown sometimes.
You're good, dude. Don't worry about it. It's not a mental breakdown. You're fine.
everybody! We're here. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store. Welcome, Brian. Good to be here. We're both wearing black hoodies. Good to be here at the world famous Comedy Store, live on the Sunset Strip. Speaking of strip, the great Ryan J. Belch is here. This guy knows how to strip down a piece of paper and turn it into an amazing piece of art. He draws every single episode. He's drawing tonight's episode. All those prints are available at RyanJabel.com. Follow him on social media. He's also been doing auctions, things like that. Incredible stuff as of late. Every tour poster, every episode of the show, every guest that's ever been on, he's drawn it. RyanJabel.com, including the Kill Tony books, a couple Kill Tony shirts, some really cool stuff over there. RyanJabel.com. We're at the Comedy Store. Things are happening here. Everyone shows out the window, on the patio. Things are happening here. The momentum is once again rebuilding at the store. Excited for a big up-and-coming return here and other big things happening. But you know what? Before we start tonight's episode, let's get a word. You know, you love the show, and the only way to support us is by supporting our amazing sponsors. And here's a little bit more about tonight's incredible, lovely sponsors. And we're back live on Kill Tony. This is very, very exciting. I'm especially excited about tonight's show because we do have a guest. This young man's been on the show many times. This is truly, just like me, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. Multiple specials, multiple albums. He's a freak of nature. Another comedian that I started with and I can't wait to hang out with here tonight on the show. Once again, it's the return of the great Jamar Neighbors, everybody. Yeah! Absolutely. One of my favorites on the planet, Jamar Neighbors.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Jamar.
Thank you for having me back, Tony.
Indeed, I'm glad you're back. You and I just had fun the other day. We were performing in the window here at the Comedy Store. The people out on the patio, packed patio. We did a little fucking duo.
Yeah, we got it in.
We were like Neil Brennan and Dave Chappelle at the same time if Neil Brennan was funny.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Neil.
Everybody knows you're hilarious. Everybody knows Neil. Everyone knows Neil wrote all the good stuff on that show. Oh, anyway, I'm glad you're here. We're gonna have so much fun.
What I ran back. Hi, how you doing? You guys were awesome the other day. Thank you, man. I like the microphone, man. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, for being funny. Some My Little Pony shit, man.
Right. Yeah.
That's like a huge problem.
Indeed. We're gonna have fun tonight, Jamar. I'm sure you remember. It's been a little while, but you remember there's a band on this show.
Right.
Every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be before the show. We never know what songs they're going to play. We don't ever know anything about them. Let's all find out what they are tonight because they are the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Minutes, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Go. Oh, this is interesting. Whoa, we know these guys. Oh my goodness. They are Rastafarians. Oh my God. This guy just
Comedy Store Main Room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony and Clip.
yeah, crazy like a wolf today. Brian Redman, how are you, my friend?
Great, man. How you doing?
It's another beautiful day. Can you believe this? 7 years and 3 months we've been doing this show, and here we are again. Doing it again. This is very exciting. The great Ryan G. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. Look at him live in the flesh. How exciting is this? We have a scattered 12 people in a room built for 470 people. This is just as exciting as it gets. Everyone, there's a lot of energy here today, and I am excited about tonight's episode. A lot of fun things coming up ahead, including a guest. We have a guest on tonight's show. This guy, one of my favorite human beings, one of my favorite comedians. He opens for Doug Stanhope all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Brett Erickson. Everybody, here he is. He's got a hit podcast. He's actually got a couple of podcasts. Welcome, Brett. Good to be here. You can take your mask off if you think you don't have COVID. Yeah, you passed your temperature check, right? Unless you've been feeling a little suspicious. No headaches, right? For those of you watching, there's 6 feet between us. I know it doesn't look like it, but the camera adds 4.5 feet.
I have a 5.5 foot long arm.
That's right.
People know that about me. By the way, Tony, I would like to say thank you for having me here tonight. I know that normally you do have a packed house, and you thought to yourself, you know what? We're going to have 12 people in a room fit for 400. Who would be comfortable in that room?
That's right.
What sort of comedian do we need that would be comfortable in a nearly empty room?
That's right. No, it's true.
I know just the guy.
You were my first call for that mission.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that you're here. Tell us about the shows that you do and fun things like that. I know you have
You mentioned opening for Doug Stanhope. I did that for a long time. I'm now hosting a podcast called Issues with Andy.
that's what it is.
That I do with my friend Andy Andrist, who is a force of nature. He's in the Stanhope world. He's our Joey Diaz.
I love that.
So he needed a podcast, and he didn't have one. And I thought, fuck it, let's do a podcast. So I do a podcast with him, and it's me and him and a couple of the guys from Doug's podcast, Greg Shaley and Shan Shank, and the 4 of us just talk shit.
Nothing better than doing podcasts.
Nothing better than 4 old women having a podcast.
That's what it's all about. And you know what's great about podcasts? Here is a little bit more about our amazing sponsors that sponsor. Back! Another beautiful day here with the great Brett Erickson. Brett, I know it's been a while.
Great job on that live read, by the way.
Thank you so
That was
much.
killer.
That's exactly what that
I
was.
can't wait to use ZipRecruiter.
Oh, shit. Yes, you're exactly right. You mean mobile.
Oh, I use it every day.
Anyway, we do love ZipRecruiter, and you know what else we love is the band that is on this show. Every single episode, they be different characters. We never know what they're going to be or how they're going to behave. And this week is no different. We're all going to find out what they are tonight together as I present to you the best band in the land. It's the Keltoni Band, Jeremiah Walker and Chroma. Here we go. Whoa! Oh shit! Whoa! Oh my goodness! Is this?
Holy shit, it's Green Days.
Is this Reagan and Watkins? What's going on here? I really thought this Pat Reagan was walked out. Who are you?
Chester Bennington from Hunting Park.
Whoa! Wow! All right, Chester. Okay. Really know that about Lincoln Park, so it's a pleasure to meet you guys today. All right.
I'm dead.
Yeah, no, I know. Welcome to the comedy.
I'm actually interested in hearing about the documentary you've been working on about child sex abuse with Anthony Bourdain. I heard all about it on Sam Tripoli's podcast.
I heard they all got murdered too.
There's like they Otis Cornell.
Wow. Chester, you are the 7th most famous person to hang themselves that's been in the Comedy Store. Congratulations.
You got it.
And then clearly back here we have what appears to be a Pokemon busboy at an Italian restaurant. What's your name?
Hey, what's up? I'm Mike Shinoda from Lincoln Park.
Hey, Mike. I'll write that down.
Mike Shinoda.
I'm gonna call you Mike. And over here, clearly we have what appears to be a young Chewbacca. Chroma, who are you? Star, what's up? You guys are really like all Lincoln Park tonight.
Yeah, name's Brad Delson from Lincoln Park, the guitarist.
Okay. All right. Learning a lot tonight already from Lincoln Park. How about you back there, the drummer?
Oh, that's cool, man. My name's Rob. You see, I have to turn around to see me because I'm in that little screen over there. So,
Yep, I see you.
yeah, I'm the drummer for Lincoln Park, Rob.
Okay, Rob.
Yeah,
Great.
shut up when I'm talking to you.
So Lincoln Park, everybody, will be the band tonight.
By the way, Lincoln Park would put this much effort into doing a show.
It's very exciting. All the bands in the world, Lincoln Park's one of the ones. I'm like, any day.
Without a lack of confidence, I'm convinced that it is too much pressure to take.
That's Lincoln Park. I don't know how I'm dead and I'm already on suicide watch.
Yes, sir. We're gonna have fun today, Chester. Some people signed up for the show. I hope fucking Destiny. This used to be a big deal that would have hundreds of people in it, and now there is to you. We're gonna get through those. Maybe someone that we've met episode of Kill Tony. We're gonna ignore the button to start things. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings, Luke Destroyer, an improvisational guru out of the great state of Chicago. Originally,
What they're the personification of the American dream gone wrong. Underneath that Mickey Mouse head is worth $50,000 to Juilliard. Every acting school should be called from Shakespeare to Shakespeare. But now, all you're doing is playing violin for two mortgages. We're worried about the terrorists. We're worried about the musicals effect on children. No one talks about that. One good thing about Corona, no more Hamilton.
wow, powerful.
Well, this, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. That is mine. That's why this rush to explain it to time. Oh, no.
I was wondering what happened right from the top, huh?
There's definitely gifted everywhere.
Yeah, that Abraham Lincoln was quite.
Yeah.
Also died in a chair.
Yes.
Oh, hey.
No, man, just reacting all day. I'm not even an actor anymore. Reactor. Just reacting shit on.
Wow, I remember you were one of my favorite actors ever. I've seen you in the Easter film. I've seen you pull off an amazing
Now let's talk about
Rocky Balboa.
I got shut out of the Easter directing competition. Shut out. Well, now, I thought that went on. Would you get 13? I know. I listen. I think I win the horrible things we were saying. Did you look at the other people that made it? Like, were they legit?
But maybe the judges pick you. Maybe he was just watching videos like,
It's like, man, this is... Yeah. Yeah.
that those are some
No,
of the actual
no,
keys.
I was in the room. I didn't read close enough.
Yeah, Easter seals, fuck them. Easter is like not that great of a seal. Aren't that great of an animal.
Not as good as one.
The Easter jungle birds, if you ask me. Yeah, there it is. That's what I think of it.
Yeah, like Michael, all you gotta do in this whole thing is just spin it. Festival.
Right.
So I think too fucking much. Yeah, I think they made when they banned you from it, you cried.
I think they would give everybody a prize if that fucking
Yeah, respect doing it. He's like, yeah,
Yeah, it's very bizarre. I think the snake noises is a lot of the people that are in that organization.
Yeah, exactly. And this is typically why they want to get cash prizes.
Yeah, they read about this. It was originally founded in 1919. It was called the National. Okay, everybody. That is one first line of Wikipedia says. Imagine that. Imagine they're like, you should have seen us in 1919. The National Society for Crippled Children. Is there age limit on that thing? Because that's what it was. They're like, look at this.
I don't know I'm a Puerto Rican baseball player.
He's a 15-year-old. Oh, you got a little Nama there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, if you can't win a film festival, do what you know. That's what they said. Come on, get it, Michael.
I was there. Do you know the name of this?
If you can, yes, it's a kendama. Right? Am I saying that correctly?
You're the only one who knows the name of this.
Adam 22 gave me one. Yeah.
Right, and fan gave this.
Yeah. One of the fans of your Easter skills, not of your comedy.
What's this type of fan where they get this after my testicle?
What? If you can make that cut in the hole in 5 tries, I will call Joe Rogan and I will make him give you $1 million right now. He's so rich just giving it away. You think he can make this in 5 tries, huh? Oh, I know. You can make it on anything. We will. Rogan gives you $1 million. Thanks to our friends over at Spotify. All right.
We always see, but
This is the $1 million kendama, everybody, for the first time on Kendama. Come on, Michael. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That was...
Joe Rogan hung up.
Oh, that would have been where we found out you've been playing possum this whole time. You gets it on the first try. It's the first ever segment, the $1 million It's in the last in Kiltony history right there.
Yeah, well, I'm also most contestants won't have more than one.
Right, and I would offer $1 million if they didn't have motor neurons.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's only funny if they have the debilitating.
Or just be the Chris McCann and like an Applebee's gift card or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You get $35 Applebee's gift card. Welcome to $1 Million Kendama. What else has been going on, Michael?
Well, you know, I just tan and do a flip of hair when I'm in the body. It gets me bored of it.
That baby's the shit.
Yeah, man, she's got bars. Like, white.
I actually watched you do physical therapy on IG Live today. I don't know if you know that I was there.
Yeah, I do.
I was making jokes. You were pretty far away from the screen, so I don't know if you saw any of that.
No, one of you share them.
No, I mean, it's one of those you sort of had to be there.
Oh, maybe could even one to jump up your ass right now.
Yeah.
What is this?
I did ask if it was the Easter Seals dance competition. I'll do anything for laughs, even in an IG Live with 17 people.
It's alright. It was a great competition, and they taught me humility. And I don't need all that shit. They were give it to another half person.
Wow. What else, Michael? What else has been happening?
Just been chilling, figuring out what kind of weed I like, but I switched to beats, and it's covering my voice big time. But when I start my set, there's always that beginning anxiety or breath thing that I'm like trying to catch up, and I gotta find a way for it to be like this right now.
I think a lot of people have that though, when they like a lot of comics when they first get on stage. Yeah, their voice is not the timing and everything. They're still kind of adjusting and the nerves just being on stage.
For sure, and when I was not cursed by God, I was a very fast, like bits by the palm, and so I got this disease that they call it velocity. Faster I try to move, like stuff in my like now.
So it turns out that's like the ultimate review, right? Like you were a fast talking comedian, and God was like, "Oh, you're going too fast, Michael."
Am I going a little bit? No, you're talking too much.
Oh, wait, no, let me see it.
The handicap here.
Keep going in. Oh, is it an upside down L?
It stands for
My goodness. Red Band, what do you think about Michael Lair? I think your favorite healthy food.
Oh, it's great. I like to have him bet sometimes.
yeah, man, I love a non-dairy dessert.
Yeah, non-dairy dessert? The Frosty.
Yeah,
Have you had your breakfast? You have breakfast baconator, their potatoes.
Well,
Which just became Oh yeah, they used to have a pile of crackers right next to napkins, so like if you're bored, you just like start stuffing your pockets full. Yeah. It feels like Lincoln Park is a king sort of thing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
what's your guys' fast food choice? My guess is In and Out. Like you did with Mike. In and Out.
Whataburger, subjective question, what life is all about.
How about you, Mike?
I mean, as far as I did want to touch on, as far as you and you're talking and how you keep your breath, I'll say one thing, and I don't know why, but it really doesn't even matter how hard you try.
Keep that on. That's all we know. Time is time. Watch Five Eyes. Watch Countdown to the end of the day. It's a Lincoln Park miracle. All the big. I know, really? Black man.
You love ambient and pop music?
Fucking no one knows. Hey, one more joke before we go with movies. I used to have a joke when we see works. It's about
It's about what?
taco.
Oh, okay.
You can
You have the Taco Bell joke.
tell by the access that how different you tip their hot sauce. Oh, really? Todd? What do you have? Okay. Well, no. Never. In a million fucking years. Do you want to join our friend? Yeah. I was feeling it right there. Just.
So what was the joke? 5 hot sauces?
No, you can talk in the neighborhood and how much access the taco hip hop sauce.
Right.
And extremely specific.
Yeah. That is a suburban Taco Bell joke.
I didn't say, hey guys, it's not hack.
That's true. It is an original 7 mile. Hey, look at that. This was fun. Any more Taco Bell jokes? Gordita.
Man, Gordita, what is it?
Alright, how about chalupa? Do you have a chalupa? I actually knew her, Chalupa Jenkins.
Half Mexican, half black. She was dope.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, Michael. Well, fun times as always. Comedy.com. A bunch of fun on over there. Videos, merch, everything. MichaelLarry.com.
So
fucking we know I real is an absolute alert. Gentlemen, make some noise. Get you Dan Olin. Here he is. On the map. Tell Tony Legend.
Thank you. Thank you. I lost 35 pounds so far in quarantine. It's good. I got every day. I run for 3 months.
Oh, goodness. Lettuce is on.
And then I run for 3 miles gay. And I got an app that it tracks your fat percentage and stuff, progress is. And when I started out in the games, it was called obese. Then I was going to get to the next category, which was just called concerning. I was like, yeah, y'all better be concerned. I'm about to fuck your bitch. Get that iPhone that shows you where all the pedophiles in your neighborhood live. It doesn't let you swipe right or send messages or anything. I want to do like one of those pedophile ambush shows like Chris Hansen or whatever, but the twist that I have is it's going to be like a game show. So you just pop out and ask a bunch of trivia questions. It's going to be called To Cash a Predator. Or if I just have them go up against a kid, we call it Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? And then if they win, I don't know, they just get the fucking in.
Dan Nolan, everybody. Awesome. There you go. That would be where it ended, right there. 35 pounds. Is that true?
Yeah, but I'm cheating. I got a trainer and I'm paying for like Yeah, like HGH.
Wow. What happened?
What do you
So
think?
how does that, like, what made you get that?
I don't know, just a like fat idiot. Did you miss needles that much? Like really what happened? I was like, was thinking about like comedy and stuff, and I was like, I had no confidence on stage or whatever, and then I realized like, no, I have no confidence. In real life either. So. And like a couple
That's awesome. So you run 3 miles a day?
I might have some injections. He doesn't even no, I do that.
Depending on the chemical.
I mean, it's like I'm I do intermittent fast. Going in the car.
Really respect you. I'm really. You're not obese. Fuck your bitch. But I do respect that.
Seems like you're like one of the e-bikes. Redfield comes in an IV drip. Just get up to yourself and sleep at night.
No, it's just expensive. Like, the Swirl is $400 a month, and then the other is $200 a month.
Damn, $600 a month.
Yeah. But it's like paying rent to live inside of a nicer body.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red Band spent $600 a month on cheese filled jalapeno peppers. It's been a while since I had
It's a grocery store. That's $500.
What have you been eating? Now you're eating healthy. Awesome.
Not healthy, just low carb. Like,
What?
and you more every afternoon at noon. Today I got to eat it.
Oh, wait, I love that your exercise regimen is I eat an omelet every morning at noon. Like, you're sleeping till noon, you're taking injections, you're a real hero.
In a real eating breakfast.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, everybody works from home, except for the people at the grocery stores. But,
You mean the sandwich?
yeah, it's sandwich here.
What else? What else have you been doing for fun as of late?
I lost $700 day trading cryptocurrency yesterday.
Dude, why?
I was doing really good because I got money because I bought this thing called Chainlink when it was like fucking first. Now I have like $11,000 and $100 for this. Yeah.
With 200, and then it went all the way
It's $11,000. Crazy. And then fucking sell it. I should. I cashed out that time. It was 2017. Literally the top of the absolute top.
That's great. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of weight you can lose.
Yeah.
No money, less weight. That's fun. How about your love life? You're in a relationship we found out recently, right?
Yeah, it's good. She's cool.
Yeah.
She's,
What does she do?
she's one of the heroes of the grocery store.
Oh, because they don't.
Over to Trader Joe's.
That's actually difficult.
It's the Southwest Airlines.
Yeah, well, just if you're trying to lose weight.
Yeah, she gets 20 off.
That's tricky.
Is
They
that
got shrimp burgers. Burgers made of fucking shrimp. Wow. Yeah, that thing is fucking brilliant.
I remember the way that it would make my house smell, the potpourri smell in the air of shrimp burgers. Sweet scent of shrimp burgers. The filet mignon of the sea. You ever have a shrimp burger, Mike? I was something like this. Mike?
You know, I thought they were just tiny burgers.
Shinoda. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. You got that one, like Shinoda. Shrimp burgers. Tiny burger. You ever have shrimp burgers from Trader Joe's, Dan?
No, we had salmon burgers yesterday.
Oh, yes. Yes, I actually do remember that is something that I have from Trader Joe's specifically. There's only a few things that I really actually remember, and that is one of the things that I regretfully remember. Yeah, it wasn't that bad, but they just got rid of all the racial brands.
No, they went back and they
If you're not afraid or you have nipples whatsoever. I mean, they even changed, even the Italians, who are, almost pervy according to everybody, but they did it. They did down Trader Giotto's.
Yeah, but it was like Trader Jing John's or whatever.
Yeah.
Trader Jing Thank you, Argus. They're like, we're saying.
It's not going to get any better than covering the Trader Joe's official profile and what they do over there. Does your girlfriend have a least favorite race?
Some versions. Oh, yes, of course.
Even the versions are like these versions.
Good cats, though. Good cats.
Great, very good. That's just seen an Italian.
Almost all the genies are versions.
I've never seen a version that looks like
Shaq at all. Kazam? Yeah, he's a genius.
This episode, I know it looks choppy to you. No. Dan?
Choppy is actually the new slide.
Wow. Sure, Joelberg fan. Dan, unbelievable fucking jokes there, dude. You're so fucking up that entire fucking Predator phone, not being able to swipe on the pedophile state on that. So you have a great brain. It's amazing to watch you over all these years go from being a fledgling antsy heroin addict, a healthy, even joke writer before.
Thanks so much, man.
What is real?
Like the same song every time.
Really like the longest possible. Let's go to a regular, everyone. This guy, great joke writer, great roaster, real part of, the fucking family here. Unbelievable comedian. Make some noise for David Lucas, everyone. Here we go.
How's national coin shortage? Barack Obama did that for ask for change, but he not getting enough fish. What did he change? What not? My grandma got $1,000 in coins before. Glad we got Uber. I don't gotta get dressed and take girls home no more. That is the best shit ever. But hey, girl, your Uber outside. So you don't have to walk to Taco Bell up the street. 3 minutes. Uber literally makes you feel like a prostitute outside. Waiting for a car that somebody don't get around. Alright, guys.
Me? It already came out. It came out. It's already on VHS.
You got a new one called Ocean 11.
Wait, what the fuck is that supposed to be? Because I have 11 inches in my butt?
Yeah, you got
Oh, come
I
on.
thought your rose was like Tony and a big dick.
Yeah, I know. That's nothing to do. Like, how do you know?
Tony's dick is so big. He can't fit anything near his booty hole because it's protruding so far.
Oh, yeah.
It's true. He thought a giant dildo fell out of my ass. It was just my dick.
Forrest Gump.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Life is like a box of mayonnaise.
Like a box of dildos. Never know what kind of dick you're gonna get.
Jenny, I've never met a man named Jenny.
I was always kissing and romancing.
Forrest Gump, see.
Thanks to our sponsors, we're so mad tonight.
Might not even this would be the first unreleased episode.
Yeah, this is a big emergency zone.
It's so weird that you guys have a bunch of Tom Hanks references when Chester Bennington has been working on a video exposing
Child sex abuse in Hollywood.
I said unreleased. Getting the AJ give up drawing. I wish I would be like, oh, this is the one. It's the Ten Commandments. Maybe we'll release Michael Myers part. There's an 11-minute episode of Kill Tony today.
I told you what's your homeboy now.
What? No, you're now making fun of Rex. No.
What?
He opens Tuxedo.
No, go ahead. No, I know that's it.
It's raining. Defending Rose Battle Champion. Yeah, go ahead. Dress nice? This is this thing.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about me. I mean, come on. That's just my eyes. Stay at home dad. You know? And I'm raising alcohol. Got a half pint in the backyard.
I love that you're wearing a hunting tent today.
Wearing a forest. I thought to get some pay.
A lot of camo on you. I actually do have some for cities interested. They have gay pocket watches. They only have sex with other pocket watches of the same sex. So when I dangle them like that, they just end up magnet. Clink. They hook up with other pocket watches.
Hey, sir, do you know what time it is? Braino!
Dick cock. Cock.
You have a pocket watch? You have a watch? You have a calorie watch? What diet been like lately? 376. What was going on then?
Bad habits being on the road every weekend, working at the college or eating bullshit every night. So it's like it's no go back. Train my mind, and you know, do more meal prep and have like a fried cauliflower and french fries. We have 401 diet.
I just lost 10 pounds the other day when a dildo fell out of my ass. So it was a
1:30 every time you get home.
wow. God,
That's a very tiny potato.
Well, I get told it.
extremely tiny.
Hell yeah, bro. A big finger breaking my half.
I mean, yeah. If we're talking a 375 over here.
That was a big meal on top of another thing.
I don't know. Let's see.
What do you think you are?
I like how you say that like somebody else would be on top of Tony. You know, like Tony is the bottom. So I wouldn't see Tony as being the bottom. I see like Tony, he's like slowly writing, like you know, like stuff like that.
He's absolutely right.
I was here.
I mean, yeah, the people that don't know me, I think would assume that I'm a bottom, and I think the more you know me, the more you realize I would fuck the hell out of your ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on top. You know,
Yeah, the top young guy.
Not a bottom young rising comedian.
Top is also the Chinese food product of chair.
kill Tony on the audience is just for us.
Really. So what else is going on in your world, David Lucas? Anything else?
Shit, started working out with some other comedy store guys.
I saw you in some fucking meth.
Hell yeah, I knocked a big out.
You're like Tyson chicken.
It hit the oven mitts.
That's funny, though. Who you like? Evander, Holy.
What the fuck?
Evander Booty Hole.
There you go. Yeah, thank you, Jeremiah.
George Foreman.
Just for me.
Gay weather? It's a good one.
Tyson in my period.
Oh. Absolutely.
Not a knockout, but a TKO for the total.
Man, CD. Right?
Yeah, there we go. Not a TKO, but a take my car.
I gotta know what Michael is. Okay, Michael, yeah, let's go back. Nutbuster. Oscar Loboya? God, come on. Come on, why would I do that? That's my first move. Going below the belt.
Oh my god. Oh, I started smoking CBD, bro. That shit.
Really? Candy bars and donuts? Started actually smoking candy bars?
Nah, bro.
Where my pay? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do all the time. It's absolutely incredible. It's very relaxing. Infinite. CBD.com is the promo code Kill Tony. It works. It relaxes, and then I get a good night's sleep. Pandemic for me. Usually being out until you know 2:30, 3 a.m. after the time of my fucking baby to the next day. Then when this thing kicked in, you know, just sketchy completely. So, you know, I would go to bed at the end of a late night back in the day. So now, to help me go to sleep, InfiniteCBD.com for save 20%.
Red man just refused to look at the outside.
Now, I think that certain things I always wonder if they need science to, like, if you can smoke CBD or if you can smoke certain things. Like,
You're saying you prefer to eat CBD or use it in the cream form?
exactly, yeah.
Right.
What cream cheese for?
So you agree it works there, but you just don't prefer to smoke.
No, I just don't know, like, the science. Like as an example, somebody said, you know, they used to always say, oh, I smoke acid. I would have little acid on my weed before I smoke, and I'm like, yeah, that doesn't work. The fire will just burn the acid. I get shit like that. If it's as effective as
I'm just saying it's more effective, bro, because like I've been doing like CBD drinks and shit, and like CBD mints, and like the edible CBDs, and the smoking hits me faster. Like that.
Sleep apnea machine yet?
No, I don't got that shit.
What's different about it?
He got the turkey shit. Like, we got that. I think it
Is it turkey mix with chicken?
I think in that big could be a big number, right? That's where it's at. You gotta look at the circumference of the thing.
Whoa, somebody like the word circumference this week. Population proclamation. Well, this is fun. Alright, David, thank you so much.
Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah.
David Lucas Money on all social media.
Yes. That's my favorite thing in Park Jam right there.
Good thing. Like that. Alright, this is a new name. Urube Augmentor. To find Urube.
Everything you say to me,
And I'm about to break.
I'm in a little room to break.
And I'm about to break.
Here he is, Urube Augmentor. Doesn't matter. Ladies and gentlemen, Urube Augmentor.
I've been with Urube to gay, all the way to Uber gay. How the hell did I become an ad? I said, you know, if you're requesting me on Uber gay, come to your front door looking like a life-size Buddha. Right now, I look like a gorilla whale. Don't worry about it, because I'm 300 pounds of muscle, 2% fat. I'm telling you, man, I used to work at Planet Fitness. And it's supposed to be a judgment-free zone, and I used to get judged all the time. To the point, like, some guy came up to me, how the hell are you fat and you work at a gym? How the hell are you fat and you work out at a gym? I'm so nervous. I'm glad to be here. Is that a minute? Oh, shit, okay. I got more jokes. I know you're up there in my head. I'm an intelligent guy. I'm not the only guy on drugs. I'm good.
Urube Augmenta. Augmented.
Your zipper is way down.
Whoa, look at that.
I was actually the mascot.
Were you?
Yeah.
What does that mean? What?
On Pizza Monday, they serve pizza Monday. So I was their fat mascot.
Really? So what does that mean? What do they have you do? Just stand there and be like, hey, this is what you want to keep coming. You don't want to look like
What do you think with pizza at Mondays? Yeah, the first day. I work out. What is the exact address of this gym? Especially people that have like early, like 4 a.m. and you just come to your gym. There's pizza everywhere.
Let's check out the Mike show.
Sign up for Planet Fitness. We gotta make sure it's nice.
This show is starting to become the same jokes every single week. One step closer to the freeze. Am I got right? We have old jokes, dildo jokes, fat jokes. I mean, it's the same shit every week. It's like not even funny anymore. It's just crashing and burning. It's like a fucking reek. Oh, go ahead, tap button up. Oh, that's still horrible. Like that happens. So why do they get it? That is
bad idea. It really is a bad idea. Well, that'd be like not selling cigarettes because people are addicted to that. It should be up to the person whether they want to eat it or not. No, but also when you walk in the gym and you smell pizza, you're like, oh my god, what the fuck?
As right as you are, all of this, you just can't say anything you're saying right now.
I mean, come on, it's
Totally right. It's a terrible idea.
strict diet. You will get the one place that you're going to have to make myself do that. Be smell pizza. You imagine? Pizza jokes. Word of a name. I know. I used to have that as my avatar on Twitter for like 2 years. Oh yeah, super happy. Right there. You didn't look at his Twitter avatar for 2 years? Crazy pizza at the gym. It's like having, an open bar outside. And when they look at you and be like, imagine some of the pizza. All the time, right? And it's actually, if you think about it, it's actually pretty safe, but they have to keep, they feel bad. Right. Pizza once a week. Did they pay you to be the mascot there? Or was that like a free, just for the pizza? Just for the pizza. Oh my goodness.
Did you just show up guard Planet Fitness?
Nice. You did. What did you do there? Should I? Tim Allen over here? Oh, tour guide.
It's just a pizza oven.
Tour guide. They had you show
These are the machines. Horrifies.
What does that name mean? Who they augment that?
I don't know. Samoans find that offensive. I get Samoan all
You're shaped like a Samoan.
the Samoans just looking at you and you're like, you're not gonna get over this.
Universal Studios?
You want everywhere with the glow. We work for a session and
But what do you do? What do you clean?
I usually close down the floors after less than a 30 minutes.
I got my fucking my shower snake today. I had a little clog in my shower and Lucas joke. Yeah, and a bunch of dildos sticking out. And they found down there. I'm like, what was it? And the guy's like, you got roots. I'm like, what? You know about that?
Something happened to Rogan. Rogan had a branch that was like
This guy showed me. It's like, you gotta see it, and it's fucking unbelievable. How did that? I was actually a tree. Right? Did I come on? Did I get wrapped up all of that? everybody in my neighborhood. The plumber's like, they're right there. Just lining them up. One.
You can just write all the time.
Right. That's what the 155. Reference. You guys want to do it in the game? Spelling the dildo. D-I-L. No, universal thing. Wild. And move the mic stand up. Just move it. We want you to get his feet, his head in there.
I got disqualified in my first match. Everything Mexican does is an illegal one.
What? Your name? Oh, what, you're going to look it up? No, just show us. Just show us.
Oh,
Yeah. Whoa! Oh, I see why that's illegal. Because I can take a D in backwards. Jesus Christ, dude.
What's the highest you can secure this?
Yeah.
We just a little example of how high you can get. Yeah, go right ahead. Whoa! Look at that. I don't know. I think Red Man could probably top.
No, you know, I think I go there and top that.
All right. Lude, say your last name again. Aramenta.
Sexy. Sexy. It's like a 50s battle song.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Here he is. Aramenta. You steer with a spin out like this? Or?
Oh, yeah, it's just going to be the people at home's favorite episode.
Guys, I don't want to break anything, but we actually have Danny Brown here right now.
There used to be a guy on my local news. Maybe it was regional. Maybe you had him too. You remember a guy named the newscaster, David O'Day Aduma? I think it was maybe just a local news thing. But we both had this food, right?
Yeah.
We talked about this. It was so good. You cook something. You had him too, Colette? You had him in Georgia? Really?
Yeah, I think it was this syndication.
Holy, so good. He had the chef's hat.
Yeah, and the clown. There was also a clown.
We had a local guy in Youngstown named O'Day Aduma. And at the end of all of his things, he would go, and I am O'Day Aduma. And I would do impressions of him when I was a little kid.
That sounded just like
And I am O'Day Aduma. Cool name. All right. Pull another name out of the bucket, please.
What are the odds?
What are the odds? Ladies and gentlemen, if the man wants to play, you can play it until this person gets to the mic. It is Reagan Warner. There's Reagan Warner.
So I just moved out here to LA from Minneapolis. You know, had to get a new car. 'Cause it's a big driving city around here. I think the dealership had a fire sale. I mean, but I take it when it burns. So. So, what I the web out here in LA are gorgeous. Grandma Victoria's Secret models. You know, I'm not really the same thing. It's either like no pain or no gain. But you gotta respect it. But what I've noticed is Victoria's Secret is a lot like the Catholic Church. You know, they put up these unrealistic expectations. They also like to traffic kids. So I just for my dad, cancer.
Cancer?
Strong.
Is sometimes the worst kinds you can have. I know this is a former Googling about the old health, as we call it. Your father, cigarette smoker.
He's had cancer for he's diagnosed 5 years ago. He's had cancer. He told me about
Man, maybe he'll have.
He didn't tell me.
Why do you think he didn't tell you?
That's like I don't know. That's how to explain it.
For 5 is it longer than Trump's been on? President, I'm sorry. What's happened?
Well, he also had immune deficiency, so he's like,
But these questions. Oh, come on, Mr. President. I mean,
no.
okay, why are you arguing with me? We have to get along. We have to get along.
I'm sorry.
We have to.
Literally pointing to the responses you and it didn't even say what it was supposed to say.
Even this fucking sound of it tonight. It says we have to get along.
We really do have to get going. It doesn't exist, though.
Trump is finally right.
Wait, so let me get this right. Even the people on the patio right now, they're not actually watching.
They're enjoying chicken dinner. I was so confused because no more names in the kid house.
Nobody here is filming this. I'll go
I'm actually giving on live this whole time, Instagram live.
well, as long as it's your live.
I'm the drummer for Linkin Park, dude. It's like 80 million followers.
Here I thought we had a good bit going. I was confirmed we were going to get out on a big lab, and on an episode like this, it makes sense. I guess it's not going to happen, right, Mr. President?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Instead, this thing's more like the damn Mexican government.
We can think right. The Mexican government.
Oh, we just can't today, Mr. President.
We don't win anymore.
This is We used to have victories.
Don't have victories.
Everything was so good. All right. You know Trump lead, you can't jump a bit. Okay. Reagan. Warner. Reagan after Reagan. And Watkins. RW first. Reagan. Last name. What is it? Warner.
Yeah,
It's like they're like three. It's like three. So tell us more about you, Reagan. What was that? Unicycle port? Am I right?
From Minneapolis.
You seem like the kind of guy that plays the refrigerator with your head. Is that true? Hello?
That's pretty fucking great.
I'm still 5% what I used to be.
Oh, and if I gain weight, all of it goes straight to the sack. So,
Oh my goodness.
there's some power behind it.
Well, Jesus, there's going to be more roots in my shower journey. Roots in my shower. There's a root. Okay, red man. That's just roots in my water drain. Chester, do you fart? Embarrassing thing to happen. Like, imagine after that you're dying, like, people, I feel like you're all fair and like, like, I'm so happy you're all here by my side.
Tombstone would have to say that.
Let's go through this part and figure out which would be let's figure out the worst part for you when you die. I know. This for advanced dream episode. But you have to have some good. You have to hit it after. I say some last words. I'm just so. Wait.
Well, here, we're all. I don't want to hear the last thing. I just want to know that I love you.
Oh, something I never told you guys. Before I died, I sorry. Jesus,
Yeah, that's amazing. That was me, Grandpa.
Doesn't really understand. It's supposed to be.
Shout out.
Shout out to Orchid. Wow. Where'd you eat chicken? Is that true?
In trade.
Well, the president's here again. Welcome
say,
Oh, wow, that's an interesting way to. Like, where are you right now, Mr. President?
we have people in Washington that don't know what to do.
What's your favorite episode of Kill Tony, Mr. President?
That was a good one. Now I gotta see what 240 is.
Yeah, let's look it up. Episode Wayne immigrants in different countries. Canadian era. What do you think? What do you think his ethnicity is? Yeah, now we're on. We've made a decision to have fun. 1 hour and 40 minutes in. What else about you? Like, special skill. I mean, you are a man. Jack. Many trade. Know it for a fact. Magic is in your past.
I'm a skyver though.
Really?
Basically, yeah, stupid smoking.
I'm not gonna go for the chicken up there.
Had a malfunction back up the line. Is to get twisted around in a circle. Like a swing. They have nothing apart. Or like, well, my dad's friend. Yeah, works in the back. I'm like, back up. Fine, yeah, she's dead. Yeah. The David works.
My lines are tied. I'm in big fucking trouble. Somebody help me! There would not be an antique phone in this night. Craziest sexual experience. Your life. Reagan worker. Something happened.
Falls into the air. The lines are barely drive and drop. He would eat us, but then he found out. But like,
Oh, shit.
that was pretty shit. You son of a bitch, Reagan.
How long were you guys? You bang her?
Now he's in the place. Usually,
Sometimes you all would all hang out with each other.
yeah, and then we go to the parties, and then you hear people like that.
Is that where you were? Girlfriend what?
For the stuff.
Well, Reagan, thank you so much for coming on the show. This was a lot of fun. Fun to get to work here every day. Reagan. And then this happened. And so we're going to try now. the back door. Here comes China.
To finish my day like most kids. And so my dad plugged my nose and forced me to eat. So now as an adult, when I'm having sex, I feel like it when I got shoved mashed potatoes down my throat. On the East Coast, sorry, on the East Coast, it's 7 and about 6 foot. So I just can't finish. I just go and like, come with me. Why does it feel like that? Something here's not right today.
China. China. That is China. Hi, China. Welcome to the show. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
I've done it at home.
Okay. You've been in LA the whole time?
Yeah, just like
Is this where you're from?
Connecticut.
Oh. How long have you been in LA?
It'll be 9 years on the 22nd.
Oh, what made you move here 9 years ago?
No, I went to New York.
Okay. You didn't want to go to the one in New York?
Well, they didn't take the guide. I had to go to LA.
Oh, you're
Down, like,
that's why.
like that phone.
Wow. Is he still alive?
Passed away 2 years ago.
From what?
That's right when you started doing stand.
Yeah.
There you go. It's a good way to is your father passed. Trump, what do you your name's China. Why are you China?
I was actually when I was in Europe, I cut off maybe China.
That's just a word. You heard of Elon Musk? Yeah, right after Jefferson Airplane. Why China? Oh, so you're named after Grace Lake. It's a great cool. Grace Lake has a daughter named I know a lot about Jefferson Airplane. That's why I went to church.
Goodness gracious. Any crazy things? Serious drugs.
I have had people like that.
Did you ever do serious drugs?
By accident.
How did that happen?
Well, I was at this girl's house and she just started like breaking up this white stuff, and I was 18. I've done I had done coke before and asked, and I thought it was coke, and so she just handed me it, and then like a week or two goes by, but I had a really bad time after I did that, and I was like, what was that? I was like, was that crack? Did I do crack? She was like, crack? That was meth. And I was like, what? Like, I did that? Like, I was freaked out. But then more has first.
What do you do now?
Like, I do mushrooms.
What do you do for a job?
I work at Firehouse Subs.
Oh, I love Firehouse Subs. Have you guys ever thought about giving out to the gym?
Italian. Have you ever had Firehouse Subs?
Boiled Vito's. I had their eggplant parmesan this week and a baked potato. It's absolutely insane. Our friend Charlie, who brings Vito's pizza, my dietary habits to like I'm living my mother again, which is very exciting. I mean, a whole lot of stuff going on. Can't be positive.
It's also a Jefferson Airplane song.
President Trump, what's your favorite kind of pasta while we have you here? You can repeat.
140 million.
It's also my
Two? That's just two? What's another number that you know?
19
Do you know numbers?
2,300.
Okay. That must be all the numbers you know, though.
240.
That's your favorite Coltopia episode. What else?
11,503 trillion dollars. Don't believe the 5.6.
He's talking about all the percentage that Firehouse Subs donates to the fire pit across the United States. The first one. How long have you been working?
Hey, hold on. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let's go back to that question. I gotta check out with Mike Shinoda.
Doesn't she kind of look like a female Chester? Like hard on the outside, but it's something like brown like China.
That is true. Are you a Linkin Park fan?
I love the Park. They're my friends.
If you could say anything to the late great Chesterton right now, what would it be? Jesus, what were you, the one that sold him? I need to apologize.
Yeah, just sell him the rope.
There you go. Yeah, I'm just
I also need $5 for this.
Chester, what do you think about the apology? All right. What's something shocking about you that we would be surprised to know about you? China? Something like history or like random?
To any Firehouse Subs.
Really? Is that true? Would you be willing? Well, it sort of looks like a hazard over there. Would you be willing to try? Oh my goodness. You think we can try to stand on her head? This is amazing. This is what the show's about.
I thought that Gudabase 5K would be the highlight.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Tony. Here we go. This is... Just stood on her head.
That was impressive. What's your favorite artist? Oh, Seymour is a spinner.
You have another favorite.
Tried so hard.
China, thank you so much. So much fun. Thank you. Have a great day. It's China. First time on Kill Tony.
Has anyone ever stood it? Has anyone ever stood on that?
No, that's a first. It really is a lot of firsts.
I thought since her name was China, Brian was really nice.
From the right house, the ice house. Welcome. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, all the chaos, all the indie. There's only one good cherry on top of a cupcake like this. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the big red machine, the one, the only, the great William Montgomery. Here he is.
Like 90 comes out with the mask. Yeah, we ain't getting the vaccine. This is problems next. Saudi Arabia became real popular. Ran from go to the backyard and crucified someone. Australian hipsters be like, I miss the old scene. Man, in my wedding, you're gonna have to start believing in Jesus. All right.
Hey, okay. You know, always just close if you don't have anything left. Surely you're going to be the best man.
No, but I do appreciate that this is the first time I think all of us have seen. And it is. Yeah. First time. Wow. Never again. How do you ever again?
What's going on, Willie? This is very exciting.
I don't know.
What's changed in your life this week?
I don't know.
Yeah, what made you something different?
No, just generally speaking. I started having premonitions. I started haunting his house. But yeah, seriously, I started thinking
What
about probably die
what
soon.
type of premonitions do you have? Describe them a little bit more.
I don't know. I just pictured myself.
Because we've been having premonitions about you.
For like a year. Yeah, no, it just sort of hit me. So we'll. We'll see. Stay strong.
How long has it been? How long have you been sober for? One day?
I got a little drunk.
How about that?
Drunk as hell last
Back. Whenever you try.
because I got pretty hard.
That's absolutely not.
2 or 3 times a week, 2 or 3 days at a time.
Yeah.
Can't be that for sure. And he goes hard though, like he's like I'm not great.
You have what we call a
I love way more with it and I'm screaming right. Starting to happen a lot. I was just angry, screaming and I know, that
started to happen.
Yeah, and you were also assisted with the sound guy, a Mitch, I believe, last week. As you called, David, what about David Theory? What do you think about that?
Well, I don't like him.
Oh my goodness.
I'm worried if it's gonna smell.
Oh, you are with the same shorts.
See, I can feel my feet. Still my face the short top. What happens one side of my head? That's not the big bite. It's on your stomach. It's like your alcoholism. Like your fourth. This is like when they find cancer on a newscaster.
Zoom in on David. William, it's that way. Stop. Zoom in on that.
That's
You're bleeding from the inside. Whereas it's that bruise. Circle it. You want a Sharpie? Here's a Sharpie. Circle it.
You can just close the fridge with this stuff. Simple, you look through it. China.
Alright, David, back up to this space.
You know how you got that? That's
Oh, geez. Are you getting abused here?
I bumped into a table. Do you call it a table? I bumped into a table. Small relationship.
Do you know what really happened?
Yeah, I bumped into him.
What happened, William? Tell us. This is a compelling episode of Coaching. You can be honest with us here. Where your family, where your family now? Your other family doesn't.
Brad. Is it William?
Oh, now we're getting a little bit more. You were drunk and you bumped into the table. Yep. Then what happened? Because tables, William, I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Honestly, I don't know. Wow.
Did the bump on your stomach has anything to do with your newfound reasoning to stop?
I want to say, you got this glare in your eye.
Does he have that same bug on his forehead from last? What else has been happening? Have you been looking for a job again?
I have not, but I need a job.
Well, did you reach out to them, or do you think they're just going to contact you? Yeah. Are you, is that a joke?
No.
That's all you
Well, I did it online. I've already.
When did you apply?
A month ago. But it was like. Someone. Get this certified. That was like that.
You're going to have to, okay, William, you're going to have to do something to get that. And then how exactly are you going to
Figure it out.
like the unemployment Mary's just going to show up while you're
I don't know. Figure it out.
wow.
Maybe call my girlfriend. Oriental fat.
This is an intervention, right?
It sounds like it.
Is there anyone else else? Yeah, anyone else? Say something, Jay. Anybody else? Would like to vote? Oh, Keel has his hand up. Keel. First time.
I've had 12 conversations with William. I promise you, he does not know my name.
What is that was a work of art. You're correct. Not doing it.
Cheers, brother.
I like greatest like it's incredible how good of a human being there is underneath that fucking. You have like one of the widest ranges of bad guy between not drinking. Like it's hard for me to interview this guy because like I don't know what I hear ya. Every alcoholic that's actually going to do it. Go ahead. And that's tonight's episode, everyone. William Montgomery. Root him on social media for his recovery. William recovery. It's a while until we get Montgomery. We like William recovery. Let's check out that drawing from the great Ryan J. email while you all said nothing tonight. Look at that! Look at that! Look, oh, that is so fucking cool. The Corvette, the finger, the cat. They're available sale every episode print, every road show has a print. The great Brett Erickson was with us all night.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for having me.
Tell them where they can find you, Brett.
Find me at I Brett My Pants on Twitter.
Whoa. In the podcast again?
Issues with Andy.
Issues with Andy. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for having so much fun. The great Jeremiah Watkins was Chesterton tonight. Tell us about the crowd, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah Watkins doing some really cool stuff over there. That's at youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. Would love to subscribe. And Jeremiah-Watkins.
Mike Shinoda, everybody. Believe it or not, just figuring it out right now, but I do believe Mike Shinoda was actually the Jesse Johnson tonight. I didn't know you until tonight, and Mike is blown. Your incredible sense of humor.
Well, I really hope this is aired because I practiced this for hours.
How about a hand for a Chroma Chris with Brad, the lead guitarist for Linkin Park. Brad, what do you think about tonight's episode? Home run, Tony. Knocked it out of the park. Oh. There you go. You could have just said. The great runs, everybody. It was Joel Wesley, sorry.
So, I know it was chaotic. I thought we finally smiled at some point.
Pirates have had some good moments. There you go. And it's gonna be there. We're gonna edit out both of you guys saying, "I really hope this episode ends." Not a ton of thought going into this either. It's just like a month. I care that I'll make it impossible to edit. Well, I trust me. I'm sure we'll figure out a way.
I just want to be real. I want to be real.
So much fun, everybody. So much. We'll see you again. Bye. It's Comedy Store main room for everybody. Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Yippee doo dah day. We are back. Good. Exciting stuff. Happy to be here. Life is good. The great Ryan J. Evil is here drawing tonight's episode. He draws every episode. Every print's available at RyanJEvil.com. Every episode, every tour poster, he's auctioning off prints almost every week now. It's incredible. Plus a couple cool new t-shirts at RyanJEvil.com as well. He still has the books. Yeah, he has the books. Grab one. 1, 2, and 3 available at RyanJEvil.com. Very exciting stuff. You doing good Absolutely. Enjoying the heat wave that we were having. I love it. Staying hydrated, staying outside, looking in the sun. Life's good. There's nowhere to be in beautiful Southern California. And speaking of which, the beautiful place that makes this the amazing sponsors that are responsible for this evening show. Hiring can be super challenging for business owners, especially these days. Flying masks. She needed to hire for a pivotal role in her construction. GS, who was having a tough time finding the right person, especially with so many candidates out there. So she switched to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its technology identifies people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free.
Tony. That's how Monica found Lamont. She said that ZipRecruiter sent Lamont's profile to her around 5 minutes after the great match was over. There was a countless project.
ZipRecruiter gets a quality candidate within the first. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it for free. That's right. For ZipRecruiter.com/Hilton. That's ZipRecruiter.com. ZipRecruiter.com/Hilton. Our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by farmers who are finally making tobacco alternatives don't suck. Summer of 2020 is the time to get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tape, delivered directly to your door. I was a heavy cigarette smoker, made everything smell, and my cards and everything switched to thing. And now I use Lucy Nicotine gum. I can use it on an airplane or if I'm in a car.
Guys, this is the real deal. A subscription to comes directly to your door each month. Simple. In a time when goods are delivered to your door, just shipping and handling.
Go to Lucy.co, use promo code KILLTONY at checkout, and get rid of your old cigs or vape. That's Lucy.co, promo code KILLTONY at the checkout. And we are back. I'm excited to start this puppy pie tonight. We do have a guest. He is a returning guest, a guy who's been on the show quite a few times. Former Comedy Store guy, winner of the Comedy Central Roast Battle Sisters, one of the great comedians, is a paid regular at Comedy Store, and he's one of my great friends. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the group to everybody. Here we go! Hi! Hello, welcome.
Easy to be here.
I bet it does. When you hear that music, it reminds you of your father, your grandmother, your mijo, your mija, and your favorite podcast, Kill Tony, was what I was
Fathers, I think I've ever met your dad.
I've gone to a doctor's meeting with your dad. Well, actually, I met him there. I met 20,000 every Dodgers fan. He is a true Los Angeles, what do they call that?
Yes.
That would be word. A cholo, perhaps, could be another. You call him a cholo?
Yeah, he definitely has the Chicano lifestyle, sure.
Chicano, for sure. Well, I'm glad that you're here, Frank. We're gonna have this evening. Sometimes it's the word of famous characters we've seen before. Sometimes it's the debut of brand new characters like Linkin Park. It could be anything. Let's find out where tonight when I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jim Watkins, Shoulder Gentleman, as Vinsky Johnson and Chroma Prince. Here we go. Here they come. Whoa! Oh, man. We've seen these guys before. Oh, it's like, oh my goodness. They're so nerdy. Oh, and your microphone. That's the part. Listen, you're back. You are a nerd, right?
I am a live action role player, Tony. I do take kindly to swear.
Okay. Very good. Live action role player. And
This is also you. My dragon.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Cut down. Remember we got back here. We have a guy who's Jesus on his shoulders.
Take that axe to go. You watch your mouth, sir.
Crutch. Remind me.
I am the king of Tick Space King.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna write that here. What's your deal? My name is Malachi, and I'm a silent assassin. Malachi, a silent that. And then, have you seen? Go ahead.
The gay is the new gay.
Okay.
That's very funny.
There you go. You can get that one. You're new to this whole crew. I've never seen you with these. I've seen these live action guys before, but you didn't.
Join this alliance. My name is Erwan.
Erwan?
Erwan?
Like the grocery store.
Store my. There is an Los Angeles.
You're one of the thickest lips I've ever heard.
Too bad there's not a spell to get rid of that.
Wow. My goodness. Well, welcome everyone. I'm glad you're joining the band. We're gonna have some fun. So we have some live battle, champ, Frank Castillo, Red Band. We had some delicious cooking. Now, pizza anywhere else, I could just save it for Monday. Monday became pizza day, and now I order from there all the time. Vito's Pizza. It's on La Cienega. Check them out, especially when things get bumping again. Tony routine of going there and then kind of, that's a great. But I order from there all the time. You can get them on Postmates. Check out Vito's Pizza. Get Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code Kiltony, 20% off. And other amazing things. I feel like I'm forgetting one, but let's just start the show. You guys ready to swing here? 8 people in the room built for 470, and with a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, I mean, storyline after storyline. I mean, this from Hogan, mid to late nowhere, the good guy, the bad guy. He's great at both. Sometimes you know the big red machine, the only out Montgomery.
You think being a plumber is hard? Try blimp salesman. Was watching the WNBA game earlier, and it said aerial coverage provided by. Apparently, my former youth pastor is and I ain't snitching I tweeted Dan all out of glue. Sanford Biden and his I have had a little Coca-Cola fun. Coca-Cola and which makes no. I only have Coca-Cola in the fridge. It's not bad. You have it on ice? No, it's just a bottle. It's just Coke. You put in a what? You put a lid on it? Yes. We're smoking on a never said hello. I got drunk last night. What happened last night? What do you think happened? I don't know. I was grilling out. This was out. I got a grill, did some salmon last night. How long? It was really good. How long will you? How long into the grilling did you start drinking? I was drinking some. Yes. What time did you start drinking yesterday? Probably at 6. Okay. So you cracked open Stella at 6. Correct. Probably went through 2 of those before you started grilling at 7, right? Correct. And then what happened at 7 when you started grilling? Just straight Stellas all night? Did you get your grill? Probably 3 of them. It's absolutely disgusting. And then I woke up at maybe 1 p.m. I mean, you drink like this and just found out about alcohol. That is a drink, whatever. The Coke was flat. It wasn't. Do you drink water when you wake up, or do you drink water period? Total understand. How much water do you think you drank? 64 ounces. Wow, that's a good guess. Yeah, 32 ounces. Oh my goodness, you filled it up twice. Yeah, that's interesting. Is it true? Who's missing? Yes. More about it. Missing. Who told you that? It was on the news today. The news here? The local news here? Yes. And you were watching the local news and you pastor, even though you're Tennessee, you found out youth pastor here on the local news and see youth pastor. Correct. Are you lying to me right now? No. It's national news that your youth pastor is missing. Yes. What's so good about him? What's so good about him? Tell us what made him so special. I don't know. It's just neither was not. Oh, that's every youth pastor. Just a really nice man. Did he ever touch you? What did he do? What did he touch you with? Oh my God, how many fingers?
Belgium.
Wow.
Son of a really dropping the ball. Who do you want to win? Everybody. I think everybody deserves to win the World Cup. Especially. Get it. Get it. Why are they just showing this asshole? I don't want to just see this guy. Show me something. Damn, dog. No. Dog. Let me go live. Let me go live. No, I don't care about this guy.
Relationship's totally positive.
Nothing's
It's
closed.
totally positive. I was able to talk to somebody at the unemployment, or I'm here again soon because we're running out of money.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, my dad would probably be very nice about it.
Well, he listens
Down to
to
zero.
But honey, I don't think this. He listens to every episode of Kill Tony, and my guess is that you're going to get a stimuli for your father.
We'll see. He's already been very nice to me. Yeah, hopefully the unemployment will listen to this. And I come in there.
So is the Galactic Space King in heaven with them?
Didn't you get like a check or something like that like a month ago?
Yeah, my balance is 7,800, but I've only got paid 1,700.
I just don't know how it works. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, that's good. Your girlfriend's been saved.
Make kids believe that you know money on once.
Right. Find you to be his mom. Oh, this guy bought Coca-Cola at the liquor store. Can't trust. Alright, and I
What is this?
shorts, or you literally wear those every
I wore them every day, and I woke up and there's shit all on them. I don't know what I was doing. Sounds like, dude, it's called an eternal edition, and it's very normal for men our age.
Do you have more than one shorts, or do you just love that pair of shorts? Tell the truth on the
Ones, I don't know if they fit me though, because I have one. I watch these probably once a day. Oh,
Are you serious?
yeah. I don't think they smell. I mean, I smell them. Oh, it's stinky. You're like a live action king of the okay. So gross. You're like the cat lady that can't smell the cat anymore.
That's good style. That shirt you're wearing right there, unbelievable. Dale Earnhardt fan club. I know. I got this on email. You always have cool teddy volunteer stuff. You always have cool style, but you wear the same dirty shorts. It's both ways for you.
36.
Why don't you take a waist size and toxic?
36 and 38, I would guess.
36 or what? Or 38? Okay, then you can wear a
This
belt.
shit is
You
awful.
have a belt, right? Oh yeah. It's keeping those up.
XL.
He doesn't need it. He sent him 38 shorts. Send it to the just Mark William Montgomery and send it to the Comedy Factory West Side, California.
Is this a-
And I do longer shorts.
Like above, like an inch above cap. Totally. Why? Why? Were you ever an Eagle Scout?
Actually has great legs on.
Yeah, he doesn't have Mike a lot. It's my best feature of my legs.
He doesn't have like horrendous. He doesn't have like. Yeah, he doesn't have even. He's got regular former vice legs. But the God, I mean, it's absolutely volatile. It's really like it's cute. Wow, it really does. It looks like you have a giant butt. If your pastor, if your youth pastor, probably put two fingers in it. There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. There is a minute. Here we go. Here comes Trey Peacock. Come on up.
Absolute garbage. Dude, I'm the biggest robot player in the world. They're just fucking me. I mean, watch
Yes,
everything.
Trey Peacock.
I know everything about it.
You can take off your. There he is. One more time. Trey.
What's up, guys? So I once went on one girl who couldn't likely was my cousin, but it's okay. Okay. Donna had just said, really, it was her high school prom and no one wanted to take her, so I got the pleasure of taking her. He likes to fart on me all the time at work. I don't fucking know why. He's Ukrainian, so that might be a reason. But his name is Edward. Shout out Edward. Other than that, I got in a car crash on the way over. Everyone survived. And I'm on the run. The cops showed up on. That's all I got.
Wow. All right. Yeah. I have a lot of questions for you, young man. I'm excited about this interview. First of all, welcome to the show, Trey Peacock. And how old are you? 21. Why'd you say? They checked your out.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Very bizarre.
I don't know who.
You 21? Yes. Well, there you go. Hey, cool.
Yeah.
Jeez. You guys suspicious. You drove down from the death, so I actually had a guy who drove all the way to California for the good listening. It's about, I don't know, 5 hours north. Something like that. Drove all the way from the death, so he got into a car accident on his way here. He wanted to sign up. That's good. Motherfucker here. That's exactly what I did. What was the car accident? How did it happen? Hey, that was my next question. You asked that.
Yeah. I was on the freeway and it was slow. Fat ass flatbed. I don't know why my dad had a flatbed. And this lady was merging on, and I left in the middle lane. It's good. She was a little Mexican lady. She was so cool, and she had some Asian kid in her car with her. I don't know why. She wasn't her kid. I don't know. Where's the kid? He was doing schoolwork. I guess he was falling behind. Wow, stereotypical about an Asian kid who was just doing work, and that's how you knew he wasn't a kid.
Well, I mean, so speaking of stereotypes, maybe the Asian kid was giving the Mexican lady instructions on how to drive, caused the accident in the first place.
I think he actually ran into a coyote who was stealing a.
Yeah.
She was the one that stuck
around, but when you left before the police came,
we were waiting for like an hour and a half, and she was like, I gotta get this kid going. I don't know where she was taking him, but she's babysitting the kid. She's the nanny. That was kid to be having a nanny.
how old do you think was probably like rights, those kinds of people, right?
You know, they do traffic intelligent people need accountants.
That's absolutely true. Everybody wants an Asian accountant nowadays. So let's talk about you, Trey Peacock. A lot went on there. You said something about a hotel.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm here for work for my pops. But
make it?
accident, I didn't get to the place on time, so I had to go open a hotel to be a top. He's always had businesses welded by trade. Yeah. You guys on the job all the time, so
We are, we're like coal miners. They support Trump. Welders support Bill Tony.
yes, sir.
And there's a lot of connections. So we both comedians hire that we throw at them. That's exactly what you do with these hot metals.
Yes, we're in the forgery.
Right. Speaking of forgery, chat. What have you been up to?
Just been in trouble, but I got good luck. I did let off.
What did you get in trouble for?
A lot of things. We both at the same time.
Do you think you had any responsibility at all in that car accident that happened today?
No.
Wow. Very good. Very good. Just stood up and started clapping. Yeah, that big plug. Speedweed.com.
How hot is your? You can't put me in that.
You just said. Is the uncle hurt? Wow. She's a 10 or that was her 8? Look up at the
I have a desk now. I have this. Did you want to?
That was very suspicious.
You know, there were some feelings that arose during the prom, and that's why I had to cut it off. I had to get out of it.
What if you roleplayed as not
Some feelings arose. What would you have told her if you guys were cousins? What would you have said? Give us a line.
I would have said, wait, you're not my cousin. Your cousin's hot. Why did you go out with him?
Good question.
That is a good question.
Does she have a learning disability?
We had stuff together.
Stuck together?
I did it.
Was she wearing like open shoes on at prom? Do you remember? Was she wearing like heels, open soles?
No, she wrapped it. I can't figure out it's always like stuff together.
Either both.
Do you think she wanted to hook with you at all after that? Let's pretend like your uncle isn't listening. That's gonna be what your uncle's not listening. Okay. Do you think your uncle wanted to hook up with you at all?
Probably not. I think it was more forced.
Oh, your grandma. It was an organized prom day.
Exactly. Maybe that's why your grandma's always family members, and that's why she had, like, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
She's Debbie finance Deborah.
So yeah, Grandma Debbie is a hillbilly name. You just don't know that. That's the Grandma Debbie. Little Debbie. So let's talk about your coworker Edward that starts on the welding industry. You guys ever fart and put the welding gun up to it? Let the flames explode out?
The shield gas is actually the opposite of that. So it's kind of spread the smell of it. So that's a incendio, and he likes my phone. And with music, like, and if I do something to piss him off, he'll, like, I don't know how he's got a power to conjure up the worst smell, like, depending on how angry he'll do a drive-by.
Go, baby. Bye.
had some growing up from India. And
Incredible.
take the whole class aside. So, hey guys, stop making fun of him. Parts. It's his Indian food. And yeah, third grade. Dr. Richard! Shakespeare Williams, speaking of math,
Everyone knows India's in Eastern Europe, right between.
Talk about food. Eats Ukrainian food. Probably different diet.
Chinese food makes you want more apart after 10 minutes. Do you have any? Do you have any special skills or talents that would surprise us about you? You seem like the kind of guy fucking, pop your thumb out of the joint or something. Roll my belly, I can fucking what? I can roll my butt. See that? That's not evidence. There you go. Do you have an extra pair of drumsticks? Well, you know what? It's been a long time since we've done this. But I don't know if you know this, Trey Peak. You know what? I'm sort of rooting for you in this one. Sure, Nate said you had a great interview. Have you ever done stand-up before? You've been one of the most entertaining people on this show ever since this quarantine. My friend, we have a competition on this show. Are you aware of what a Mexican drum off is? Wow. So this is a huge opportunity because you'll time performing, having a great set. Even this night, there's a chance you be a full-time cast member in the brand new drummer of Kill Tony. Come on up here, get behind the drum set. This is very exciting. It's been absolutely 4 or 5, maybe 6 months since our month, and we'll have one right here. You know how it works. You get to do a little solo, make it your own thing. You want to do money or silly or anything during the deal, ladies and Mexican drama. This is your chance right now, Trey. You can be the first ever victor of this. I must warn you, Joel's never been beaten. But there is a chance, perhaps it's the longest he's gone without doing one since this whole thing started. So maybe you'll catch him rusty. Ladies and gentlemen, with this opportunity of a lifetime, this is Trey Peacock, the Mexican drama. Go ahead, Trey. All right. Okay, Trey. Go back to that microphone over. All right. It's a good approach. It's good. It's been a while. Sorry. It has been a while. Joel Goldberg as well. Let's see what happens here. Undefeated all time. I mean, an incredible record. The actual statistic, my guess, is somewhere between 20 and 30. And no further ado, I've been undefeated all time, and that's the only. Here he is. Here he is. All right. It's very exciting. He's getting behind the drums, and it begins now. Here is. Wow, not the first time you got smashed by a semi truck tonight. So you have Trey Peacock
You
winning
bet the fuck.
fire thing here. Someone here that how many of you by round of applause have Joelberg retaining his championship? Well, there you go. And still undefeated. My goodness, what a landslide on it. Let's come back. Let me know when you're coming. Tell a staff member when you get here to say, Tony the Trey Peacock from Modesto. So a fan of the show coming in and a blast for 15 minutes. Trey Peacock. There you go. Trey Peacock. That made me remember how nice it was having your own office. It's been so long. It's been a long time. We have another regular on the show, ladies and gentlemen, a great comedian, a roaster. So much fun. One of my good pals. Cool guy. Great. Here he is, David. Everybody. Is the great David.
White people trip me out. They put their dogs in strollers. They put leashes on their kids. And you wonder why this motherfucker act like an animal? Why he only wants to get his food on all fours. I know. And she. This bitch used to actually post like she was the dog. She dog had a story. She went up there and post like chilling with Bonnie at the park. This should be the white girl. I feel like it's time for me to date a white girl, but I want to date like a white girl. Like I don't want to date a white girl with an say, you know what I'm saying? I want like a date or something like I want a girl.
Hell yeah. David Lucas. So let's jump right into it. You don't want one swim. What does that mean exactly?
It's like one who ain't never been hit by a black man before.
Oh shit. Fucking freak that. These white guys are preaching. It's like, what do you think this girl would do for a living? You say you don't want a TSA agent. So like when you say Taylor Swift type, what do you think? Lawyer's assistant or something? A donkey daycare? Oh, okay.
Probably drop it out for 2 years.
Oh, yeah. Dragons? Have you ever seen that donut?
Shut your ass up. You look like a gay person.
Oh, and Harry? We understand.
Dungeons and Dragons, I got out of the game was magic.
That's fun. I have seen being pushed in strollers, like, shout about it.
I screamed at her.
Yeah, what'd you say to her?
I was like a dog in the stroller.
Yeah.
I was like, do you have kids? I was like, all right. Makes sense.
I saw something more guy that framed that I didn't book back with the cat window in the back goes around with the cat in his backpack. He came here in the comedy store. He's still friends with him. I got you. I saw a white lady breastfeeding her dog the other day.
Stop. Are you serious?
Yeah, she would just squeeze her nipple.
Are you
I'm gonna add that to my segment. Absolutely. Does she have a baby or lactate from the dog? From your hormones. If you suck on anything long enough, that's a lie.
Wow. Douglas, have you ever been with a woman more? With a goat? What did you do to the goat? You was it a boy or a girl?
It was, I found a girl with a dick in my mouth, and then I said, hello, sir, I do not appreciate you being close.
Going down on the goat before you showed
Was a man.
what was its name?
No, for 6 years, he was talking stick between his legs, like a sheep with a bed. Oh my
Goodness gracious, don't ask these questions. It's very interesting to find out that you were in a long-term
6 years it was.
with a
Yes.
6 years.
6 years I was in love with a shit I thought was a man. There was actually a woman that wasn't actually a man.
How long into the 6 years did you find out that it was a man?
Year 3, but I kept following through. It's no minutes level. I am going to be married.
Oh my goodness.
My redneck told me that like a sheep have a goat.
That's
The second closest.
What's the first closest?
Dolphin.
Oh, that's about it.
Like your aunt.
Right, I think I've heard you mention that.
Redneck told me that sheep.
It's actually pretty cool looking. Look at it. It's legit.
Yeah, if you've never seen a human being. Absolutely. No, you're allowed to do both duty hole joke you want. Oh shit, he just opened up Skull. Duty only listening.
Right, the cheese.
There you go.
What Tony put the dildo on his
Good. So what, when I put a one on my ass, it's got an echo. Because why? I actually would bet. We should do this test one day where we do a blood our butts. But yeah, because he has a much
Bigger coat.
I had no ass.
oh yeah.
I got some ass.
There's only been one finger in my ass. Dropped appendix at one point. They think that sometimes, appendicitis at one point had lower pains, and so that could just see if it like drop or something like that. And I did not like it at or something. It's the only that runs in your family. Go ahead.
Yeah. And it sucked because they would have like nurses from college like watching like nurses. No, I mean like insect.
I mean, they try, they want to, but I stopped them. I got nodded.
I had it once now when I was like 20. There was like some 29. Was older than me. That was just my finger in my butt.
While blowing,
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a slick like mushroom candy.
Space King Kevin on this. What's your sex life like? I like Space King Kevin. Yeah, tell me.
I thought she was smart put together.
Oh,
No too much. But she put together toes in my ass.
there you go.
That's how I became a space elf.
It's some crazy ass.
They are indeed. Tonight I love the very exciting. Like a jack-o'-lantern
I can help motherfuckers make the check.
Quarantine is a sidekick in general. What about the insurance company? Duty holds the ring.
What's the thing called? Hemorrhoids.
That's right. What are you talking about? You can get hemorrhoids. You can get hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids is a thing.
Redman didn't have an imaginary friend. He just named his hemorrhoids. Redman had blood taken the pork chop in his bar.
Okay. Oh my god. Well, David, fun time. Well, that the real roast on you, that is for sure. And you're often and very cool that you're doing it. It's very hard to do your style. You know, Michael, an improv guru trained for decades in Chicago in the hardest levels of having to be in different tough situations. This and that. William style, very one-liner, very short, silly jokes, and your style is more true to, you know, real stand-up comedy. Not to say stand-up isn't real stand-up comedy, but you put that in and you're still plowing through it. Goddamn right. Like you are going in deep, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, the great David Lutz, everybody.
Folks, look at this. And throwing up gang signs.
Alright, time for the comedian. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Alex B. Here comes Alex B, everybody. One. Here comes Alex B. Here he
First time last year. Not because I support the cause or anything. I just didn't have insurance and I needed to get the SCD test. Pretty non-woke people up there. They have SCD testing station every 20 feet of these events. It was a lot more fun going to like a Planned Parenthood. Pretty sure all the cocaine and Molly was on them. And yeah, the night when I should take a look. It was like kind of test. That kind of thing. I'm like, I got mad. So I spent all time social grooming and cleaning my balls and what it looked like. Yeah, so yeah, that's it.
Absolutely, Alex B. Alex B. His name's Alex B. It's the first time we've had a Jokemon on the show. It's exciting. Instead of a Pokemon, see what you look like.
I have no idea.
You look like you could dive off a high dive. Yeah, it's still a perfect point.
I know, right? It's real freaking cute.
Yeah.
It's you.
I did this myself, believe it or not.
No, I believe it.
Actually, it reminds me of one of my favorite ancillary.
There you go. Believe it or not, this guy's not from Modesto. It's
Long Beach.
Long Beach.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Is it now?
It is.
That's where you were born and raised? Okay. Yeah. Still get all this speech, huh? Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Everything's science. So we get to San Diego.
Exactly. That's what I want.
You like it. Right. Okay, what do you do for work?
I'm a tech guy. I'm a tech support. No cat.
Okay. Hard headset with a haircut like you?
No, I use the earbuds.
Oh, okay.
Oh, actually, don't work that well.
What was that? And so let's talk about it. Did you really need to get an SSD? Have you ever had it or anything? Like what? What else?
What's the other one? You tested by the GPU. No. Just the
What is this?
first starts to burn. When take a piss. You notice this like thing kind of just dripping down from the shower. Yeah, something like that, like sticky.
I feel like I should have had this one.
I'm surprised you haven't.
I know. Anything else? Any other STDs?
Those formants are most defensive against such as cockroaches.
Any other STDs that you had?
That's it. Expensive ones. Especially ones at school.
You have a lot of sex. How do you get chlamydia from masturbating?
So
So, the chicks think you're lead singer of the Deftones.
my money.
I probably would have gotten laid more. Twice.
But you did?
Not as much as the lead singer. That guy's dick's falling off at this point.
Right. Where do
Pulls him in.
you meet these girls at?
You know.
You need give it to me. You need, I need it, baby. I need it. Hurt me on fucking soccer. It's the worst. I watched this one guy run around. Really screaming. Terrible. Worst. I hope Boz.
True classic sweatpants. My wife picks them up to put them on, and there's a scorpion. A scorpion in the house. Okay? Dangerous for kids. It's hot. They come inside. There's scorpions in my house. My buddy stepped on Shane stepped on a scorpion, and he thought someone put a cigarette on his fucking toe. Black widows, round reaver, snake bite. Now it could be because you can die there. 2 people died from a snake bite.
Not really.
If you look it up, there's no Orange County. That's round snake bites in adults. It fucks up kids. She's got 8,000 bites. In Texas. Yeah, because his heart is happening. Radar is very shy, which is, you see, exceptionally There's a people that who stay from the it's like the fuck Did you guys see this guy? To the face of the girl's guy, which is like, this is the closest thing to you. Alright, so each had what they are. Man, that was great. Yeah.
liquor stores, like inside the store. Inside.
What's your opening line?
Really? You really do that?
Yeah, I mean, that's really fucking stupid. Like, really, does that work? And then I have a conversation with them about it.
Everyone stand up.
2 years. It's like the past 6 months.
Right.
Yeah. I actually had a pretty good momentum building up.
What kind of momentum?
Just going nonstop to open mics. I mean, 2 to 5 almost every week.
Said that you've done and all these. Like, wow. What's the sugar? Maybe Molly Malone.
Yeah, no, it's show. Yeah, I had it down months ago. I was so loud on stage. Sort of slipping away.
Very interesting. Very interesting. What do you do for fun? What are some of the things that you do to pass the time?
I'm somewhat of an artist, so I make music.
What kind of music?
Electronic.
So you do.
I had my days in the sun. I tell you what. Yeah,
He's wearing an Applebee's name tag right now. That's incredible.
For cardio.
How about things that scare you? Do you have any fears that are interesting or irrational? We've noticed that a lot of Latino people are afraid. One that's afraid of dogs. We have another friend that is afraid of ice. Oh yeah, that one's Frank on a wheel. He said he was afraid of heights. Almost. Myself laughing as he was climbing onto the side of this tiny Ferris wheel at a shopping mall before the sold-out show. Remember that?
It was literally only like 2 minutes.
Right. Scared of
You can actually head on.
Yeah,
That's how you charge it, right?
make like go fast. You can pedal faster than the motor? No, it's legally in electronic bikes, they go a certain speed, but if you pedal, it'll assist with you. So like, they're going like 28 to 30. Wow. See the good you feel down that hill. I mean, you can run you. That is true. Just long shot like the kid from ET, so probably right drive through. Anyway, what are you afraid of?
Really can't do it.
I'm sure I'm afraid of something. You're afraid of something. You have a nightmare?
I actually used to have a real chunk.
I'll share with you guys. I always like to sneak a little fun fact about me, and I'm a podcast myself that often. Here's one that I was definitely afraid of Chucky myself as a kid. I loved Chucky movies, yeah. But even though I was tiny and, a little kid, Freddy was the main one that scared me, and I liked Chucky. But, my mom got me one of those, my buddy dolls. And that changed the game because then, one night night, I was certain that like I was falling asleep, and I thought that my buddy was staring at it, and I thought I saw a 360 like that, like low. And then I became so I ended up breaking it because I was pro wrestling with one that was like doing moves on my bed, and its head rolled off on the ground. I still remember it like it was yesterday. I was like 10 or maybe 9 or 10 or whatever, and its head rolled where it landed on the ground. It landed and it was staring straight at me like that. So it was mad at me. Now, what's really sense of humor, and I was excited that this might be putting it in the trash and making sure that trash went out and making sure that trash got picked up. Like, I was freaked out by this fucking thing. What did my mom get me? I was another my buddy. Hilarious. I got kids. Remember Kid's sister? Buddy's sister? No, I wasn't on it. I wasn't on. What are you talking about? It came out. I mean, I talked to the lady. Came out. But when they first shut in, I got my. I was married up. I was circles. Yeah, you got me. Once a yo-yo chased me around my roof. The what got you? You're making the red man hungry, right? And now I love Jack in the Box. All right, Alex B. Well, that's fun talking. Yeah. There you go. You get all the credit for that. Oh, John? Yeah. Okay, cool. How'd you get over that? I got over it. No, I will say this. I remember second my buddy that she got me that was supposed to be a hilarious prank for Christmas. Had blonde instead of a brunette. And that really didn't make it quite as scary. Didn't make it as scary as the original Chucky dolls. It was like not as scary at all. Fucking Ginger. No, it's a my buddy. Look up. Goodness. My buddy and kid's sister doll. Whoa! Oh my god, that actually freaked me out. That's so funny. Watch what color kids. My buddy doll, like the first 2 months that I had it, sister's mom. Yeah. No, it wasn't a kid's sister. They made bullshit on my buddy. And it's blood to my buddy doll's month or two. And because of Chucky doll's brand guy or something like that. Yeah. Good guy. It's my buddy. It's all a parody of that. He basically wore the overalls and the little shirt and everything. But I loved my buddy. The first, I remember like a couple months that I had it. But once I saw what I thought was while I was falling asleep, that was. You can use promo code KillTony now. That's 20% off your my kid sister. I was just thinking like we got all pie Cody up on the clip. Yeah. And I said, here's a little something for me. I'm like, they're gonna get something. Yeah. Well, there he is. Alex B. Thank you very much. I'm gonna get you out of here before you sweat to death. Hey, there goes Alex B. Yeah. There goes Alex B. Alright. Here we go. Another person coming right at you at 1,000 miles an hour. He goes by Nick Reed.
light skins. I don't know if I'm ever gonna financially recover from this one. I recently assessing life a little bit more. My lady has face tattoos, and I realized that face tattoos on a person kind of like expired. This is coming. I wonder if like the piles are like super like, angry at the rich ones, like man, they don't have to go to fucking Dave Buster's or Chuck E. Cheese and just fucking put in work. They can just fucking. That's what I think.
55 seconds. Degrees. Degrees. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Can't complain.
That's right. Where'd you come from?
Hemet, California.
Remind me of where that is.
Central Temecula. About
I know 40 minutes
45, yeah, 45 big Scientology base.
Wow.
At
Where else?
Inglewood.
Oh, your parents are Scientologists, like secret Scientologists, maybe?
My parents definitely not. They wouldn't punish her, but there's some weird people in him, and it, like they look like NPCs in a video game.
Right.
Not real.
How'd you end up going from Inglewood?
Stepbrother, and he is science, and he has his shit together, so he is able to live wherever he wants.
Hammett?
Yeah, no, he chose Inglewood because it was just cheap and close enough to like Santa Monica, like where he was working and stuff. When I was fresh out of high school, he basically offered me to get my shit together to come.
Let's go get a map card. You in what Inglewood? What do you do for work?
Now I'm coasting off the unemployment. Just been writing a bunch and trying to like kind of order
Panels?
like door selling of the panels.
Solar panels? Door to door? So let's do a little act out. I want you to sell me some solar. Come knock on my door. I answer. I'm like, hey, can I help you?
How's it going? My name's Nick. I'm not here to change your religion or try to sell anything.
Okay.
I'm in the neighborhood just talking to a few people about some recent ability testing in the neighborhood. If you are an owner of a home,
Yeah, I am. So,
okay, perfect. Well, being able to notify you that if you electricity bills above
like $200 a month. I use a lot of electricity.
what you're currently ending like that, deals with you. It's like tomorrow.
Let's do it right now. How much are these solar panels?
Oh, well, then I'm like, start.
How much are the solar panels?
The range of 17 to 35 range from
1,000?
yeah.
And how much is it going to save me?
But,
Pay any electric anymore?
yeah, unless you use more than what the panel.
How much will they give me enough if I'm paying $200 a month?
Just call Edison. Get them on the line.
Yeah, they told me I use 47,000 gigawatts.
Okay. Perfect. I can just plug that in. So right now, if your average,
You want to come in? Have some coffee?
I would love a lot of shit out here, man.
Okay. No, it's hot, boiling hot.
Yeah, right.
Unverified. Come on and have a glass of water. Get your table. I have water. Or you're drinking ice water. Unbearably hot coffee. Each time you see you don't know whether you do something, but I'm not showing any reaction to the ridiculously hot coffee. I keep taking a sip every time. 10 seconds or so. But I'm not showing any reaction to it. I just keep sipping on it. So now table and action. So you're telling me that there's a with the energy that for only 35,000, I might have another electric bill again.
Yeah, so we're basically with what your smoke, as long as you Matt, you have the money. So if what your usage is, average bill currently being $250, I'm gonna be able to bring that down.
So you're gonna give me any problems if I tell them that I'm no longer interested in their service? Like, isn't it gonna cost them something to come up here and shut up all my
Most they can do is be in the final turn off process. And basically just
saw one of my heat of the coffee, which would be
I called someone.
they call Edison, tell them I don't need my power anymore.
I know what you're doing. You're on.
You in my house. Unlock my back door so that another one of your salesmen can come in. All right. I think it's your love life.
I have a fiance with any other like going on.
Wow, Beyonce, when are you gonna get married? You ever think that? Is she Asian? You have a date set?
We had one and then
9/11. Oh, why did now we have where needs Rosa? Frank? Oh, hey, fucking Frank. I actually. That's adorable. Yeah, of course. You're gonna get me. You're gonna find like a nice fire. What does she do for work? Yeah,
she's like she's got like popping, like she got a him and popping social media. She's like
that's like the kid part.
Are you at all excited to have to get married?
Almost like
yeah, I mean, like it's not on like a commitment level. Like we've just been through a lot. And
you're very committed. Do you do anything in the bedroom that is a routine that you like to have that you wouldn't want to share with it?
Play with the butthole, like her butthole.
Use your middle finger?
I mean, she's got like a fat smooth.
Oh, you got it. Okay. I took you for a middle finger at a string. Oh, look at that. Frank knows. Frank, you have a I'm married. You not like this. I just thought I'd hitchhike. That makes you nervous laughter. So you graze your thumb over her butthole. Do you usually get a good reaction from her when you do that? Yeah.
I know I'm taking a request up.
Gameplay. Temecula. Yeah. Ain't fucking lying from no goddamn homosexual fucking northern suburb, right? You ever see me go into this? No.
I was just wondering, like, how do we make jokes on those kind of lines?
Right.
Check.
Now.
So you gotta, like, I
I shoot and maybe like I lost hands goes on to Fortnite. True.
They made like a whole video like in 1984.
Anyway, that was so cool you did for your nephew though.
Yeah, I mean, they have to really want to do engagement like Fortnite. And of course, I want to help them out, but I can tell people what it is and all that scumbag. They were legit crying because they had built up this 30-follower YouTube, and then everything was to get a click Christmas.
What were they playing on?
They play on iPads.
They played everything.
And they destroy on iPads. So they got this. Now they're just gonna play. Kids,
My goodness gracious. You have?
Yeah.
right? Do you have an eBay podcast?
You seem like the kind of guy that's a BB like. Squirt cans or something like that? What do you think are? Of a Baba Gistro? Am I right about that? You don't ever let that ketchup stay in that fucking bottle.
Chapter 57.
You collect those little dogs with big
I
eyeballs.
know the story about this. Chapter 57. I know they're supposed to contribute to it. So, yeah, I guess
Trap meat.
Let's one question at a time here. Let's go back to the ketchup. You know what? That's how you would empty ketchup out of a glass ketchup bottle. Show us right now without hesitation whatsoever. Use the microphone. There you go. Yeah. Don't test anything. Just show us. No, we don't need the fart noise. Let me see. Let me just see him approach here. Is your Clement's asshole? All right.
Oh, Jesus. That shit's never coming out of there, Frank. This guy's jerking off a 9-year-old boy over here. Mary Sandusky ketchup approach. Jeremiah is very excited. Jordan and I have a perfect technique. You have to have resistance with one hand, and then you use your other wrist and the bottle. So you look up to the same thing Lucas does.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow, it does. You're like Lucas David over here.
I like the curious. It's very tricky.
Alright. Anything else crazy we should know about you before we let you go, Nick? Reese, he once saved a person's life. You were the lifeguard at a Gravy.
I used to rap battle people in Venice Beach.
Used to rap battle people?
Used to rap battle people.
Really? We gave you a little. Did you be able to rap a little bit for us?
Yeah, I mean, I was busting.
Come on, just do it. Get right into it. You want a beat? You want a little bit low volume down? There you go. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Make sure you put your mouth right up to that microphone so we can all hear you.
It's always freestyle. Always freestyle. All right. That's right, kill Tony. Heard the way that I'm a see, I kill these jabronis. Heard the way that's the way that he's flowing. Have it to me. That's right. I'm a lyric on I'm obviously that's right. Honestly. Honestly, that's right. Yeah, I be bombing beats, and then he's out fucked up for rapping, and then.
Damn! Very impressive.
Hell yeah, man.
Very impressive. My God, you have to be the best. Very awesome, Nick. Another question on here this evening. up. Great interview. Fun set. Thank you so fucking much for coming by here.
I appreciate all you guys.
Hell yeah. I think it was Nick Reese, everybody. Yeah. Step back from that. Y'all, today's episode is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Sheath is moisture weight underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Different styles, including with a dual pouch that make balls feel like they're floating clouds while you work out or play golf or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like they keep that keeps your junk from sticking to your legs. You know about this, Brian. They get very hot. He developed a prototype Interact and raised money on Kickstarter to launch Sheath. And now they're right here. An amazing line of underwear for women too. I'm telling you, I wear my sheets all the time. I'm wearing them right now. There's and I went to their website and and there's no prison sentence for your balls, but you can't use the code Tony for 20% off your sheathunderwear.com. Use the code. There we go. You know what? Final regular. It's just here comes Ryan. Don't write rape jokes. There's nothing funny about a woman wearing a wrong dress. What she look like? I mean, it's hard to see who's sitting up there.
Those are really good.
Nothing funny about a woman wearing a wrong dress.
Oh.
See what's sitting up. Wow. Ryan, again, fucking incredible. You've been on this show 2 or 3 times. Third time's right. Every time's been through the great sets. great fucking reminder. Even on stand up.
We're very welcoming and like death threats and shit like that.
Frank, you've been doing a couple of those during this thing, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yeah, just doing it. Sometimes I don't even know why. Like, just
That's like what you do and what you're.
I actually design jokes on YouTube, and I had to go to the office of diversity and equity.
Diversity and equity.
Each name, maybe? No, I told them I'm not taking my shit like about to work.
Fun. Do you have any other hobbies or things to do to
I play guitar and stuff, but I met a girl during quarantine. But I broke up with her.
Oh, wow. How long were you hanging out with her for?
Pretty bummed out tonight about it.
Oh, a couple months.
Like quarantine started. Quarantine's like aphrodisiac for women. Yeah, it's easy.
Yes, it started in March, so when did you what made you end it?
Well,
Don't.
like with her still being like social media apps and shit like that.
Oh, and jealous a little bit easily?
Well, it's not a beat up. I kind of looked at it like if he doesn't mean anything to you, why fucking have him on your Instagram?
Right.
Yeah.
Post
Also, like follow people and shit like that.
sort of I sort of think like you just fucking
You gotta have trust with it. If you're dating somebody you don't love it, but you trust me. So it's not like I'm with like girls that you were dating. Yeah, that's the fact that she was like, well, are you? You know, yeah, like, like, I mean,
she lost.
yeah,
Like you're wondering if you made the wrong decision or
and he's just a dude that you hardly knew. Bring up shit like that, that's still wrong with you, right? So, it's hard to like yourself. I usually like miserable. It's hard. What did you do? No, it's not now. It's not like you didn't know.
The breakup happened a couple weeks ago. Today. Wow. It's still my otherwise. That's a good line. Frank wants to join? No, not me. Jesus. Doesn't like the bus play.
He's going to be doing the bus driver later. I can see on top. I'm scared.
Do you have any special maneuvers in the bedroom that you can go like
Another year or so.
what made you do that? Were you
Well, no, I met this guy that wants a sex addict. He told me like, and yeah. And I was like, why can't you get it up? But I just like selling for like yeah. You know,
what's the most
after a while, that was shocking.
oh my goodness.
But I haven't done it.
So you stopped watching porn and
I guess I'll watch porn, turn it off, you know. I'll try it, right? Notice that like now when you're actually like excited when you're actually with a girl, you're like, it's when you get she should. Yeah, it's amazing.
but I'll just say this. I go that long without finishing. Like I feel like your ass already don't have I literally can't go. I would say max for me is probably I'll be serious. I am right out there. I have to and maybe one the Tony Deathbed episode is going to be
The opportunity, it's just good for that one day, always fucked up and then lost out.
absolutely 100%. You know that. Do you have another minute that you want to do? We're going to get you on and I want to get you on this episode because my theory is that you just broke up today and you're about to go pound this chick and you're like meeting to bust tonight. You're not going to last 2 or 3 days. Oh, okay. I got you. Now that I fucking said, by the way, I was like, call when you're done. So now I saw you went across the stage. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's Ryan does it. Thank you, Ryan. Great shit. Yeah, now when you there you go. Now when you see it, you have to oh, Harold. What is that supposed to mean? Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the night where I get to bring up one of my favorite comedians in the world. He is every single episode. Always very, very comedic styles. A legend from Chicago and now a legend here in Los Angeles. I present to you truly one of everybody. What is with my God? God, I'm a father, kid. My God, like, you should do yoga. It's big in the darkness. Hey, how about you find the two papers on some culture? When the macaroni got too hot for tea. And all you parents can't help but kill yourself you want to church. Wow, very honest. Yeah, well, I was for when he was wrong, and I was like, and I was like 3 years old. I live in West Hollywood. I used to walking from student to left. Driving the car? Oh, jeez. Please. Mom was hot nice. Yeah, way to show your cons. I mean, that's a way to get the party started. That would just be weird. I can't imagine driving naked. That's almost weirder than molesting a kid. I used to I would
on the way to share my wow. I was out by my doctor and insurance and changed. I once jerked off driving home from high school while driving. I tried to do that so many times. It was fucking disgusting. It's gross. Massive load on my school shirt. I don't know I'm sorry, you brought these stories out in us. I'm sorry. Go ahead, tell us. Well, you know, I'm really saying why would Did you zoom in on that, David? Well, that's the name of about me. Oh, my God. When we contact, we also I'll go first. I'm number one. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to read my out of my envelope. It says facts on it. And here we go. Dinge was upward. Michael has an interesting fun fact. Red Band's number 2. Here, let's see what happens. Here we go. Did you know Michael's fine physique? It's all of his disease. Wow, who's number 3? Oh, alright. Did you know the only sugar you have ever had?
Oh, look who it is. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. It's Aquarius is here. Da, 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 da. How you living, girl?
How are you doing?
Thankfully, I did our podcast today. I was nervous about it, but they were very nice to me, and it went really well. And got this email, a girl, we might do a podcast on Tuesday. And then I got another email, maybe, from somebody who goes, 250,000 followers. That's this one that I've been flirting with and seeing if I could do that. And at first he was like, this is kind of a strange bird. So what do you want to come on and talk about? I'm like, well, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, yada, yada, yada. And he's like, yeah, I just, does it really, do you have any like paranormal stuff? Or tell him like the best that I have. And he's like, yeah, I don't know if it's like the right fit. So I'm like, I keep following up with him, having to do with like aliens or the paranormal. And I was like, all right, so next week is the 79th anniversary of the Roswell crash. Let me come on and let's talk about that. Like, I sent 10 questions about it that you want me to ask you. So I'm like, boom, right away. And then he comes back to me and he's like, I just don't,
like the Roswell thing has been played out so everyone on Tuesday, and um, it was really good. This podcast that I did today, 3 hour bathroom is a long time, and I had to go to the bathroom about an hour into it, and I said to myself, I am not taking a break. I'm just gonna cruise through this thing. I'll forget about it. I'll just let my body do its thing. And towards the end, I had to go, but it was really good. And then uh, I was just really happy to do it. I think I did a good job on it, and I went into a deep dive on Roswell, which I find fascinating. It's like the biggest event in relation to aliens that exists, and um, it was just really good. So thank you for asking. How was your day?
It's good. I had a good day. I had a good day. And then
Excellent.
I went to work and yeah, coming home. And then tomorrow is everybody's Friday because you know my job, they're going to be off on
On
Friday.
Friday, exactly. I was going to ask you that. Okay, so great.
Yeah.
Do you have big plans for the big 250
So you know
birthday?
how I'm going. You know what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be going. You know, we're having that another so just depends on how I feel when I come home. You can go with AD and Cynthia. Maybe I go with them.
Okay.
I forgot to tell you earlier. I didn't know he was not, and I wasn't thinking because I was at a bathroom. Stacy was text, and I don't know. Don't ask me if she got it out and after. She just texted me and said, "Hey, um, send me prayers." This was at 11 good morning. Send prayers. I'm at a job interview. That's all.
All right. Well, there you go.
And I said, "Hey, give me prayers." And I
Okay.
both of them. So
I understand.
I don't know. Hopefully,
Absolutely.
she got the job.
Yeah, you don't know,
I would pray.
but that's good. She's got that dog in her. She's fighting. She's grinding through it. She is gonna find a job, hopefully sooner rather than later. And let's say she does get it, she wouldn't have been out of work that long. You know what I mean? Destroy her and stuff. So that's good. I'm glad that she got back to you. She is always on our mind until she gets that connection. I've got her wedding still in my phone. I don't know when I'm going to take that out, but I can tell you at this very moment that woman, our friend Stacy, she's not my friend, but she's your friend, and any friend of yours is a friend of mine. She has been married exactly up to this moment, 66 days. She's been a married woman for 66 days. So shout out to Stacy. Hopefully her wedding and everything has been okay from a marriage perspective. We know that she's juggler.
He's a good person. He's a good person. So, hey, mom and aunt is here down here. So, hey, you know, we probably spend time with them. I asked her yesterday. I didn't talk to her, but I told Adrian I was going to after the holidays next week. You know, say, hey, can you give me a call? You know, because I haven't heard her voice since the wedding or nothing like that. You know, since that, you know, job, you know. So I haven't called her, I haven't did. I was asking her. I just want to hear her voice. That's all I want to do.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah. So yesterday, so I don't really, you know, I get on nerves and nothing like that. But I want to hear her voice. I do. We're gonna do that next. We'll do that next week. Yeah. Do you think that's okay for me? I've been texting her, you know. I do. Like,
I think it's a
yeah,
great
just
idea.
so
Text her
like,
beforehand. Text her beforehand about you, and I haven't heard you in a long time. So when you find a moment, send me, call me. I'd love to catch up. Yeah, definitely. And I think it's a good idea doing it after day and everything. That's and for her to be at a job interview this week. That's people take this week off, and short week. It's like big middle of the summer holiday, and that she's getting bites at least on job. She'll get it.
Yeah. I forgot to say at the end and keep me updated, but I know she will. She'll keep me updated.
100%. She doesn't have any updates right now. They haven't chosen anybody for that job, and be in that short list of people probably after her husband and her. You're going to be told, and then I'm going to find out, and then the world's going to be watching this now or in the future. You should know that we are all waiting with bated breath for you to get this position, whatever it may be. And
Whatever, yeah.
exactly, for job, it's just set off exactly, and then from there you find something. If you want, if you don't like this job, go find something else. But at least this way, you will stay active and everything. And you never know, you may fall in love with this job, and it's the best job. And she's and she's saying, you know what, the other place is the best thing to ever happen to me. They didn't appreciate it. They didn't care about me there like here, etc., etc.
For a reason, and God has got blessed on them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just happy for her. I want her to just keep going. Don't stop. The blessing is coming, brother. I feel it. It's coming.
We got it.
Right. Love her. I just don't want her, and I was asking her, not asking her, and she's gonna let her call. I had to call about her, and say, good morning. I said, how are you? They asking how I'm doing. So I'm good. How are you? Stuff like that. Asking about the mall, say, how my brother like them? She said, the mall. So, okay. Just want to make sure she's good and she's good. That's just the main thing from them. But it's me that I'm asking them. I want her to come and tell me stuff. I'm not going to ask, oh, what? To call to her. I want to call and talk to her. Just, hey, how are you? I ain't talked to you since, I've seen you at the point. They still foods is the
Right. That's absolutely right, Miss Aquarius.
Because I do want to know. I do want to know, but it's not my doing. I don't know. Because you got a lot of people that's sensitive. They might not want to talk about that right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, let them. Yeah.
Definitely, and it gets annoying after a while if you're not chosen, And then it's like, look, calm down. I'll get it. I'll tell you when I get it. Don't bother me. And okay,
No, I'm talking about the fact of what happened with Delta. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to.
Oh, that.
Ask her that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we kind of know. They said that she took too much time off.
I would have was. I don't know. All I know is she just got laid off. My good girl. That's what I think the problem is.
Oh, okay.
That girl does not go miss work only unless she has something to do with that. Like, that girl miss work. So I know. That's what it is. Like, y'all was jealous, or y'all just say, okay, well, she's too many days. Mm-hmm. So she took off by herself. That was when was by herself again? That was in March, right? That in March? Yeah, that was in March, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
That was in March. Yeah, that was in March. And then here comes the month after that. Here comes the wedding. And here comes them. So they're cutting it. I believe what it happened. She'll tell me.
Right. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, I pray. I might go to her house on them, so whenever you want to.
Yeah, you just give her some time to.
I bless you fine. So whenever you want to visit, but you know, I'm not going to ask that crazy question. I
Would say let her get the job, let her be in the job month, and then post
right,
it.
right. Yeah. I just want to hear her voice. It's not about wanting to know. I just want to hear her voice. I haven't heard her voice in a minute. But for her, she wants to call me. Yeah, I got one. So yeah, for sure.
She's
I'm
in
not
the
getting the job with her. After nothing. Well,
she's in a
you want to talk.
difficult where she was going on a honeymoon and she was caught totally off guard by this, and she's a little embarrassed, and as anybody would be who is in a similar position. Because it's
Yeah, she got horses, Mason.
I can't believe it. But another thing is, do it the day before her honeymoon. Come on, people.
Yeah, she said she was absent the second, and finally terminated her on the 26th, that day up before going on honeymoon. And I looked at her cousin page. I don't think she was there. So I don't blame her. She was using the, she was using the flight benefit. So I doubted they were there. Her cousin's wedding. That was
When?
her cousin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, May 23rd, after the day after her birthday. Birthday. Yeah.
And you're saying that Stacy was not there for that wedding?
I don't think she was there. I didn't see no pictures. I don't know. No, she could have been. Yeah.
Right.
The wedding first. My own other cousin. I don't know. It might not be no pictures. He was taking pictures, so it might not. We still waiting on our pictures. Pictures. We still waiting on.
Oh, how is that? God, Mr. Aquarius. God, get it, Mr. Aquarius. Get it. End this game right here. End this game right here.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to see pictures.
She's got 7 that she's got to get. Out of touch. She just, Miss Aquarius, you got the giant lead on me.
You got it. Yeah, you got it.
Nope, you. I can't get you. You got it. Aquarius. What a win. Miss Aquarius. She wins. I win. She wins. Miss Aquarius. That was not my best work. You put
Let's go. Let's go. Hey.
Miss Aquarius. That was one of the great spares in the history of humankind. Get this. Disappointed in that. I'm gonna get these three though, no doubt, no doubt. Give it, no doubt.
You gotta win. You gotta win, Rabbi. You gotta win.
Holy
I know we always win.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Get it. All right, folks. Miss Aquarius just hit 9, and I know
We said what?
the United States plays soccer tonight, and if they win, they move on. If they lose, they're done.
They can't get what they tennis or lost.
Yeah, and I think Serena got hurt.
No.
Uh-huh.
You see that? Not ready.
Yeah. They it was on
We're not doing
bonus. Lenny Venus has got to be what 46 or something.
what's name is 45. The other one's 44. The other one's 45, I believe. I look at it again. I don't know.
Right.
44, 45. One of they about right next to me. Yay! Yeah.
That's right. That's right. She matched me this. Double miss. We have a double loss. Everybody's favorite done. Miss it. Get 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 it. Folks, she's got 69. She has 69. Now she's got to get this one in the corner, and she did like a champ. Like, folks, this game is out of reach. Even 3 strikes just put this game completely out of reach. I can't win. Impossible. Even if I still would have only had 7. Miss Aquarius. Look at you, girl. Look at you. I win, you win, you win, I win. All right.
Still win.
Oh, of course. Before you go, let's get to it. Putting her scheduled double, so she tweeted.
They didn't just say that. I might didn't read all of it, but yeah.
So that was it was yesterday, but she tweeted to write me at the end of the first set of the first. And we're now going to look up their ages. Williams' sister. Because they've done it all. They've done it all. So they've done it all. So it's not like they have anything to prove.
Getting older.
1%. 100. So we've got Venus, the sisters. All right, she is 40, and Serena is I
One of them, I knew one of them a couple of years old.
and Serena is
It was one of them. They was knit each other, yeah. So, yeah, so they didn't know that's what passed by. She was telling me, she said, yeah, you know, they had it, so then they got older. You're right. But they still doing good. They still can play. They just, you know, they done got older. But I think it's going to be their last anyway.
what else do you have to prove?
Huh? Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be their last time. It's going to be their last time. It's going to be their last time. Not this one I'm saying. It's going to be their last year playing, ain't it? One of them.
That's a question
It's going to be their last year.
for them, but they've done it all, so I don't know what more they want to do.
Yeah, right. So it should be, you know. I would make school or make something. I want to eventually teach others to do it. Y'all let your kids be, you know, the next arena. Y'all did it.
Enjoy the game from the front row or the sidelines. I'd be sitting there with a cocktail, watching the next generation of people play.
Right, right.
I would not. What more do I need? I'm a millionaire. It's not like even if I won and more money for me,
Yeah, so, yeah. So, I don't know, but they don't.
he's got substance issues. He had it all. He had it all. He had children, best golfer in the world, and he had to run around on her, and then had all kinds of prescription issues and alcohol issues, and now he.
Yeah, Mom, do you want this? Hold on. Do you want this? Do you want this? Again, I started the rubber water, right? So when I just refresh.
And he's allowed that he could have a personal driver literally from now until the day he dies. Never have to drive anywhere. Never have to drive again at any time. He could get his junk and nobody's going to say anything to him, but he can't stop the vacation. Now his people, the kids these days don't know him for being the best golfer of all time. Mugshot. And his shots, and they know him to be a bad driver who drinks and drives, who
cheated on, lost half of his money or whatever, or what. His kids can't have that much respect for their father. I hate to say it, but you're going to look up to somebody that's like 3 or 4 DUI. They cheated on your mother while you were little kids, found, and I don't really tolerate that kind of behavior. I think that
Right.
you, in my opinion, if you want to go gallivanting, if you want to go running around, then you have to have a conversation with your spouse, and you have to say, I don't want to be married with you anymore. It's not fair to you for me to be doing this kind of stuff behind your back. And
Right.
and all the people there, are they really that okay without her knowledge? And then on top, you're abusing yourself, you're abusing your your body, your pen. I just don't really think that a good. It's definitely not a good look.
Yeah,
And
he's making his career go down.
exactly. And fortunately, Michael Jordan didn't do that so much. He's not perfect either. He's got a major gambling problem, but he's been able. He's got the money. He's able to know Tiger Woods be at that level, and once at that level of like, there's Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan, but yeah, I think of how good he was, and in the back of my mind, I also know this guy's a scumbag. And I loved him. I can absolutely say I appreciated how he was different than everybody else, and he just was. He made the game exciting. He helped youth golf. He made the game. He brought swagger to the game. He brought just an amazing amount of um, an amazing amount of talent, and it was like up until 2008 when all of the things came out. He was untouchable. He was untouchable as an athlete. He was the biggest athlete in the world, arguably. I can't say that anymore. Never be able to get. I don't care what he does. What he does.
Now, what you said he right now? You said he what? He did what to her?
He cheated on her with different women throughout the United States. Got into a fight.
The one he's with now? His wife he's with now?
Got divorced.
Because of that? Okay.
Yeah. And she was just like a nanny for another golfer. She was she just wanted a loyal husband who raised children all over her. Then one night, and I think she found out about it and chased him out of her house. In Florida with she had like a golf, and he was drunk, and he got in a car accident. Like a lifetime Uber, where you are in the United States or the world, somebody will pick you up. You're Tiger Woods. They will drive you home, but he just can't that issue that hard man disconnected for a second. He just can't get over the issue that he has, and for that reason, if anybody ever wants to say who's the best, there's an argument to be made that he's not the best of all time too. But if my children want to, and this is from someone who I used to look up to him, but I don't know. I would have felt totally different about the situation if he had just then go run around all you boy every single cocktail waitress you can find and every single waitress you can find, knock yourself out. But if your wife is not okay with that, and frankly, it's kind of scummy of the women. It takes two to tango.
Preach it, Rabbi, preach it. Everything you're saying, I agree. Preach it.
There you go.
Absolutely right. Yeah, I forgot what happened the first time. But then when this came again, I'm like, oh my God. No, I agree.
And it's happened like 4 times. And it's
yeah,
just,
because he was back.
and it's just because
done. You remember
he didn't take a bunch of lawyers, and his attorney's able to my client's going to seek rehab and yada yada yada. Another person, if that's me, we're in jail for a long period of time, and we're losing it all. But he's able to get away with this stuff because of who he is and his influence. But it's just, to me, it is a sad state of affairs. There's athletes aren't necessarily role models. Besides ones who are seen 2008, absolutely squeaky clean, or 2009 in one day. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying you're perfect. Could have been avoided.
Yep. Absolutely right. I agree. Yeah, because I didn't have him first. I never did something happened from the first time. And then I think it was an accident, right? When he had that?
He's been in like 4 accidents.
I know you know.
It was in November 2000. It was in 2009, right around Thanksgiving.
Right. Then he went back to golfing, right?
Yeah, and he ended up winning the Masters in the late 2000s.
Okay.
But to say that, or I think he put his vehicle in a ditch or something. Like, I don't know, but there's just no excuse for that when has all this money, billionaire. He literally someone $1 billion a year for the rest of his life. Never have that him and just say all you have to do is drive me around.
That's all you can. How about that money?
I'd get a bus pass,
Right.
Why would you risk all of that?
I didn't know how that happened. I know a lot of fans are like you know, fans real big fans. And I know a lot of people are just like you are hurt, you know.
When I was a kid, he was so big. That's as big as it gets.
Now, I'm getting tired of Ray. I love this. Now, this Ray now.
Did you see
But
him?
he needs to get his act together. I don't know. I'm about tired of him. And
Did
who
you
else is it?
did you see?
Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy didn't say it, but that he was on that app I told you about. Favorite. The other day I was on there and I saw him on there. And somebody named Harold D. said, "Hey, so these celebrities are not going to sleep. Somebody wants to know. Let me just go and say, hey, says he out. Some saying, hey, Soldier Boy. He didn't even look. He on the other, what is it, Twitch? Yeah, he on Twitch and he on this. I'm saying, what is he doing on here? These other celebrities is not to get on no face. I know Ray J. He used to be on here going on, but I know dang on well. I ain't nobody for the stoop down low heavy because it's a TikTok. Okay, like TikTok. But ain't nobody thinking on Facebook. I don't know who we know. I know Brady ain't getting it. I know that. Chris Brown don't like TikTok, but it's not like TikTok. TikTok has video. Have video. Go live. That's it. You have to have 100 followers on it. To be on, with 1,000, right?
Used to be 1,000.
On TikTok?
1,000.
1,000. Okay, 1,000, my bad. So you have to have 100 followers. I told that boy, get somebody who knows him. Told me that I was shocked to see him. Like he the first celebrity I ever see. I'm like, what? Well, I really want to be like Castanet. Well, I really want to try to get a streaming thing. But got cussed out with that. Did you hear about that? Trying to have a streaming universe like Castanet. Who's trying to get one of them? Are you trying to get one?
I did not learn this.
Yeah. Soldier Boy. You know Soldier the rapper?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Superman that
I was trying to get I think Castanet was trying to, have some junk. And he was trying to get his own person. I don't know if that's going on. I don't know if he's right or whatever. I don't know. He's trying to do that. And he's trying now. Get on Facebook. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So, you got it. What's going on? You can't make no more workers. What's going on? What's wrong?
make it big, or their friend's cell phone bill, their mama adds up, and they don't invest, and
Right.
well, requires financial literacy now because were so sick. They were blowing through millions of dollars of contracts within 2 or 3 years. Their Super Bowl rings and their Heisman trophies and that stuff. The money.
Anytime that time, said BBC, I don't know what the money is, you too. Y'all both the money, you haven't crossed what was hurt around, so I heard the so he heard your music. You ain't have to hear her than his, but he said, because you've been outvoted in BBC. You got more than BBC. You just started babies like a few years ago. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. And that's gotta be a tough life to hold up to. Does everybody expect just be riding around in a Lamborghini? You can drive a Honda if you're a soldier boy. You're gonna get laughed out of the club. And when you're there, everybody's gonna go wild, and they're gonna say, "Oh, soldier boy's here. Bye, soldier boy. Come on." You know, everybody's gonna expect you to be. Sorry, they can't go work. Being
Don't say that. Some of got kids. He got more kids than these. You know, these got one child.
well,
Don't say got one or two.
well, and then that gets really expensive. When you've got multiple partners, multiple baby mamas, multiple children, and then those cat you for child support and different, just so that you don't go to jail. Not pay. It's a set.
Just stick their butt down. Getting on our social media, doing all this and we got kids. Ray J. He need to sit here, but now he was up with the BT. Well, I don't even know who is Drewski. Who is Drewski?
I mean, I know who Drewski is. He's a comedian.
Who is he?
He's a comedian.
What you got on BBC, Drewski set up there and just went down and went. And that was, yeah.
I saw Ray J talking to Cam Newton. You know Cam Newton?
Yeah, I know. I took a picture of him.
Oh. Very, very cool. So yeah.
I took a picture with him.
Yeah.
He is so tall. He is so tall.
Was he dressed really flamboyantly? Didn't know because
I just saw that. I guess
Ray's sister's Brandy, and Brandy, you remember the '90s Brandy show? You know, there's Brandy and Monica. At one time, she was one of the biggest.
There you go, right here. I know. My other coworker is on it. I'm sorry. I'm going to show you the picture of me. I know he like he got a sweater or something on, but he's so tall. Hold on. Extreme. Alright. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, look. That's me, that's me, and that's my coworker in the background.
One more.
Oh, that,
That's me. We used to work at that. We used to be working at that's me and my coworker at the photo bomb. I ain't even know that. That's Miss Angela. And that's Cameron. I said, can I take a picture? He said, yeah, he took my phone. Mm-hmm.
yeah, which is funny. Anyway, Ray J, not too long ago, and on there, and like, okay, real personal assistant. And so the personal assistant who she had was Kim Kardashian and her sisters or whatever. And those thousands of dollars and basically stealing from her. And you see them now billionaires, but basically at the time they were just stealing from Brandy. And, that's how whole tape and all of that. Uh, but that was fascinating to me that in another world, they'll go to the purse store and just buy me a purse or whatever, and they go to, I don't know, Coach or whatever, or Louis Vuitton or whatever, and they just rack up a whole bunch of stuff and then give Brandy the purse, and then they have bought a bunch of other stuff and they didn't tell her about it.
They just raised it got in too. I'm like, man, I don't know. And what's going on with them? I don't know. I really don't. Do you know? Because I don't know.
Miss Quay. It's not my job.
I'm just asking. I was just being,
And
me too. I'm just so tired of this stuff on the news. I'm just sick of it. Celebrities and stuff. I'm just like, that's by Chris Brown and the Rockets. He's doing good. Again.
He is doing well.
Keep up. Just keep. Every time. I'm talking about him. About 10 years, huh? 10 years, man.
Yeah, it's about half of that is over. Yeah, but that's another interesting one. You can't just go up and slap people with in trouble in law. Especially with that many witnesses. To me, something was up with that.
Yeah. Who's your favorite now?
Who's my favorite rapper?
Yeah, favorite rapper, person, yeah, now. Okay.
Wayne. Of course, I don't endorse things. Of course, I don't endorse any big as they come. Puff Daddy and the Bad Boy. I used to watch Making the Band. If you remember, he did Making the Band. All into that. And then I also love Kanye West, and I love Jay-Z. Those are like the hip hop world. Um, those are three of my favorites. I'm sure there are others. Like, like more recent wonder, but like Snoop. When somebody bashes on somebody, I'm gonna be like, oh, he. If you watched like VH1 or MTV back in the early 2000s or BET, they were talking about it like openly, like the white party in the Hamptons and all this stuff down. And it was like openly talked about. Oh, you all were cool with it 20 years ago, but now you're not cool with it. It's like what, like pimping? Literally, he has a song, "Big Pimpin'." Like that. That's he's telling.
I really want to know about him and his ex-wife. I believe he has something with his ex-wife. I really do.
I mean, look, I'm not.
I know I'm mad at you. I'm just saying. Think he has something to do with her. You think? I think he did have to do with her name. Porter. Yeah. You don't think so?
I mean, were they adult time? I think so, right?
But you don't think
that? I don't know. No. If that's the truth, again, that's what the culture. I'm not endorsing that by any means.
They personally don't know. You know? Right. Like I said, like me, I love this round. I don't care if you know. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. I love me some pretty brown. I'm like, all right, he in jail. Yeah, I love their music. I don't like his music now because
no.
He did that.
No, there's this got to be able to separate the art from the artist, and I can do so. Techniques and World's Greatest and all.
I love his music. I don't care what he did. That's his personal business.
I love them too, and with Chris Brown's one of the best dancers that hip hop has seen. He had some just banging hits. Do I endorse what he did with Rihanna? No, I don't know exactly what one, but that doesn't mean I can't like.
I don't endorse none of that. I don't say that. I don't endorse it. No.
But that doesn't mean I can't. Absolutely.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It don't mean I can like their music. Exactly. Right. I love Michael. I miss him to death. Everybody, including me. I used to get a magazine from me.
I drove. I drove. He died. I drove to the where his.
Go to the Never. I wanted to go, but they don't have it no more. So I want to go there.
No, it's pretty far north of Los Angeles, like 2 hours or so. It's in a place.
Have you been there?
Like to that area, but to go there, actually go there to gate, and you're not going to see anything.
Oh. Okay. You see, like the music park and like that?
No, Willa lives there. Ellen DeGeneres lives there. Behind the gate, acres back, so it's not like you can just go down the street and it's like, oh look, Jackson's house. No, there's a gate, a mailbox. You have, that was his house.
But I didn't know it was a private. Yeah, but I didn't know it was a private. So it was his house plus the private amusement park.
The music park was basically in his backyard. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. No, you know.
And yeah, it was. I remember where I was. I was watching it. I was at another house in Orange County, which is another D, and I was just in shock, just like everybody else. And I kind of was like, "No, this isn't true." No, I was in denial. Like he's Michael Jackson, and immediately all of the radio stations started playing his music when they didn't play it, and I was like, you know what? I got down there, and they had a tribute to him and stuff, and I'm like, I gotta get down there. And so I drove all night. He got the bass line, Gene, the doo 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 doo, and he said he was driving on Sunset when he had he said the sounds of the street brought that into his head, and so I just was listening to that, blasting it with my windows down. The summer, and it was very like everything was like empty. It was almost like everyone was just really sad. And then, of course, they had his funeral and everything. And fine, summer.
Yeah. Yeah, I am serious.
Who's your favorite one-hit wonder pop artist? Somebody had a huge hit, really nothing since started.
Like Tupac.
Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, he's the heart and soul.
I don't know.
Oh, he's got a ton of songs. Hit him tons.
Oh, yeah. I did. Yeah, that's what I said, Tupac.
Yeah, but he's not a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder is somebody who had songs. I'm talking like Cisco, the songs.
Still had more than a song. What's that song? But y'all better go look in the thing. Yeah, more than a song. He had more than that. Yeah, he did have another song.
He's known for one song. If I say Cisco, that's the song you're thinking of.
Yeah, I can say.
Yeah.
I love Mr. Cisco.
I do too. And he absolutely.
I did. I love Mr. Cisco. Love Mr. Cisco. Because like every time he was gay and I didn't know. That's why I always want to listen to people saying. You know what I'm saying? People be killing me.
Yeah. He was. That song was so good. It's a great song too. Okay, this is a two-hit wonder in my opinion. I mean, he had made like a super big hip hop head, especially now, but back in the day, a little bit more. You know who I really like? And you like him too, so I don't even want to say it's T.I. I really like T.I. I love T.I.
That's my friend. I love him. I met him. Yes, I love Mr. T.I. I asked him So yeah, and I asked him, I asked him the hymn song. You know what she said? She was shocked. She was the first. But her say that she'll like it. She said, 'cause you don't know what she keeps saying it over and over. She keeps saying, let them know, you know what I'm saying? She said, like, it's all time.
They're gonna deport that woman out of the state out of Beloved. He's 8.
Shocked though. I was shocked her to say that she. I mean, you got your own opinion. You know what I'm saying? You might have something I don't like. You know, I get that, but I was shocked that she didn't like that song. Shocked.
I listen.
Everybody likes that song, man.
I listened to the King album.
Did you like that song, man? Did you like Let 'Em Know? I was real shocked that she didn't like it, but okay, you know, so that's how she didn't like it.
Even if
I said, you're the first I've ever known that didn't like it. So she said, well, I don't know what he's saying. He said, say it, let him know, let him know. Let him know.
he doesn't,
Go ahead.
he doesn't need to say anything else. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, and I like that song. I like it. He killed it. He killed that song. She just shocked me today. Like when that song come on, I'm talking about that face, everybody be getting it. Everybody be getting it. Me too. I danced. She was the only one that I was just shocked. Too. So yeah, that did it. But hey, I might not like it. I don't know. This is the first I ever know because everybody else I see you like it, be getting it off that song. But anyway, I wanted to say, go ahead, Rabbit.
Certainly. Big Boy and Andre 3000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Almost every lyric, every lyric on it. Usually, we got some hook for that album, and that's all we listened to. And even his like songs that are throwaways on that, I really like. I really like them. I really like that album. I was gonna say, so out to me, yeah. Well, I was gonna say that I was trying one hit wonders. It was at least under Big Boy, not Outkast, but Miss Jackson, Roses, of course, Hey Ya. I mean, it just they at one time were the biggest duo in hip hop, no doubt.
My song, everybody move to the back of the bus like that song.
Isn't that Rosa Parks? Yep. Yeah. I love that song too. A one hit wonder. I don't want to put him in that category. And if they ever watch my show, listen to all their other songs. These are sticking out in my head. Fabulous. I love Fabulous. And then Petey Pop. The No Carolina, go on, raise up, take your shirt off, and yeah, absolutely, like a helicopter. Love that song. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, so J Rock has one of my favorite songs of all time. Um, and it is Hood Gon' Love It. And I didn't ever really get a J Rock song. Like, but that song of J Rock is lit. I did other stuff, but it just never made it as mainstream as I would have liked. I'm trying to think of like anybody else uh, who I like some female rappers. But that not. I mean, I guess recently I do. I like Cardi B, if you want to consider that a rapper, or Megan Thee Stallion, or well, I like Nicki Minaj. I think even though she hasn't done anything too much in the 2000s, the 2020s.
Yeah, because now she's another one that's on the dang on news all the dang on time.
Um,
That girl got some issues too. I love her, but she got some issues too. Her and Cardi B, but Cardi B, I love Cardi B. But Nicki Minaj, I'm not about her. Like, girl.
Back in the day, loved them all.
Eve is one of them, but she's not a one-hit wonder, though. I love her.
No. I'm not saying that they are. No. I transitioned to female rappers.
I know that, but we're talking about one-hit wonder, so I'm saying
Oh,
Eve was one of them, but she doesn't have a one-hit
no.
wonder.
None
She
of
has more hits, but I like her.
none of those people are one hit wonders. None of the female artists that I just named are one hit wonders. They're legends.
Right, but I like her.
I also really
Yep, that's a new song. It's cool. I've never heard of it. ASAP, I think. That's cool.
the more modern, especially as I've done my streams, I can't listen to that much music because I get copyright strikes. So I don't really get into music as much as Mr. Aquarius. I have 30 different accounts I have to use.
Oh, you talking about YouTube? Oh.
Yeah.
So you telling me you live stream?
I live stream.
You can get monetized. You're not even doing no video. You're telling me when y'all live stream, even the big people on YouTube. When y'all live stream, you're telling me y'all can get monetized? Even live stream?
Hold on. Oh yeah, definitely. That's huge money. I'm not talking that though. I'm not talking that though. I'm talking copyright strike. So if you listen to something that's copyrighted,
that's bullshit. I can see if y'all did if I understand about the monetization and I understand the copyright of when y'all are doing like videos and stuff like that. I get that because I've seen this flyer attendant. I understand that. But live streaming is copyright.
oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Miss Aquarius, if you're on TikTok Live, or YouTube Live or Instagram Live and you play copyrighted material in the background, and end your stream immediately.
And they will get you? Oh, boy, that's bullshit.
So
I understand TikTok.
So
I understand fucking TikTok because TikTok is fucking kids. I understand that. But fucking YouTube, you just live stream.
I understand.
Bullshit. I don't even give a fuck.
I understand. I think it's stupid because I'm not. I
do think it's stupid. I can understand TikTok. But I'm talking about
copyright. Watch. Mr. Aquarius, quit interrupting me. Let me finish my sentence.
Well, anyway, go ahead. You telling me something I don't damn know. They do the same shit with videos recording on YouTube. They do the same shit. But you're telling me live stream, you're doing the same shit as you did recording. That's fucking bullshit.
I agree.
I guess because you got kids. They got kids.
It's not Miss Aquarius. It has nothing, it has nothing to do with kids. Nothing. Zero. It has to do with it has to do with making money. Meaning, if you were to play a song on your end right there, because it's coming through my speakers, and I'm on YouTube, I will get an email with it.
Just talking about in general, y'all live stream. I can get the video thing, y'all pay or whatever the bullshit is. But the live streaming, that's bullshit.
That's what I'm doing. I'm live streaming. And if I listen to a copyrighted song, I'll get an email immediately.
I already know it's not fair. You might think it's fair. I've been in the public. I mean, the live streaming. Damn.
That's right. What I
Get people great.
So what I do is I play multiple songs in the background so that I usually I do my best not to get a copyright strike. And you've got a copy song or something.
And they should get down recording. Even do they have to like they public either they know her name is Tanya. And so the same thing should get copyrighted. I stream. I deal.
I agree. Entire
You think it's really right? I don't think the live stream doing it. Like
the rule.
said that I get copyright. But what's now? I don't want to get copyright because I can't do that video. I understand it. And what it, now let them live. With say they knew anyway. I'm like, well, but
you have, is that just
don't go wrong. Okay, then fine. Get paid. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying anything. I'm just trying to be a regular. I feel like it. But there are people that want to do this for 42 hours, 7 hours. Hey, go ahead. You don't even do no video recording. Shit. You got you got time. You got you got you big YouTube. They go out there and go out like you do. But I mean they don't even they know about the copyright. You just go live if you want to. Stop them kids.
because it means to get on Spotify. They want you to listen to it on Spotify.
Yeah, you listen to Spotify, you set it on, you listen to it on, they get copyrighted, right?
No. Okay, so if in the Cardi B, I will get a red strike, which is basically you get
They get money. And I think that the other to get posted.
Spotify for, hey, I'm gonna do,
Damn plain bullshit.
where should go to Rabbi lip sync into copyright. Even people, if Cardi B went live on her YouTube right now, and she listened to her.
YouTubers, big YouTubers.
Let me finish, please.
They're not even celebrities. They'll be playing music and they get mad because they get copyrighted and they get monetized because they're afraid. I understand. I get what you're saying. But I'm just saying the shit should be separated, man. This shit that, you know what I'm saying? Because y'all live streaming, man. Y'all live streaming. Y'all just enjoying the music. My God. But damn. If they can't, y'all music, please. Where are they? That's crazy. That's fucking bullshit. That's crazy. Damn. Gotta have a celebrity to play the music?
No, even if the celebrity, like
Cardi B were to listen to her own song on her own stream, she will
It's
get
gonna get copyrighted, right?
exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I already know. YouTubers have got been doing videos, baby. If you have seen it, YouTubers. I look at sometimes say they can't do too much when they go to because they have to edit. You can tell they edit it out because it can get copyright. I get what you're saying. Some people have got in trouble for getting their stuff monetized or getting their shit cut down because of certain stuff they do it to the music. Stuff they're not supposed to do that's not in the rules. So I get what you're saying. That is nothing new. But I'm just saying that shit is not right. It's bullshit, man. You should be able to do what the hell you want to do on live stream. But if you're getting paid, it's a damn thing. If you're not getting paid and you're just doing stuff just to free kids your time, like people don't want to play music when they're playing games.
Exactly.
That's bullshit.
I agree with you.
That's bullshit.
I agree with you. Especially
So
that
I
one.
get what you're saying.
If you're not making
It's
money
not
off
right.
of it, then who cares? I agree with you. If you're not making money off it, who cares?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I get this big YouTube where they want to get this, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you're getting paid. You know what I'm saying? You're probably getting paid for it. I'm sorry, real. Like, you're getting paid. Okay. I get it. But if you're not getting paid and you're playing games, I see people playing games can't put it doing all this. You can't even do shit. I mean, come on.
I agree. That's of course.
Right.
From YouTube, I'm not getting
It's fun
paid.
out of stuff.
From YouTube, I'm not getting paid.
You're not, and that's not right. I think that's not fair. But I'm sorry that happened to y'all, man.
That's the way it is.
Like Miranda. Colleen, Lemonade. She can't do it anyway. She didn't pay like me or you or, you know, she better do what the hell you want to do. But then that'll probably be another controversy. You know what I'm saying? I get it. That'll be another controversy. Oh, okay, well, they getting paid. Well, they not getting paid, so they play music. They get paid, and we can, you know, that'll be another controversy, so I get that too. I'm sorry. I say I don't live, but that's dumb. Taking that. You got a lot of pride. Stuff like that. I'm sorry. Not that. Just stand. TikTok. And you kiss me on the then you pay. Do not get and get like your son. So this is that's not right to me. But we can't get it is. You can't even do your own thing, Rabbi. That's the
That's for sure.
But hey, you silver they find here. Hey, they can't do their own thing. But Dominique, all the damn song. She played on what? But she played her own little music, her little person that's not even real. It plays like half of it.
YouTube, and if it's a YouTube and it's considered copyright, you can't. If it
What's
ha-
the on YouTube? DDG. I'm saying.
goes on YouTube, right? Plays. It's
Well, motherfuckers got their excuse my language. DDG on Twitch, right? That girl Dominique, it gotta be. Bullshit to me. Cause they can do that, huh? But I don't even care. They ain't got to do with me. I just. You tell them, hey, go check out my My single you know, the song, you know, but oh, that's it. I have a little bit of this. I don't like to see you. You can get taste. Oh, yes, a big ass. What the hell? I put something on me. I'm gonna have to wash my face. Something really done bit me. Some of the bit me. Look at the skin on here. I'm gonna leave it alone though. Don't matter. It's my face. Music, huh?
Other stuff playing over.
Phone.
And I get, but then I get people using headphones, and Brandon wants to hear people come in. If not,
You know, you got a little live stream. What are you? 1 minute. I'm telling you, I just didn't understand. I'm still one. Come back and do it.
so if I'm like this, I recognize that that's the business world. Nothing I can changes that. I just
Pay for it, so I think they pay me. But I don't have to pay people. Okay, and then you don't go live stream music. So they get up I'm praying crazy, man. I already have somebody that's in there right now on YouTube. That's only got one person. Music crazy. My shit, I'm gonna use me. Like, come in to you. That's what. That's it. Y'all wait. So you know who they talk to stuff, you know? I wanted to be able to work. But you know what? Candy Crush. You. I know you're not damn. Get it done. Hey, you get paid for it. You can play a old ass song. And they probably ain't even perform that song no more. You still get paid for it. That's bull. mm. But you gotta do what you gotta do. You can't even listen to your music because you got people coming in here. That's crazy. But that's just a part of live streaming.
that's right.
Because I do the same thing when I'm going live. And I'm like, listen to me, listen to me. When somebody coming in or they talking to me, I cuss it, I pause it, they come in the box or something like that. That's just for a live stream. You got to do what you got to do. You enjoy your music, but you got to enjoy your company at the same time. That's just part of live streaming etiquette. I learned that when I was on Mickey. So that's live streaming etiquette, and I get that. You just can't have it too loud. I remember this word was telling me 10 to 30 years, cut it to a minimum so you can listen to people too. So you do the same time. I understand you can't do that. But when I was on media, I can play on music, whatever. But YouTube is different. But I had it on a medium. So I can listen to my music at the same time and hear them at the same time when I'm in my box. But yeah, crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, it's live stream etiquette to this stuff when you live. As far as you eat it. You can't eat it and all this, making a da opening and stuff, and all that, had mute, and all that. It's stuff you were doing stuff like that. But it is. But see, you live stream 72 hours, so yeah. So you're telling me you can't even look at TikTok stuff? You can look at TikTok stuff, right? They gonna copyright you down there. So
Yep.
they're gonna take your thing down if you listen to a TikTok with somebody's music on it.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's bullshit. That's crazy. Even if they hear it, you just on TikTok. That's not right.
I
That's
agree.
what I said. YouTube, I love y'all. I just love looking at videos. Don't lie. You can't even have your own time to just have fun. What if you don't have, like you don't really have nobody in your live stream, right? So you might want to listen to some music. You might have somebody that say, oh yeah, I like that. You know what I'm saying? They carry a guilt voice in this country.
I get it, but you're not allowed to do it.
I know you're not allowed to do it, duh. Right? Which is BS, baby. Bullshit. I've been knew that. You're late. I know about that. I've been knowing about that ever since they had the damn YouTube. I've been knew about that. I'm telling you, people been getting in trouble about that. Even the big YouTubers have been getting in trouble about, not the big YouTubers, the YouTubers that I know, they get in trouble about their monetization and getting their shit taken down about this. But it don't even have to be music. It could be people that's trash talking them, stuff they doing. Or they trash talking somebody and they get they shit taken down. It don't even have to be music. It's different stuff that ain't supposed to be done on YouTube other than damn copyright music. You know what I'm saying? They ain't even do some music. It's even if they can talk about somebody and they ain't supposed to talk about nobody, they reporting that shit get taken down. It ain't even about no music all the time. It ain't about music. It's other shit. But I don't think nobody should be trash talking nobody on YouTube. If they not on there to talk their stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. That's been there. Anything I know, that girl from Disney. I don't think it's right though, because you live streaming, and even if you're not getting paid. But you could play your music on that other thing, right? If you wasn't even on YouTube, can't you play your music on that other live stream?
On YouTube you can't. On Instagram you can't. On TikTok you can't.
Can't you do that? I know you can't. People be playing music all the time on that.
On YouTube you can't. On TikTok you can't. On
I'm not
Instagram
talking
you
about
can't.
YouTube, sir. I said, if you're not on YouTube, that other live stream that you be on, what's that one is with the end? Can't you play music on that one?
I don't know their rules there.
Oh, okay. They sure do play music. So, how you talking about you don't know their rules? People be DJing and everything on there. You shitting me. There's other places you can play music at. But you like YouTube, boo. I only go on YouTube to look at you. My people that I subscribe to. So, because I know music is my life, baby. And I know you telling me that. You think I'm going to go down the street? No, because I want to play my music. So, YouTube is just going to be for me. Thank you for telling me that, because I want to be on YouTube live. And if I do be be a YouTuber, I want you to be on it and do no music. I would know how to edit. I don't know.
Welcome. How are you?
Huh?
We had somebody join us. How are you?
Hello.
They just left.
I'm done. I ain't really talk a lot, but hell, I'm gonna have my damn say too. I just think it's bullshit, though. It's crazy, man. and enjoy the damn music on YouTube. But it's just like, even if it's a bits and pieces, you can cut it out. Because I done heard YouTube do the same thing. And I have a little bit, just a little bit of it, and then I cut it out. That's what you do edit. But you can't do that in live stream, I don't think. You can't edit your own damn live stream. When you have it on record. When they record, when they have your video, your live streams on your own channel, you can't edit it. You can't edit the live stream time. Right?
That's correct. You can't edit a live stream until it's done and then it's archived. So you can edit it afterward, but not live.
Right. Well, then you can edit it. You don't edit your live stream?
Yes, of course. I'd spend all day editing. No, absolutely not.
Oh. Oh, shit. Because you need to see these YouTubers. They'll cut it out because you can hear some music just a little bit, right? And they'll cut it out because they don't, you know what I'm saying? Just a little. Just a little bit. And that's it. Like I said, it's a whole lot. But just a little. Even someone like this girl I know, Jordan, whatever name this is, I said, she was on a thing, they was singing with the song. She didn't even get down on copyrighted because you didn't really get to hear the music and they heard more of them than the music in the background. So that's probably what she did.
That's right. That's what you have to do. That's correct. That's what you have to do. You have to be louder than the
you have to
music.
sing over the,
But you can still get it.
Oh, you do that sometimes? You do that sometimes,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
you do that because I be hearing you.
Yes, I do.
And you don't get copyright, do you?
Sometimes I do. It's like 50-50.
That's bullshit. These YouTubers I just named, this one YouTuber I just named, she don't know how people do that. That's bullshit. That's what I'm saying. So they must be good. But live stream may be different from actually recording the video, I guess. I don't know. Bullshit. I will not be doing no YouTube live stream. Thank you very much for telling me because they will not be doing it. Because I am a music lover, I'm a music person, and when I know ain't nobody going to be in my live stream, I'm going to play some music. Okay? I have to mute my live stream to listen to my music. That's what I'm going to do. If I can't even do that, then you're going to turn me down because I'm muting my own live. You ain't got to worry about me live streaming on that. It's bull, man. Mm-mm. Nope. I'm sorry, Rabbi. I'm sorry for you. But you be singing and everything, so I don't understand what the problem is. You be singing over the music. You be doing your little TikToks and Instagram reels and stuff.
That's correct. But
YouTube still get you for that? Huh?
yeah, if it's close enough to the microphone.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry for you, Rabbi. I'm sorry.
It's what it is. What it is. Like 5 years. No big deal.
No big deal, but I can't do it. I just have to cut the bullet. I wouldn't get into it. I didn't YouTube because I know how to cut my stuff out. But being a live stream, if I'm going to talk to somebody that's different, but if ain't nobody in my life, I'm going to listen to it. But it's okay. Thank you. So what's on for the rest of the night?
I'm watching the World Cup.
Okay.
But I have,
USA?
yeah, they're up 2-0. But I have to keep it low because I'll get nailed for watching the World Cup. So I have it like really close to my face.
Oh my God!
And
Wait a minute. You ain't tell me that. So what's the rules on the YouTube though? on this live stream that you can't do while you live stream?
Okay, so you can't have medical misinformation, so you can't talk about health stuff. You can't show copyrighted material, which is songs and movies and TV and sports and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You can't show nudity. You can't have anything that like endorses violence or um, terrorism and that kind of stuff. You can't have hate. You can't have hate speech.
Okay, understandable.
And what else would there be? That's generally. But the thing that is so bothersome is you don't even intend to do it. They'll show something. Somebody will just come in here and have music on in their background, and they come in.
They copyright your shit.
Exactly. And it's like I really wanted to do bother me sounds that copy.
You know, damn. You have fun like you wanted that.
Oh, I agree. It'd be a lot more fun. You could do karaoke.
I'm in here doing it. I'm doing it, playing music or something. Or I'm saying something. I got to be careful. I didn't even say the S word. Sorry. I want to get your thing.
No, you can cuss. No big deal there. But you're exactly right. You could.
I just think it's bull crap.
You could do karaoke. You could play instruments. You could do movie watches and television watches and game watches, but you can't do a lot of that stuff because you want the audience.
I was about to say, not on YouTube.
Well, not on YouTube, not on Twitch, not on Instagram, not on TikTok, not on.
Twitch either?
Oh yeah, no.
Twitch either?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. What?
Yeah, Twitch. You get a little flag at the end of the stream, and it'll say this stream.
Hold on, wait a minute. What about Kick? Cause let me say something. Wait a minute.
Yeah. So Kick is one where you can.
It's different.
But wait, hold on. But because they don't have the money for a big AI system, they do have the money. They just don't pay for it. So what they do is they have human moderators that go through people's stuff, and if a bunch of people are watching something that's copyrighted, then they'll take down your stream, and then they'll tell you manually you're not allowed to watch this or have copyrighted music.
Because shit, Mr. Mike do the same thing as Mr. Mike. He be on this damn live stream all day playing music when he's driving.
Yeah.
I kid you not. Okay.
So they don't.
K-I-C-K.
So yeah, KICK does not have an AI system.
Oh, they're okay.
But they do have humans, and if they think that you're making money off of the music, they'll take you down.
I don't think you're making money off the music. You just be playing it while you're driving.
Right. So they consider that to be just like a background thing. But at that point, it's a human doing it, not necessarily AI. You know, with AI, it doesn't discriminate. It'll just say you're playing our song and you're not allowed to do that.
And Twitch too? What the heck?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Definitely
wow.
Twitch, and they put a lot of money into that system so that they don't have to have humans do it.
I'm sorry, Rabbi.
I mean, it is what it is.
That's what I was doing there. I was mad at them. Like,
I understand. I've worked out ways around it. It doesn't stop me. I'm watching the World Cup right now.
I know it don't stop you.
Exactly.
You know me. I like to cut my stuff up. I won't be able to do it. Thank you for telling me, Rabbi. I won't be able to do it.
Well, because I know that in the future, especially it's coming now where AI will just do all the editing for me, so I don't even have to worry about it.
I'm sorry, Rabbi.
You're good, Mr. Porter.
I just think it's bull crap.
No worries.
That's where I let the YouTube. I let them do whatever they want. I'm not going to be doing that. But aren't you glad you're not getting paid for it though, Rabbi? Because you would be pissed. As this other YouTube, I'll be pissed, man. I mean, just like they could, y'all don't cut my stuff down. One time, don't they take me down? Even if it's like what you were saying, hate speech. Yeah, they be saying something there, take their stuff down because of what they saying. Like, but you shouldn't, like I'm saying, you shouldn't say nothing about other people. You know, I don't know. That's blood jump, right?
I don't agree with it.
Huh?
I don't agree with it.
You don't agree with what they're doing? That's not right.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Ain't that bull crap? That's bull crap. Right?
I don't agree with it. It is what it is. It's not a decision that I have any control over.
I'm saying, but ain't it bull crap to me? You just say,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, it's crazy. But I know you've been doing this for 5 years, so you're used to it. So.
Right.
But I'm glad you told me, because I won't be doing that. I won't be on today.
Well, I feel badly for somebody like Brandon who doesn't know all the policies
Yeah.
and doesn't maybe it doesn't all make sense necessarily. I mean, I don't know how much he understands or not, but he just wanted to watch baseball, and he's just watching baseball, and boom, they nail him. And not only did they nail him with a copyright strike, they just go and give him 3 copyright strikes and take away his account. And then he says to me,
Oh,
yeah,
that's bullshit.
if you're just showing the game straight up and it's not just in the background, they just take your account away completely.
That's what I'm saying. That's why some YouTubers be mad as hell. You taking my video down? I didn't think that because I'm saying this and saying that and then and then. Yeah, I get it. But Brandon, yeah.
But for some,
Brandon don't even get on there no more, do he?
no, he doesn't. And you know,
I wouldn't either.
He wanted to, but it's hard for him to. He's a smart person, but there's a lot to keep track of. Okay, so I can't show the copyrighted stuff. I can't have it be heard in the background, and like he lives in a house where sometimes other people in the house have a television on, and even that'll get you nailed just in the background.
Yeah.
So what people do is they just have their face showing and they're watching the game and they'll give reaction videos and stuff. But
and they still get copyrighted.
Well, generally if they gotta do it, they have the sound off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like parents, what's my parents? They don't get it. That's what I'm saying. They big YouTubers though. I guess they edit this stuff. I don't know. When they do the reaction videos and stuff like that, that's crazy.
Yeah, so that's what they do. So you just see their face.
Then you see their face, and you also see the stuff. So you can see they I ain't talking about like movies, and they do like reaction videos like for another YouTuber or something like that. You don't get copyright for that, do you?
So the law states that you have to make it's the exact wording is something like an honest effort to make a artistic change to it. So what they're doing is considered an artistic change as opposed to just being like, okay, well, here's this other YouTuber and we're just going to play this. So it makes some, I think it's like a material change or so. There's some wording that they use. The United States won. So they're in the round of 16 now, I believe. I believe the game is over. This is the best they've ever done, to my knowledge. I don't know.
Okay, I got it.
This is the best they've ever done, to my knowledge.
doing what is it? Terrible or something. Oh yeah, that. They hit the USA and whoop Australia. She heard it now. I'm sorry about you. I got to go to the YouTube. I'm sorry.
Good.
I'm sorry for Brandon.
Yeah, I really feel bad for Brandon because I know.
Because it's bull crap. That's why I'm mad. Because it's not fair.
I know when we were just like I helped him through it, and I know what he was showing on his stream. I thought he was out. I didn't think on live sports, and got him. And then once they get you, supposedly, I mean, you're banned for life. So when he's 95 years old, technically he's never supposed.
Oh, he can't create another YouTube either?
That's correct.